Must have set me up on the quiet.
Oh yeah. Oh. So.
Did you want to leave a copy of the legal?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
We can hear you. Sorry, we're just starting our video.
We can hear you also.
Great.
Ron Crosby, chairing these hearings, and welcome to the second day of the second week of hearings. I have to commence with a rather bizarre health and safety briefing. I say bizarre because we won't be able to see it, but there is nobody facing us other than the council representative who heard it before. But I'll go through the process that in the event of any emergency, we have the part from the far side. Toilet facilities are available outside there as well. And I think I'm going to make it that brief today because everybody else here has heard that before. So welcome to Queenstown Lakes District Council representatives, and if you could make an appearance and explain where we go from here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Kate Woods, and I'm the legal counsel for QLDC. I'm joined here this morning with Jake Robinson, my other co-counsel in this matter, and then also the two QLDC witnesses that are appearing in this hearing week. Catherine Russell, has presented evidence on the significant resource management issues for the region chapter, and then also Luke Place, who filed evidence in relation to the air chapter, and Luke is scheduled to appear on tomorrow. Friday, yeah. So I might just kick off with my legal submissions. I understand that some copies of our submissions have been printed. Has the panel any copy? Right. Thank you. So I will essentially read the majority of my submissions, but may skim over a few paragraphs, and I'll let you know where I do that. So paragraph 1, obviously these legal submissions are filed on behalf of QLDC on the proposed regional policy statement. The purpose of these opening legal submissions is to provide an overview of QLDC's submission, provide context for QLDC's submission, and then also outline QLDC's intended involvement in the hearing. And as I alluded to earlier, introduce QLDC's witnesses for this week. Moving to the overview of QLDC's submission on the proposed RPS. The proposed RPS provides the overarching policy direction that guides the management of natural and physical resources across the Otago region. And it fundamentally describes how QLDC is to undertake its resource management obligations under the RMA. Consequently, QLDC has a considerable interest in the objectives, policies, and methods contained within the proposed RPS, and has engaged with ORC and various other parties in the proposed RPS development processes over a number of years. QLDC generally supports the overall approach taken in the proposed RPS. However, QLDC does seek some amendments to a number of proposed RPS provisions to better clarify the effectiveness and efficiency, and to focus the roles of the Regional Council and District Council with respect to these provisions. As a District Council in the Otago region, QLDC is required to give effect to the proposed RPS in its own district plan, QLDC has been reviewing its district plans in stages since 2015, and I'll provide a short update on where QLDC is at with its district plan review down at paragraph 11. In support of QLD's submission, it filed a number of briefs of evidence and several briefs of rebuttal evidence. Those are listed there at paragraph 5, and I won't read that out. Moving to paragraph 6, in some specific proposed RPS chapters, QLDC seeks more substantial amendments to the provisions or has an interest in these provisions through its further submission. These chapters in particular are the Energy and Infrastructure chapter, the Transport chapter, the Hazards and Risks chapter, and the chapter on Urban Form and Development. QLDC will likely present further submissions to support QLDC's submission on these chapters when these topics are heard, and I will discuss QLDC's intended involvement in the hearing further in my submissions. So moving on to the context for QLDC's submission, I've just firstly outlined the legal framework, which no doubt you will all be aware, but I'll just very briefly note that as a territorial authority in the Otago region, under section 73 of the RMA, QLDC is required to give effect to the proposed RPS in its own district plan. And I've just set out the section there in full for your information. Moving to paragraph 10. So it's legally required that QLDC may need to make amendments to its district plan once the proposed RPS becomes operative. But at this stage, I thought it would be helpful to give an update on where QLDC has got with its own district plan review, as it's been reviewing its district plan in stages since 2015. To date, QLDC has notified and made decisions on its proposed district plan in 3 stages and is currently working through Environment Court appeals made against a number of provisions. These 3 stages comprise the majority of the district's land. Appeals received on stages 1 and 2 have mostly been resolved through consent order or through decisions of the Environment Court. And the appeals topics that have been resolved or mostly resolved include the following chapters. So the strategic direction and the landscapes and rural character, the town centre, residential, rural lifestyle and rural zones, subdivision and development, natural hazard and commercial airports and informal airports, energies and utilities. So as most of you will know, QLDC and its communities have invested significantly in the PDP development process, including where the plan provisions have been rigorously tested and determined by the Environment Court. The Regional Council has been involved in the PDP development process and has had considerable input into a number of chapters. QLDC respectfully submits that weight is given to its submission where appropriate so that the proposed RPS integrates with the PDP and the recent decisions of the court. QLDC's evidence sets out where this is appropriate on the matter that QLDC has in. With the above legislative context in mind, and to give further context to QLDC's submission, I outlined below the issues facing the district relevant to the proposed RPS, and then also how QLDC is addressing these issues through its planning work streams. So moving to the overview of issues affecting QLDC, the Queenstown Lakes District faces a range of resource management issues, many of which are unique to the district. These include a significant portion of the district is classified as an outstanding natural landscape or outstanding natural feature. However, the rapid rate of resident and visitor growth is putting pressure on the values associated with these landscapes and features and the amenity values associated with the district's rural environments. Growth pressures have resulted in urban development occurring over an increasingly large and dispersed area, and this is changing some areas from a rural character or natural landscape to a more modified rural or urban environment. Growth pressure in the past has resulted in incremental development that is not necessarily strategic, i.e. where urban development has not been well aligned with transport and Three Waters infrastructure, and this pace of growth has been challenging for infrastructure investment planning. Also, the pace and form of urban growth has created a need for greater transport options than more effectively serve communities. This has made it difficult to facilitate road and pedestrian connections between new residential developments, places of employment, social infrastructure. In other areas, infill development is putting pressure on social infrastructure. There is also the need for affordable housing options. Given the popularity of the district as a holiday destination, many dwellings are unoccupied or used for short-term rentals for visitors. Building costs for new houses are significantly higher than the New Zealand average, and the common housing typology does not suit all people's needs. The shortage of affordable housing is affecting the recruitment and retention of workers to the district. Lastly, the district is located within a dynamic alpine environment that is subject to a range of natural hazards. In some instances, these natural hazards interact with urban areas, infrastructure, and the district's well-known tourism assets. These natural hazard events present risks to people and property that need to be carefully managed and present constraints for areas of new or proposed development. So moving on to QLDC has sought to address the above issues through a number of planning work streams. Obviously, number one is the district plan review, but these also include the PDP landscape schedules. So QLDC recently notified a variation to the PDP Chapter 21 Rural Zone to introduce landscape schedules. That footnote there, this came about as a result of Environment Court decisions and a direction from the judge. These schedules set out the landscape values, priority landscape areas across the Whakatipu Basin and Upper Clutha. The proposed landscape schedules seek to make clearer what aspects of these landscapes are to be protected, maintained or enhanced, and identify the capacity of these landscapes to absorb further development. QLDC has also recently notified a plan change to its PDP to introduce inclusionary zoning provisions. This plan change is intended to help more people access affordable housing in the district. The proposal would require most residential subdivisions and developments to pay an affordable housing financial contribution to be provided to the Queenstown Lakes Community Housing Trust that will deliver access to affordable housing. QLDC has also adopted a council-led master plan at Ladies Mile to provide a holistic approach to planning for growth within this area of the Whakatipu Basin. The master plan provides an opportunity to deliver efficient land use, including medium to medium-high density urban development. And QLDC at the end of last year has sought approval from the Minister for the Environment to carry out a variation to its PDP through the streamlined planning process that will give effect to the Ladies Mile master plan. And we're hoping to receive a decision from the Minister shortly. Then we also have the Queenstown Lakes spatial plan. So in July 2021, QLDC in partnership with central government, Okaha and Te Ara Marama developed the spatial plan. The spatial plan provides a long-term framework for managing growth. It directs growth in a way that will make positive changes to the environment, housing, access to jobs and opportunities, the well-being of the community and the experience of visitors. It sets the theme for a consolidated approach to accommodating future growth, primarily within and around the existing urban areas of Queenstown and Wanaka. So this ties into the next work stream, which is the Queenstown Lakes Future Development Strategy. This is obviously required as part of giving effect to the MPS for MPS for urban development. The future development strategy will be informed by the spatial plan and sets the long-term 30-year strategic approach to urban growth within the district. And then lastly, there is also the plan change being prepared to give effect to policy 5 of the MPS on urban development. as QLDC is a tier 2 local authority. Policy 5 of the National Policy Statement requires QLDC to amend its district plan to enable heights and density of urban form commensurate to its level of accessibility, public transport and demand for housing and business use. Work in relation to this plan change is well evolved, and QLDC hopes to provide further announcements on this plan change in due course. Moving to paragraph 16, QLDC appreciates a number of the above issues and planning responses are unique to the Queenstown Lakes District. However, QLDC seeks to highlight these issues and work streams to ensure that the proposed RPS provides an overview of the resource management issues that is representative of the whole region. And QLDC's witness, Catherine Russell, will touch on this in a minute. QLDC considers that the proposed RPS is to be a critically important vehicle to ensure the efficient and effective development of these and other important work streams to address the district's unique resource management issues. Moving to QLDC's involvement in the hearing, QLDC understands that the panel intends to hear submissions grouped under the various topics and chapter headings. Accordingly, QLDC will attend each of these hearing topics in accordance with the notice of hearing schedule. Further to these opening legal submissions, QLDC intends to present further topic-specific legal submissions in support of its submission and evidence, in particular, likely just for those chapters listed at paragraph 6 of my submissions. Experts that have given evidence on behalf of QLDC will be available to speak to the evidence under the relevant topic hearing. This last bit of the paragraph, I was just going to note that there are obviously certain provisions that QLDC hasn't provided written evidence on, but if there are any amendments sought in QLDC's submission that the panel has questions on, the QLDC's witnesses and team would be more than happy to answer questions on those provisions, and we've just asked that advance notice is given before that topic is to be heard if the panel does have questions other than those in evidence. Lastly, as I mentioned before, 2 of QLDC's experts are appearing this week in support of QLDC's submission. The first is Catherine Russell, who has provided evidence on the significant resource management issues for the region. Shortly, Ms. Russell will highlight the main points of her evidence on issue 4, economic snapshot, and is available to answer questions from the panel. And then also Luke Place will present his ear evidence on Friday. Again, he will highlight some of the key points from his evidence and rebuttal evidence, and also be available for questions. So unless the panel has any specific questions for me on legal matters, then I will hand to Ms. Russell.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. And the approach that you've outlined and as to your proposed involvement in the hearing is excellent. Thank you, and that accords with what we were hoping. So that chapter by chapter approach. So I will ask Bianca Sullivan any questions. Yeah.
Oh, just one question, Kate. I see that it seems that the proposed district plan is quite a long way through the process. I see you've resolved paragraph 11. You outline which topics have been resolved or mostly resolved. What are the key matters that aren't resolved yet that you think are the most relevant for us? And how long do you think it'll be before those are resolved?
I think the short answer to that is I don't know if I'm able to give a short, concise answer. There are a range of appeals on all 3 stages that are still outstanding. And those, are still, it's unsure, I guess, where those will be resolved, whether they will even be resolved by consent or through a need to go court hearing. I don't think I can provide a succinct overview of the large outstanding chapters unless any of Luke or Katie would be able to assist me there.
Yeah, so I can give you I suppose there's a number of operative district plan chapters which are called special zones in the operative district plan, and those are reasonably large chunks of land that are located in, for example, Queenstown's commercial and business areas, the likes of Franklin Flats and Remarkables Park. There's some residential areas in Arrowtown as well, and some reasonably large chunks of Wanaka that are also special zones under the operative district plan. So yeah, there's a reasonable amount of land there that is developed and undeveloped that still needs to be looked at, and that'll be sort of, I suppose, coming up in due course as part of our work program.
Right, thanks.
Alan Hewitt.
Thank you. Just following on from the anchor's question, I note in your paragraph 12, you're suggesting that the RPE should integrate with the proposed district plan. It's kind of the other way around, really, isn't it? But I guess that question probably relates to the work you're doing now. Where are those alignment issues that you foresee currently?
I think that the purpose of my paragraph 12 was just to highlight that obviously it has been quite a long and lengthy process, the PDP process that ORC has been involved in, and it's just to recognise where there are inconsistencies, just for the panel to understand where QLDC is coming from. I don't understand that there is much inconsistency at the moment with PDP, which is great. I think it makes your job easier. Where there are minor inconsistencies, it's noted in QLDC's evidence. I actually can't think off the top of my hand where there is any great inconsistency. I think it's only really minor points.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we'll come to those as we move through the various chapters. The only other thing was in relation to the updating of the landscape schedules, and I'm just wondering there, again, it's thinking ahead to what might be coming up. Are you guys looking to at cultural landscapes and the like with Kaitahu through that process? Because that has been a topic that we've discussed, in the first week of this hearing.
Yeah, so my understanding that's covered through the Waihi Te Puna provisions of the PDP, and that is, obviously had extensive consultation with Kaitahu, and my understanding is a lot of those provisions they were appealed, but they are being resolved. So that's kind of a separate under the PDP provisions, the Waihi Te Puna, but that's definitely a fundamental part of our PDP.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you. Just on that issue of where the appeals process might be with Kaitahu, is there any issue outstanding in terms of a definition of or the planning treatment of papakaika?
I'm not sure on that one. I'll see whether Catherine or Luke has a.
Can you, sorry, repeat the question?
Whether or not there is outstanding any issue in respect of a definition or the method of ordinance treatment, not ordinance, rule treatment of papakaika.
Might have to look into that, if you don't mind, and possibly come back to you on that point.
Indeed. Thank you. The only other question that I've just got is I'm very interested in that reference you made at paragraph 15B to the Queenstown Lakes Community Housing Trust. Who administers that trust and how long has it been in operation?
Again, Catherine might be able to be a better place to answer that. Are you able to?
Yeah, So the Queensland Lakes Community Housing Trust was established in 2007. It resulted from council initiated housing strategy, which was in 2005. So today it is a certified community housing provider. They've successfully housed over 240 households in the district, and yeah, they're completely independent of council, but they are a partner with council, so we work quite closely together. And they're essentially the only CHP of any scale. They are the only CHP at scale in the district. There are a couple other very small discrete ones, but in essence, they're our sole community housing provider of any description, and that also includes government housing. We have approximately 13 Kaimora homes at the moment in the district. So yeah, the context. I'm happy to answer further questions on the trust.
Thank you. And paragraph, subparagraph C of that same paragraph, the Putahi Ladies Mile Master Plan, is that a council development or is that a council zoning proposal?
Yes, so that was a council-led master plan that has then in turn fed into a council-led variation to the PDP at that location in Ladies Mile. So it's a council-led plan change to give effect to the master plan. So we'll, the variation that we're hoping to use, the streamlined planning process, will be a council-led plan change that will involve a structure plan, outline plan for that area, as well as specific zones.
Yes, and the second part really of that question was, is it a council development intended, or is it an enabling planning process for other developers?
It's an enabling housing process for other development.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all that I have to ask at this stage. So we're in your hands now as to who you're calling, and I understand Ms. Russell.
Yes, but I'll hand to Ms. Russell.
I will keep my comments very brief, just confirming that a majority of our issues highlighted through our submission for SRMR were covered off and acknowledged through the 42A report. However, my evidence in chief sought to highlight the housing challenges in the district, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on my evidence.
No questions from me. Your evidence was clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Catherine. Just one question really, and it related to what the chair was discussing earlier around the Queensland Lakes community housing. So your amendment you're proposing, and you talk about localised solutions may be required. I guess I'm assuming that it's that rather unique financial contribution process that you've outlined, that is outlined in the legal submissions at 15B. I'm just wondering, how is that correct? Is it you're looking at those sorts of things under that localised solution approach?
Correct. The inclusionary housing plan change, which is the submissions have closed, and we're actually filing summary of submissions tomorrow, just to give you an idea of where we are in that planning process. It is a unique solution for New Zealand at the moment, but I'm certainly aware that other people across the country are also looking. I would also add that the submissions overall are, there were a lot of submissions and a lot of conversation about it, so it is a hot topic for us here in the district.
I guess I was just wondering how it works, particularly when the recipient is not an actual, is independent of council. The way I read it is that developments will be paying a financial contribution, which will be passed on to the Community Housing Trust to develop affordable housing. I guess it's probably also a bit of a legal question there in terms of how that might work.
Precisely. Yeah, no, you're highlighting where the conversation is likely to head through the hearings process to come, and perhaps beyond. We have provided inclusionary housing financial contribution type systems in the past to the Housing Trust. We've been doing it since 2005. We've established over 240 houses through this process previously. So we are seeking to formalize something that we've done in a different context through the RMA process. So that's what this plan change is about. They are an independent housing provider, and you've highlighted that they're not part of council. And so there could be other delivery mechanisms brought out over time. That's obviously not my call. But, that's the process that we're seeking to do because it's something that has worked very well in the past and is a proven model, but it is outside the RMA at the moment.
Okay, thank you. That was just useful context for some of the issues that you're dealing with and how you may approach them. Thank you.
I would just add one more thing, that the way the provisions are worded is slightly different to how it's perhaps presented in this evidence, in that it's actually a certified community housing provider that is a council partner that we have a relationship with, and sort of legal and background kind of relationships in order to ensure that the housing ends up with where it needs to go. In essence, providing housing in the gaps being seen through needs assessments and those types of things. So I would also want to highlight that. So presently that's the Queenstown Lakes Community Housing Trust, and that's how it's written here. But certainly there's a flexibility within the provisions as they were notified.
Yeah, thank you.
Russell, your voice is or your method of speaking is very fast, and sometimes on the electronic I didn't quite pick up what you responded, and I think you were addressing there at one stage in answer to Mr. Cubitt criteria for qualifying for housing, just in passing, and can you explain a little bit about that in terms of the trust? What sort of criteria are applied to applicants?
Applicants? No, I haven't discussed the applicants. I'm happy to repeat anything if you'd like. The criteria I was discussing initially was a qualified community housing provider. So at the moment, there's only one qualified community housing provider from the council perspective to receive financial contributions. But in terms of the recipients, that will go through. At the moment, the Queenstown Lakes Community Housing Trust has a robust set of criteria, but essentially it's based on status in the district in terms of duration of residency, employment, and sort of goodwill and those types of things. Typically what you'd expect for most community housing providers. They are regulated by government, so there's a whole set of criteria that they need to fulfill in order to provide housing.
And has there been any appeal by any developer in terms of the condition requiring contributions to that trust?
Well, we previously they've been negotiating agreements through private plan changes. It's been a private agreement between the developer and council up until this point for the most part. And then the other way the contributions came was through special housing areas. And again, a developer agreement as an aspect of those consent processes. Yeah, so but the plan change itself is obviously had a lot of developers commenting. You can look at the summaries in the next few days, or I'm happy to provide a summary to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Russell. I have no other questions. Ms. Woods? Thanks, Ms. Woods. So no more questions from Ms. Russell. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to finish, in answer to Commissioner Kirikiri's question, I think Luke is able to answer the definition question. If yeah, is that all right if we provide that answer now?
Yes, thank you. So I understand the definition you were interested in was public hiring. Is that correct?
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, we do have it is included in our definitions chapter. So that's chapter 2 of the proposed district plan. So it is the permanent settlement or settlement on traditional land. So that's the extent of the definition. It's actually included in the glossary section of the definitions chapter. And I also understand that it's not subject to appeal. So
No.
that's clarification on that point.
Thank you. So Ms. Wood, where are we now?
So that concludes our appearance today. Obviously, Luke is scheduled to appear to provide evidence on the air chapter on Friday. And yeah, it will just be Luke appearing to answer any questions you may have for him in relation to his air evidence. But other than that, that's all from us today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we'll look forward to hearing from Luke on Friday. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So, Kate, is that by video as well?
Yes, and I've just sent them an email because they were expecting to be up at 10. So I've just asked them to be online in the next 10 minutes.
Right.
But we've got 2 of them sitting in the waiting room. Out of
You mean the internet waiting room? Or?
yes. yes. Yeah, the Zoom waiting room.
I see.
Yeah, 2 of them anyway.
I think there's council supported by representatives.
How does that go with the council statement on contribution when we get on for so the people who are building houses paying for themselves, funding houses.
Yeah.
It's not their fault, there's a problem.
No.
Yeah, I see lots of challenges because it's very litigious environment.
Yeah. But the way we're dodging all of this by negotiating the green.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's sort of blackmail.
Yeah. Yes, this is where the proposed issue is. When only it's what you, it's what we didn't apply. It interrupts. Yeah. No, no. Inside from this horse. Come started so here. And then yeah, come along.
We've got 3. How many are we expecting? Okay. Actually, so will they let you know when their teams assemble?
You let them know when you're ready. Are we?
We're
Oh, yeah, I think we're
on the way.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are just waiting for Chris Horn, the planning consultant for the telecommunication companies, to join. So expect that he'll be joining any minute now. So if we can perhaps just wait a moment or two for him. I see he's joining now. Good morning, commissioners. My name's Daniel Minhinnick, counsel for the telecommunication companies. Also joining me, we have Graham McCarrison and Andrew Cantor, who are Graham McCarrison is at Spark, Andrew is at Chorus, and they are 2 of the 3 people who provided a corporate statement of evidence that you'll see reference to in both Mr. Horn's evidence and my legal submissions, and then Mr. Horn as well, who's the planning consultant for the telecommunication companies. We have pre-circulated the evidence from Mr. Horn and also my legal submissions. Just wanted to check that you do have copies of those documents.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And so I propose to run through at a high level my legal submissions. I won't read those out, but really will draw your attention to the key aspects, and then we'll have Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Cantor speak to some of the key points in that corporate statement, followed by Mr. Horn presenting a summary statement of his more detailed evidence. So these submissions are presented on behalf of Spark New Zealand Trading Limited, Vodafone New Zealand Limited, and Chorus New Zealand Limited. And so together those are the telecommunication companies. They do have a particular interest in the proposed RPS because those entities are frequent users of plans and do require resource consent for a range of their activities. And it's also because the nature of their activities are of absolute critical importance to the region and to New Zealand as a whole. And you'll have seen in my legal submissions the reference to the COVID pandemic as demonstrating the importance of that infrastructure. That's absolutely a specific example. The fact that we are able to conduct these hearings over remote technology is another example. We've also had in the last couple of weeks significant flooding in the northern part of New Zealand, and again having that infrastructure in place to allow connectivity is absolutely critical in those circumstances, as well as just for everyone's day-to-day activities. So it is absolutely critical that there is an enabling planning framework for that infrastructure to allow it to operate and then also to upgrade and develop over time. And so I'll also touch on that dynamic nature of the sector as well. The RPS at the moment does not include a significant resource management issue in relation to infrastructure. And so that is the key aspect of our presentation today about the need for that to be included. Attached to the back of my submissions is a summary of the relief sought as far as the wording of the significant resource management issue. But I will get on to the I guess, flexible position that the telecommunications companies have as to the particular wording. And so I'll come on to that later in my submissions as well. So moving through to the matters covered in section 3 of my submissions, telecommunication network requirements are constantly changing. And so that's both because of the technology, which is advancing, as well as demands and the both as far as the quality, but also the sheer volumes of data use. And so that does mean that these organisations do need to invest very significantly in their networks. And so you'll see at 3.1, I say that there's an average of $1.6 billion each year in investment in that network. And it's a network that will seem quite simple as far as day-to-day end users, but it is actually quite complex, and there are a number of different component parts that make up those networks. Also, it's only as strong as the weakest link, and so it's not a situation where simply providing the larger kit is sufficient, in that it is a network and operates as an overall integrated network. And so you'll see 3.3 examples of that. And so at 3.4, the successful maintenance, upgrading and provision of all components of the network is critical to the delivery of safe, efficient and reliable telecommunication services that New Zealand businesses and communities rely on every day. I've set out at 3.5 and 3.6 some of the examples of the significant benefits derived from this network by businesses and communities across New Zealand. And those are addressed in the corporate statement of Mr. McCarrison, Clune and Cantor, and so they will speak to that shortly. From 3.8 in my submissions, I talk about some of the challenges facing the telecommunications industry from a planning perspective. And this is important because while there is a national environmental standard for telecommunication facilities, that doesn't provide for all activities. And so for that reason, it is important to look at what other activities aren't covered. And that's particularly the situation in more sensitive environments. And so the telecommunication companies are very aware of the significant range of prized landscapes and habitats across the Otago region. And so it is about making sure that the RPS as a whole provides a framework that lets the telecommunication companies operate respectfully and sensitively as far as the location of their networks within those areas. The corporate evidence also demonstrates some of the challenges that these organisations have faced with consenting. At 3.10, I give the example of the new fibre link between the West Coast and Otago. And Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Cantor can certainly talk to that in more detail. But overall, in our submission, given the critical role that telecommunications infrastructure, as well as other infrastructure, plays in society and across the Otago region, it is both necessary and appropriate that the RPS sets out a workable and enabling framework for that infrastructure to be established. So moving on to the role of significant resource management issues, they are provided for through section 62 of the RMA, and it's a requirement that the RPS includes significant resource management issues. You'll see in Mr. Horn's evidence his discussion of the importance that those issues play in then shaping the balance of the RPS. And so having a gap at that issue level, even though it's often the objectives and policies that do more of the heavy lifting, having that gap at issue level does have flow-on impacts as far as the balance of the RPS, as well as then the various regional and district plans that are being established below it. At 4.4, I outlined that the reporting planner has not supported the inclusion of a new significant resource management issue. There seem to be two key reasons given. The first, that the existing issue statements have been workshopped and consulted on. On that point, with respect, do not see that as being a significant factor at all that should bear on your decisions as to what is most appropriate and what should be included within the RPS. This whole hearing process itself has provided the opportunity for much wider input from a wide range of interests across the region. And so the fact that it wasn't included in the notified version should not be any impediment at all to you choosing to include such an issue. The second concern related to the language in the telecommunications company submission being solutions focused rather than issues focused. Now, as a start, the fact that it's solutions focused, I guess, reflects the approach that these companies take, that they are trying to identify solutions. But putting that to one side, given the approach as far as the consistency of language across the RPS, you'll see in Mr. Horn's evidence and attached to these submissions is updated wording that takes an issues-focused approach to the concerns from my clients. And then the final aspect goes to the overall justification for an issue. And so this is identified in detail in Mr. Horn's evidence, and I'll have Mr. Horn speak to you in detail about that shortly. But in essence, there will be times when telecommunications infrastructure needs to be located within or traverse sensitive environments due to a range of functional and operational requirements. And it is essential that that be recognised within the RPS from issue level down so that those it doesn't get to a situation where that infrastructure ends up being unconsentable. Now, the final point before I hand over to Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Cantor relates to the various submitters that you'll hear from in the infrastructure space seeking an issue be identified. Are aware that there are some electricity-related infrastructure providers who have suggested an infrastructure issue that is specifically related to electricity. Now, from the telecommunications company's perspective, yes, there are lots of different forms of infrastructure, but the issues that they face are pretty common, and it does seem absolutely sensible for there to be a single infrastructure-wide issue identified, rather than having different issues for telecommunications, for electricity and the like. And so for that reason, there were discussions that took place through the pre-hearing meetings between the various submitters. There was some draft wording that was developed up. It wasn't finalised or signed off by all those parties, but that reflected from the telecommunication company's perspective the best outcome that was reached between the parties collectively to date. And so that is where the telecommunications companies currently sit. However, we are absolutely welcome to finessing the wording, the particular wording. We are very open to workshopping with other submitters or the council and making sure that the optimal result is provided for the commissioners. But the current wording attached to my submissions does reflect the current best available drafting at this stage. So that was all I was going to cover off. Unless there are any questions at this stage for me, was looking to hand over to Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Cantor.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. There may be some questions. I'll just check with the commissioners. I just really wanted to ask you about that last point that you have been addressing in terms of a potential coordinated discussion or outcome. What sort of time frame would be necessary to try and do that informal type of caucusing between planning witnesses and coming back to us?
Sure. I think it's probably best to hand over to Mr. Horn. We're certainly in your hands as far as the timing requirements that you have, and doing our best to make it work for you in your decision-making processes. But given that Mr. Horn was the one involved in those discussions, it's probably best for him to speak to that point.
Right. Question's been raised. He will obviously turning his mind to it, and I imagine that otherwise you'll be calling the people with the joint statement first.
Indeed, yes. So we'll now hand over to Mr. McCarrison and Mr. Cantor.
Thank you.
Good morning, kia ora. So I'm Graham McCarrison. I'm town planner that works for Spark, and Andrew's also a town planner for Chorus, and so we'll jointly present this, noting that we will be in person in Dunedin for the infrastructure part of the hearings, so I can go into this statement in a lot more detail at that stage. But I suppose the key thing for us is we represent the major network, telecommunication network providers, so between fixed line and mobile, and a range of other new digital and expanding services that run off that sort of network. So for us, a frustration in a number of places is the recognition of the significance of our networks, and to ensure an outcome that they are recognised, in our opinion, as nationally and regionally significant networks, because New Zealand can't function without the networks and services that we provide to New Zealand and the Otago region. And you will have seen in our evidence, there's a range of evolving services, but around our key networks, the expansion of the copper network, the fibre network, and Andrew can touch on that. But if one of the looming issues that we have to access Queenstown Lakes is providing another fibre link toward the Dunedin area, but also in the wider sense and the publicity around new data centres from Christchurch, Dunedin and Invercargill, that's going to require a new submarine cable link that will come in, and there's evidence on the existing links and how we kind of work together on that sort of thing. But our industry evolves very fast. We're changing out our networks every 5 to 10 years. So we generally takes 5 years to build and complete one. At the same time, we're upgrading to the next. And so we're currently in 5G, so the 5th generation, while looking at the 6th generation. So while during the life of this plan, and as it moves into the new natural and built environments legislation, those plans will be in different technology in that stage, all of which we run services, pay wave, all those sorts of things. The coolest thing at the moment is some of the emergency services technology for fire detection, which is really relevant through the Otago area around wilding pines, so that you can detect a fire really quickly and getting it dealt to before someone actually notices the fire's actually there. So I'll hand over to Andrew at this stage.
Thanks, Graham. I'd just like to, reiterate some of those points Daniel made at the top around the importance of our network, particularly over the last couple of years, as we've seen this sort of forced and then ongoing situation where increasingly people are working from home or working remotely and learning remotely and need access to this technology and this infrastructure to be able to go about their daily lives. And even last week with the floods up here in Auckland, we saw a massive increase in data over our network as people were being asked to work from home once again. And also just to highlight the breadth of our network, we're obviously down every residential street and into every property. The fibre network now covers 87% of the population, and the copper network goes beyond that. And it's not just the networks or the environments that those ultimate end users are located in. We need to traverse areas to get to those settlements rather. So that sort of functional and operational need we have to be located in all kinds of environments really is there for us.
Yeah, and probably just building on that, just the reminder that while we have a national environmental standard, it only provides for part of our regulatory needs, and those rules don't cover regional provisions as well. So that's that might change in the future, we would hope, but yeah, well, at the moment, that's why we get involved in every district plan and in regional plans going forward. So that's where I sit. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions for Mr. McCarrison or Mr. Cantor?
Yeah, just one question from me, and I'm not sure to what extent you'll be able to answer it or not, but I suppose I'm a Christchurch local and lived through the earthquakes and was involved in a lot of the sort of, you know, recovery planning out the end of that. I mean, I don't know if either of you were involved in that sort of thing, but if so, were there any learnings or any sort of key, from a planning perspective, issues that you had that you're now liking to see in these types of documents, or sort of key things that really placed, really hampered your recovery once the emergency provisions were lifted?
Yeah, I can answer that. Yes, I was involved post the earthquakes, and I suppose, yeah, once the emergency powers come off, although they did stay in place for quite a long time, and that did enable us to build a range of networks in places that we weren't able to previously, which enabled those communities then to better survive while the CBD was being built out again, basically. The telecommunications network during the earthquakes actually stood up really well. We only physically lost a couple of sites off the air. Some of them were looking pretty distraught, and we were struggling to get diesel to some of those in the red zone. But once you work around those constraints, then yeah, we get there. So the main learning was to have really clear provisions within the plans about the importance of telecommunications. And you'll see in the Christchurch plan, it's reasonably open and progressive about providing for the provisions for our industry. And that was probably a key driver of that during the process. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Only one question from me, and it's in relation to your paragraph 4.5. When you talk about your particular infrastructure issues around relocation, now I understand the property, change in property ownership concern, you don't always locate on public land. But what are you meaning about the unanticipated regulatory changes impacting on the NES? Is that through district planning processes where you may get an urban encroachment or those sorts of things? So I know there's lots of setbacks for electricity distribution. Is the same issue sort of with the cell phone towers, etc.?
Yeah, what we were referring to in particular is the out of the blue government legislation around providing for medium density housing. So suddenly we've got residential zones that generally went from 8 metres in height limit for a house, so 2 stories generally, to up to 11 or 12 metres at the pitch of the roof. Our cell towers in the street in particular are relatively designed for clearance of the roof line, so around an 8-metre building, and not 11 and 12 metres. And so we're now having to look at district plan rule changes and changes in the NES, which we'd like of around having a minimum height of 17 metres so that you have radio frequency clearance. So it's a health and safety and public perception of radio emissions, basically. So that's been the biggest rapid change that we've had to face. And along comes with that is obviously streets get dug up, and higher density means you have to move cell towers to because they're built, you're going to have a driveway put in them, or you can have disruption and damage to the fibre network and that sort of thing. So yeah, that was the point.
I understand that you guys would be one of the qualifying parties in those processes, wouldn't you?
No, we've failed to get traction on being a qualifying party in these matters, and so therefore have in the process when they come up looking at plan changes, plus at the moment we're also looking at a change to the national environmental standards to provide the sort of height that I've just suggested. So yeah, you'd think we would have been a qualifying organisation, but no.
Well, I'm not surprised when I see some of the stuff that comes out from Wellington. Hopefully no one.
We tried. We submitted on it on the legislation, but yeah, failed through that select committee process. So,
well, so that actually makes the RPS process for you even more important if you've got that overlay that you really have no influence in. Suddenly you're on the back foot, really, aren't you?
Yes, and so hence the real push to be recognised as significant, regionally significant infrastructure, because it then levels the opportunity with other infrastructure in those provisions, and then that flows into district plans. So,
yeah, and you're recommending there, I see, just a change in the definition there to ensure that your whole network is captured, by changing facilities, I think it is, network.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
It's okay, thank you.
I think Mr. Cute has covered the matters that were troubling me, so I have no particular questions for you. Thank you. Mr. Medinick.
Great. Thank you. And there are just 3 or 2 matters that I wish to address before handing over to Mr. Horn. The first one is, and it wasn't outlined in detail in our legal submissions, but a further supporting factor as far as the identification of infrastructure at issue level within the RPS is looking at the fact that at central government level that there is that recognition through the proposed new legislation, with both infrastructure having its own specific outcome identified, as well as being specifically identified as having a chapter within the new national planning framework. So that's, I guess, further comfort that can be provided about the broader recognition of the need for the issues around infrastructure being central to policy and planning documents. And then before handing over to Mr. Horn, just also wanted to refer to the memorandum that we filed a little bit before Christmas that just sought to proactively address the situation whereby Mr. Horn works at Insight, a planning consultancy, and that there is a what was historically a related entity that some of the council reporting planners are from. And so just wanted to make sure that that was front-footed from our perspective, but certainly we do not see any financial linkage between those organisations that might at all threaten or colour the independence of Mr. Horn. And so you have his evidence before you, and we'll hand over to him now to go through his summary statement.
Well, just before Mr. Horn does that, can I just publicly record that thank you for that memorandum that you filed before Christmas. It's been on the council's website. There was an opportunity for any jurisdictional issue or any preliminary procedural issue to be raised. No one has raised any issue that I'm aware of. So I think that your front putting it again now is helpful, and I'm just responding that there doesn't appear to be anybody challenging Mr. Horn's objectivity.
Thank you.
There is one matter, Mr. Hannock, that I should have raised with you that really occurred to me again when Mr. Cubitt was just having that discussion earlier, and that was at paragraph 3.8 of your submission. You just used what appeared to me to be a bit of a strange phraseology, and I just wanted to make sure that I understand it correctly. In the middle of that paragraph, 3.8, you said, however, regulated activities, and you used the phrase not complying with the relevant permitted activity standards in the NESTF remain subject to the relevant district plan. Is a better wording in what you're meaning, not to this effect, however, regulated activities not falling within the relevant permitted activity standards in the NESTF. Is that?
Yes, that is the intent of that sentence. So essentially the NES provides for a range of permitted activities subject to strict standards, and so where those standards are not met, then the relevant district plans do provide the framework for consideration, and so that could include an overheight tower, for example, but it's also those ones within certain sensitive landscapes and environments at the end of that paragraph I also refer to also being outside the NES.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
And Mr. Horn, we have received that short summary statement. Thank you. So we got that before us.
Thank you. Excuse me. So just responding to the Commissioner's question about caucusing, yes, I personally think that's a good idea. The current provisions I've put forward in my evidence were based on discussions at the time between the electricity distribution businesses and Transpower. So it's not new information for those other interested parties. The electricity distribution businesses, of course, have gone a different way in their evidence with electricity specific provisions, but they're on next. So I guess it could be put to them if they're prepared to talk about making it more general. And Transpower's planning evidence supports a general infrastructure statement, but doesn't provide any specific wording. So, I mean, essentially, we've got a base there that we could use as a starting point for discussions. So it feels to me like it's, I mean, I can't speak for other people's workloads, but I'd imagine something like 10 working days would be a reasonable timeframe.
Thank you. Thank you. I was actually contemplating possibly a longer period than that, because it is possible that if we decide to ask for that process to be undertaken, that you might be being looked at to carry a bit of a lead burden, and it might take a little longer because there may be more than you're anticipating. It might be
always happy to have more time.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Horn. Where you go?
So I think I'll just, I mean, you've got that summary statement, it's only a page and a bit, so I think I'll just read it out so I don't miss anything. So I'll start at paragraph 1. This statement summarises the key matters raised in my primary statement of evidence on this topic, and also it cross-refers to my primary statement on the EIT chapter, which provides an overview of the telecommunication company's network and the challenges faced by the telecommunications industry from a planning perspective. In my opinion, it is both appropriate and necessary from a planning perspective that the RPS include workable and enabling provisions for essential infrastructure, including telecommunications. The telecommunications network plays an important role in supporting people and communities in New Zealand and the Otago region. The company's submission on this chapter seeks an infrastructure-specific issue be included in the RPS. I support this submission point as it is important from a planning perspective that infrastructure's role be expressly recognised in the SRMR chapter, given the significant issues for the region that influence the provisions which are included in the RPS. In my opinion, the importance of infrastructure to people and communities and acknowledgement that it may need to locate in sensitive environments due to functional and operational needs is not properly captured across the other issue statements in the notified document. These other issues are focused on natural hazard mitigation, the effects of climate change, threats to various natural environment resources, effects of poorly managed growth, and issues relating to the use of resources. The fundamental importance of infrastructure to people and communities and how infrastructure may need to engage with natural environments is not, in my view, properly covered. The reporting planner in the Section 42A report does not favour a specific issue for infrastructure and states that the existing issue statements came out of community workshopping and public consultation, and the requested issue statements are industry specific and do not warrant an issue statement. I disagree with the reasoning to reject the submission on the basis that the issue statements have been workshopped already, but I do agree that the language in the issue statement should be consistent and aligned with the writing style of the other issues in the PQRPS. Just sort of adding a footnote to that, we went through the same issue on the Dunedin 2GP plan where they had a style guide and it was not much traction to be gained in pushing writing styles that were different to the specific words that document was using. And I accept that it needs to be a consistent approach to have a good integrated and workable document. I have therefore suggested alternative wording for an infrastructure specific issue statement, which I consider is drafted consistently with the other existing issue statements as notified. The wording proposed in my evidence was developed during discussions between several other infrastructure submitters prior to the pre-hearing meetings. Ultimately, the various submitters did not all agree to the same wording and a joint position was not advanced. But I have adopted a version of the wording discussed at the time, which I consider appropriately sets out the issue. Should the hearing commissioners adopt a specific infrastructure issue, I consider the exact wording could be further refined if necessary with input from interested parties. And in 4.16 of my evidence on this topic, I've set out an explanation of the wording that's provisionally been put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughan.
I wanted to, if I could just raise one thought while it's still floating in my head, is the way the issues chapter is set out is this can literally be slotted in without a fundamental change to the document being needed. It doesn't suddenly need different chapters or different subsections. There's already an EIT chapter, for example. So literally, if a suitable statement can be agreed between the parties, it slots in and it's essentially job done without wider implications.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Horn. Just two questions from me. Excuse me. First, what you said that there wasn't sort of full agreement on the issue and the wording that was there. What were the main issues of disagreement there?
To be honest, I don't know. Wording was circulated, the telcos were happy, and then the other parties elected not to advance those positions. As to how those decisions were made, were not discussed in our team sessions. They were obviously discussed separately with those submitters. So I can't answer that. I think that would be an interesting question. I'm not wanting to throw my colleague, Miss Justice, under the bus, but that would be an interesting question to put to the next submitter that's talking.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. The other question I had relates to paragraph 4.16 of your evidence. And you talk through there some of the terminology that's proposed, and just in relation to point A there, and acknowledging the importance of location, you don't have a huge amount of options in some instances, but I was surprised to read that, you know, it seems pretty black and white the way you've put it there, that location comes first. Surely, if you've got, surely it's a bit of a balance. Site selection and effects, it's not sort of one then the other.
Yeah, I think the intention there is, and this is sort of provisions that the telcos have been seeking a number of district plans in areas such as ONLs, is to try and have a bit of a policy framework where, first and foremost, do you need to go in that environment to do the job? So that's where the location comes. Like, could you pick a location and do the job that's not in that environment? So that's the intention there. And then when you determine that, yes, because of, say, taking a telecommunications example, the only way you can link this community is using that high ground. If you then land on the decision, practically you have to go there, then you look at, can you appropriately design it in that environment? So that was really the thinking behind that particular wording.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, where you've got something like an ONL that's slightly larger.
Yeah,
scale.
like if you had a farm next door and it would equally do the job and you could get a lease on it, well, you know, that should be where you go.
No, thanks for that clarification. That's all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Actually, Bianca has sort of asked the questions I was interested in, but the only comment I'd make around in the economics section of the issue statement, just wondering of the importance in terms of telecommunications, etc. For Dunedin has quite a large educational centre with university, so I would imagine be important there. On-farm technology these days, I know they use a lot of remote technology to control a lot of things. Are those sort of issues that should be alerted into a statement like this?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I guess there'll be subtleties with electricity. And to be honest, I don't know if Otago has a gas network. They may well do, or they may not. But again, there's all elements of the economy that come out of those other infrastructure matters as well.
Yeah, I guess that's the conversation. Well, we have had a conversation around this approach and a joint sort of conferencing approach to an issue like that. I guess that's what will flesh out those sorts of concerns, won't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I just have one question that really is around the degree to which Aitahu interests or obligations have been discussed in your circles. You're talking about the three companies that make up the telecommunications group, such as they are. I don't hear a lot of commentary around Kaitahu interests or whether they're actually part of those conversations. Are you able to enlighten me on that?
So I guess Kaitahu interests pop up in other parts of the document where the telecommunications companies, in terms of doing any projects that might engage with the lower order provisions of the plan, those would still apply. So I guess it's at that level. So all this is saying, I guess, at this stage is that provision of infrastructure is a significant issue, And then as you go down to the flow of the EIT chapter and the other various specialist environment chapters, there's more detail there on how to take account of the likes of those cultural elements in terms of lower order plans or in terms of applications. I'm not sure if Mr. McCarrison can, I don't want to put you in the spotlight. I'm not sure if you're aware of any wider discussions with Kotahu.
Not for a long time. We have been involved with them during different plan processes, but not specifically around the conversation on the development of this issue. Certainly be very open to having them involved in part of the development of it. So for the industry generally, without speaking for Andrew and as well, but when we're doing projects, then we tend to utilise our existing relationships with iwi and hapu across the country. It's a critical part of the industry. As you'll be aware, there's a lot of investment back into our industry. 2 Degrees was established because of some of that issue, of that investment and access to spectrum and so forth. So yeah, it's about the most appropriate thing I can say at the moment. So
yeah, I was curious as to what some of the specific matters might be that are sort of higher on their agenda in this field, with the whole spectrum issue in the background as well.
Yep. Yeah, so with the current 5G spectrum, you may be aware that the government has given a specific allocation to Maori. I'm not sure the total percentage, but it's a similar percentage to what Spark, Vodafone and 2 Degrees each got. And so that allocation of spectrum is available for Maori to utilise and make commercial value out of it, however that's done. And so that will enable us to, or encourage us to, work with their interests around that. And over the last few years, you will have seen digital programs to provide access, fibre and wireless access generally, depending on where a marae is, to expand that out to enable marae to be used more as communication hubs and learning centres, particularly in more remote areas, and that those sorts of programs are just expanding. And within the Maori economy, digital is something that Maori are definitely leading New Zealand in. So, yeah, very important.
You pinpointed an issue that is on my radar at the moment, and that is marae-based issues around spectrum and all this sort of stuff. I mean, I'm involved in tertiary education teaching at marae, and during the COVID, for example, no news to you, there was an issue around communications and dealing with that sort of stuff. And with the spectrum thing in mind, I guess it wouldn't be too surprising if, say, just for argument's sake, and don't for 1 minute think that Kaitaga has this in mind, but say they were to decide we need to have our we need to have better marae-based systems for a number of things, maybe educational or maybe whatever, which could lead to a similar sort of conversation to the one the dairy industry dealt with when Miraka came onto the scene as a Māori supplier. And I guess in the back of my mind is what's to stop Kaitahu from sort of thinking along the same lines?
Nothing. basically. In fact, the government would probably encourage it. New Zealand has one of the sort of more open, competitive markets, and that's always reinforced in the provisions that as an industry we seek, so that the Commerce Commission can't say to the big providers that you're stopping competition, basically. So you'll see in our district plan provisions in particular, we always provide for provisions that might support other people that we don't always necessarily need, because we have our national environmental standard for a lot of that. But without some district plan provisions, some of those other providers, often councils, but emergency services, or a little network providing for their little community, wouldn't be able to expand and exist within the regulatory framework. So that's part of the story that we tell on behalf of the industry. So fibre, wireless and emerging technologies, which also includes some of the new providers, American ones, Elon Musk's SpaceX satellite network, but we're also having European ones which really don't contribute to anything to the development of the New Zealand networks, but they're providing service. So
Thank you very much.
that's all right.
Back to you, Mr. Horn, if I can. The community workshopping and public consultation, the issue that you addressed in paragraph 4 of your summary, how was it that you missed the boat on being involved in that public consultation process?
That's a very good question, Sarah. The first when I got engaged to be involved in the RPS, it had basically been notified. So as to what happened before that, I'm not sure. So often I have been involved in pre-notification discussions on plans, whether there wasn't an invitation to stakeholders in this industry, or whether it went to some corporate headquarters and they didn't pass it on to the right person. I can't actually answer that. Graham, you don't have any knowledge on that?
As we can tell, we're never invited to participate in the development of it. So, so you would have to ask within the regional council as to their process for that one. So, as a industry group, Vodafone, Chorus, and Spark, we are always out there proactively trying to engage early on in these processes. So currently working with Horizons to actually develop their next part of the regional policy statement from day one. We do that with district plans, but sometimes officers don't realise who to communicate, but we're not aware of any invites going to our organisations. Generally, they either end up in Andrew or my lap, and we share it around if one of us has missed it. So.
Mr. Horn, just in terms of the relationship or otherwise between the telecommunications networks and the electricity networks, is what level is that at? I mean, this question can be divided or any of you. What level of communication is there between you? What sharing of, what planning in terms of sharing of structures? What sort of liaison do you have in terms of discussion of potential routes and trying to work in those two different types of infrastructure?
So this is more about project liaison as opposed to liaison on this plan. Is that the question? Sorry.
Yep.
Probably one better to put to the companies, if I can kick that one for touch.
Yep. I can answer that. So I run a national forum for infrastructure, of which the electricity industry is part of. And as part of this process, as Mr. Horns talked about before, I initiated a conversation between the electricity network providers, so Aurora and so forth, the Transpower and ourselves, because we as companies have been regularly involved across Otago district plans and so forth, and work very closely with Transpower just about on every other district plan as a national network provider in the infrastructure space. But so the ENA, so the Electricity Networks Association, attend the meetings, and a range of the network providers like Powerco and so forth. But generally we don't end up having the time to collaborate on submissions and agreed submission points on each district plan. Just it becomes impractical. However, we did try on this one and have done a lot of work, which has kind of led to the wording that Mr. Horns put forward in terms of the issues statement. So.
I think they might have also been driving at actual projects on the ground, how those relationships work. And Andrew, that's probably one you cut across a bit more.
Yeah, so for example, the National Environmental Standard for Telecommunications Facilities provides for above ground lines on support structures, which are essentially poles, and those poles don't need to belong to Chorus. So across the country, we locate above ground telecommunications lines on existing power poles, if you like, subject to agreement with the relevant power companies. So we often co-locate with them where we can.
But no, that was the question I was particularly interested in the answer, because I wasn't sure.
Apologies for that. Yeah, another example is where we've got shared fibre, national distribution fibre cables, like with Transpower and a number of other providers. So sometimes, yeah, as part of the partnership process, then yeah, we do that. So Spark's got a number of cables that have been funded jointly with Chorus, ourselves, Transpower, and often one of the other larger electricity providers, depending on where the cable's going, that sort of thing. So it is where it's possible, then we do it. In terms of a mobile tower pole, they tend to be just shared amongst the industry. So.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. Horn, from your perception, are there any identifiable major features of difference between the electricity and telecom networks in terms of effects on significant landscape areas or significant natural areas? Are there significant different features that should or would require them to be treated separately, or are there commonalities that enable them to be dealt with in a planning sense?
I think in a planning sense, there's commonalities. I don't see the need for the deployment of infrastructure in particular to be separate. For example, electricity has a lines network, Chorus and other network providers have a lines network. So, you know, it's poles and lines. Where the only point of difference is probably where or Transpower, and in many districts now, the electricity company is seeking like a buffer corridor. I guess that's a different issue. It's different to providing and locating infrastructure. That would be the only point of difference that I would see.
Sorry, just explain that above the corridor phrase that you just used a bit more.
Oh, so for example, in the national environmental, the national policy statement for electricity, local authorities essentially have to provide a buffer around the high voltage electricity network to protect Transpower's assets. in all district plans now, you'll see that there'll be a corridor, and it's non-compliant activity to have a house in the corridor and the like, to protect these corridors from reverse sensitivity and to keep maintenance access to them. And that's driven by a national policy statement. You've now got a lot of the electricity distribution companies seeking equivalent provisions for their most important high voltage lines. And again, so that other activities can't locate within fixed distances of their equipment because it might be incompatible with them. So that's a point of difference with telecommunications. But in terms of actually deploying poles and lines and poles with antennas on them, I would say, and pipes, very common issues.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Mahinnick, is that the conclusion of it?
Yes, just a couple of final comments from me. The first one, just building on what Mr. Horn was just saying, as far as that additional dimension for electricity networks in terms of protection, the proposed wording that Mr. Horn has put forward does talk about protection as well. And so to the extent that there is an additional consideration for electricity networks, that is provided for with that proposed wording. And then the final comment I was going to make was just looking ahead to future hearings. And so I think there was a question to Mr. McCarrison earlier regarding the proposed change to the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. And so that is a point that will be raised at various hearings by this group, particularly because in essence, if that change in definition is not made, then there would need to be a whole lot of different changes made. So through the heritage topic, for example, which is the next one coming up, that there will be a presentation we make that it just explains that and reinforces the need for inclusion within that definition. The infrastructure chapter will be the most significant one for this group. And so we do look forward to appearing before you in person shortly to go through the detail of our submissions in relation to that chapter in particular.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
So that was all from us, but a big thank you to the commissioners for your time this morning.
Thank you. We'll see you in due course. We'll have a break now for morning tea, and the next submitters are Aurora and the other networks, so if you can set up, and we'll be underway at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Simon Pearce. I am appearing today for the electricity distribution businesses who are Aurora Energy, Network Waiteki and PowerNet. To my left, I have Miss Megan Justice, who's presented planning evidence. Next to Miss Megan is Miss Dowd, who is an employee of Aurora, the regulatory assurance manager, and at the end, Mr. Patterson, the primary systems manager. Who I'm with will be available for questioning if there are any questions, and Ms. Dowd and Ms. Justice will present a short summary of the key issues with respect to this hearing. I've pre-lodged some submissions which you won't have read, but they're before you now. They're a little bit heavy only as a consequence of the appendix, which is 7 pages, and that's really only to help the Commission with understanding what relief we're talking about in the context of this appearance, which covers a couple of topics. So that's just for your reference only. But I intend for this morning's session to be introductory in nature, to summarize some of the evidence which outlines the distribution businesses themselves, as well as why we're involved in the regional policy statement process at all, including to summarize the key relief which will be discussed in this hearing. So I have rattled through part of the submissions already. I intend to just follow the sequence of the submissions themselves, but let me know through the course of that if you have any questions. Otherwise, happy to answer them at the end. So perhaps I'll start at section 2 here, which is an introduction to the electricity distribution businesses who are in the business of the operation, maintenance, development and upgrade of their respective electricity distribution networks. And as defined, that includes the lines and associated equipment that are used for conveying electricity and are operated by a business engaged in the distribution of electricity, but does not include lines and associated equipment that are part of the national grid. And so distribution is only one of 3 primary systems which convey electricity across a network. And I've summarized those on the following page, which includes electricity generation. The submitters involved in this process are Manawa Energy, Pioneer Energy, who's not actually involved but has generation businesses, Contact Energy, and Meridian Energy. Secondly, electricity transmission through the national grid. And thirdly, electricity distribution, which operates at 3 distinct levels. The top tier being sub-transmission, operating at 66 kV and down to 33 kV, that distributes energy from grid exit points operated by Transpower through to zone substations. From that point, the high voltage network commences, which generally operates at 11 kV through Central Otago and the Queenstown Lakes District, and typically 6.6 kV in Dunedin. Thirdly, low voltage, which is the connection which is typical for most households, operating at a 400 volt 3-phase or 230 volt single phase. And Mr. Patterson will have much more in-depth technical knowledge about that if you are curious. So generation, transmission and distribution operate as a single electricity system. Neither can achieve the end goal of facilitating electricity to a customer without the other. And parties representing all 3 systems have lodged submissions and have appeared before you already in this process. An introduction to Aurora Energy, which is the largest network operating in Otago and supplies approximately 92,000 customers across its 2 non-contiguous networks. The first is at Dunedin, which connects to both the Halfway Bush and South Dunedin grid exit points. The second network operates through Central Otago and the Queenstown Lakes District, servicing areas such as Cromwell, Alexandra, Clyde, Wanaka, Queenstown, and various other small towns in that district. PowerNet is a network management company which is contracted by OtagoNet joint venture to maintain and operate its network. That network is largely to the north and south of Dunedin, servicing towns to the south such as Waihola, Balclutha, Lawrence and Clinton, and towns to the north of Dunedin, including Waitati, Palmerston, Macrae Mine and Ranfurly. Network Waitaki is, by comparison, the smaller operator, although not in terms of the importance to the people of Oamaru, who is its primary customer base. Next, onto the electricity distribution business's involvement in this policy statement. But there is no direct recognition of electricity distribution in the RMA framework. This is unlike electricity generation and transmission, which are both recognised through their respective national policy statements as being infrastructure of national or regional significance. By contrast, there are no parts of the electricity distribution network which automatically attain regional significance. However, in the former partially operative regional policy statement, the electricity sub-transmission network, which I simply define as ESTI, was recognised as regionally significant, and that has been pulled through into this policy statement. The ESTI refers to those parts of the network which convey electricity between grid exit points and zone substations, as previously mentioned. And they have the highest importance as they supply all of the electricity to the lower order parts of the network, so the high voltage and the low voltage network. EDBs are indirectly recognised in the RPS as they operate a lifeline utility as defined by the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act. The definition focuses on the entity as opposed to the nature of the infrastructure, so by consequence, all parts of the network are included. The EDB's network spans the largest distance of all electricity systems in Otago, covering such vast distances. The EDBs encounter all manner of sensitive environments that have varying forms of landscape protection in the ports. This is likely to be the case with many other infrastructure providers. However, the key difference being the frequency that the EDB's network crosses over with those environments. Perhaps the easiest example is to compare Aurora's network or the EDB's network with an airport, for example. Operating in these environments is a constant challenge that is built into how EDBs operate. However, the sensitivity of those environments creates a tension with the requirements of the EDBs to deliver electricity supply to the community, without which the generation and transmission elements of the energy sector would not achieve their end purpose. Aurora was involved in the development of the partially operative Regional Policy Statement 2019. While that process was long and fraught with tension between stakeholders, a good outcome was reached in the end, which was possible following appeals to the Environment Court and mediation between the parties. The discussions were useful for a tangential purpose, allowing the infrastructure submitters to understand each other's interests and views. For current purposes, it has led to an alignment between the electricity sector, in part with the aim of establishing an energy-focused section of the EIT chapter in pORPS. That will be the focus of the next hearing attendance in the week of 13 March, so we won't focus on that for today. Submissions and evidence. So the three EDBs lodged separate original submissions in September 2021 and attended the informal discussions with the Regional Council and other parties. Recognising their interests and relief sought were largely aligned, the EDBs agreed to prepare a joint case which advanced an approach that was focused on electricity distribution. Additionally, the EDBs have met with the electricity generators informally to discuss their respective relief with a view of advancing a focused chapter pertaining to energy and electricity infrastructure. And just I'll add to that we've also met informally with the telecommunication companies a number of times, which you would have heard from them this morning, which was to seek alignment. The parties diverged somewhat towards the evidence timetable, recognising the difference in their infrastructure, which is not to say they're not aligned in their outcome, but just how we get there. So I'll talk about that in detail when we get to the issues section. So the EDB's case is supported by the joint expert planning evidence of Ms. Megan Justice, which has advanced a comprehensive suite of changes in support of the interests and needs of the EDBs. In addition, each EDB has lodged evidence outlining and explaining their respective networks, the current challenges they face in their unique environments, and future investment in the network. The evidence of Mr. Patterson has been lodged partly on a joint basis, which recognises that the Aurora Energy Network is, from a technical or engineering perspective, the same or very similar to Network Waitaki or PowerNet. Now, Mr. Spice and Mr. Watson rely on parts of Mr. Patterson's evidence, and they're not here today, given that Mr. Patterson should be able to answer any questions which will have general application. If there are any questions, they will be available at next month's hearing attendance, but I don't expect that to be the case for today. So I've summarised all of the evidence which has been lodged for the EDBs in this process. And so the purpose of the balance of these submissions is to traverse the following topics: the definitions, interpretation, significant resource management issues for the region, and finally integrated management. And you'll see with the appendix that we've recorded both the current Section 42A supported version of the RPS, together with track changes of the relief sought by the EDBs. So firstly, on to the definitions and interpretation. So the EDB sought a range of changes to definitions in their submission. The focus now is only on two definitions: significant electricity distribution infrastructure, SEDI, and regionally significant infrastructure, RSI. The two issues are linked because the EDBs seek to recognise SEDI as RSI. The Section 42A report author has recommended the definition under the former regional policy statement, or current, I suppose, be pulled into pORPS. This approach is supported in evidence, save for removing reference to identified in a district plan, which Ms. Justice considers is indicative of a method as opposed to a definition. And so a consequential amendment to that method is proposed accordingly. But the bigger issue is the recognition of SEDI as RSI. And this was not achieved under the former / current regional policy statement. And although this council was not present in those discussions, it is understood that the issue with doing so, including it as RSI, was not to dispute the importance of those lines, but rather the expansiveness of the definition, which potentially could include all lines in the region, simply as a consequence of those lines serving more than 700 people. This approach was refined in the context of the Queenstown Lakes District Council proposed district plan review, in which Aurora had identified those particular lines of concern and limited any policy recognition to those lines compared with everything else. And Ms. Dowd's evidence includes maps from the Queenstown Lakes proposed district plan of where exactly those lines are. And so the definition advanced is deliberately broad for the purpose of pORPS, as it provides a framework through which the importance of particular lines can be tested through a district plan review framework. And so in the context of Queenstown, the particular lines that were identified by Aurora typically fall into the category of being a single line which services an isolated community of which there is no other source of supply. The examples are places like Makarora, Glenorchy, or the Treble Cone ski field. And this increases the risk for supply disruption, many of which have been publicised in local media over the last few years. There is no particular threshold for what regionally significant infrastructure is. Clearly, it must have some significance to the region, but to what extent is uncertain. The approach taken by Canterbury, Southland, and Waikato has recognised the threshold as being low and include the entirety of the electricity distribution network as regionally significant infrastructure. The pORPS contains a similarly low threshold with respect to community drinking water abstraction and community stormwater, wastewater and sewage collection, and that Council submits that the provision of electricity is an equivalent need of regional significance. Next, significant resource management issues for the region. A regional policy statement must state the significant resource management issues for the region. The Section 32 report states that issues are existing or potential problems that must be resolved to promote the purpose of the RMA. The Section 42A report also goes further to say that the approach in pORPS is to include the most significant resource management issues facing the region. This assumes an additional layer of importance beyond simply regional significance that, in Council's view, is overly constrained. There is no requirement to assess issues in accordance with Section 32 of the Act. That is a striking omission considering the importance of issues in the creation, implementation, and interpretation, if necessary, of lower order provisions. Despite being not being a legislative requirement, Council submits there ought to be a good reason for deviating so significantly from an approach under the former RPS, which garnered support through a public submission process and later by parties through appeals to the Environment Court. pORPS 2019 included a number of issues in relation to each objective. It was framed quite differently than the current pORPS. Among them were 6 issue statements under Objective 4.2, which presented a compelling and relevant summary of issues pertinent to EDBs. And I've included those 6 issue statements below just for convenience sake. I won't read them to you. So the EDB submission is to reintroduce the above statements into a format that is consistent with how pORPS frames them, namely to expand on environmental, economic, and social impacts. The EDBs are not the only submitter who requests the introduction of a new issue. Other submitters, as noted by Ms. Todd in her opening statement yesterday, included Transpower, telecommunication companies, Fish and Game, Rio NZ, and NZ Ski. So the issue itself, the EDBs consider to be regionally significant is resilient electricity supply is critical to the health, well-being, and prosperity of Otago, particularly in adapting to climate change. Electricity intersects with all aspects of our lives and plays an important role in adapting to climate change. It is so woven into the fabric of our existence that it is easy to take for granted. The provision of electricity supply in Otago is complex and involves multiple sectors, generation, transmission, and distribution, as noted, and its development must contend with and appropriately protect the vast environments that Otago is privileged to hold. It is therefore necessary to ensure that there is a policy framework that supports both outcomes and ultimately achieves integrated management. The issue is integrated with a focus on adapting to climate change. The evidence of Ms. Dowd is that electricity distribution will have an important role in the provision of infrastructure to service decarbonisation initiatives, and that Aurora Energy will undertake targeted investments to facilitate that. Aurora has also developed a network evolution plan to understand the potential impacts of decarbonisation. Linked to that is more frequent and intense weather events, which will require a proactive response to ensure the network can withstand those events, and a reactive response in terms of addressing faults or undertaking maintenance. The Section 42A report author does not respond directly to the merits of the issue statement, but has offered the following general statement in opposition. I won't summarize that, as I think it's been traversed by a number of submitters. But for the avoidance of doubt, Council notes that we are currently engaged in a public consultation process. pORPS was publicly notified and submissions invited. The EDBs, being an entity that delivers a service of critical importance, lodged a submission requesting an additional issue be identified. The public, by virtue of that submission, was put on notice and had an opportunity to support or oppose that relief. The Council submits that the public has had every opportunity to consider the relief sought, and that this current process is a continuation of consultation and review that Ms. Todd refers. Although I note that Ms. Todd appears to have stepped back from her earlier statement somewhat in response to questioning from the panel yesterday. Additionally, Ms. Todd appears to accept the proposition put to her by yourself, Commissioner Crosby, that the volume of evidence demonstrating the issues with reconsenting major activities of importance to the region, that sentence should have a second part, demonstrates that there needs to be a rebalance, perhaps. I don't want to paraphrase you incorrectly, Commissioner, if you remember the exchange. But this is an important concession as it goes to the heart of the EDB's concerns with pORPS, which is to ensure an appropriate consenting pathway is provided in lower order planning instruments. Such an appropriate consenting pathway is not simply to provide carte blanche rights to infrastructure, but rather to find a way through the extensive use of the term avoid in pORPS in favour of an approach which recognises the relative importance of particular electricity lines and ensures that they only locate in those environments where it is necessary. And subject to that proviso, any effects are appropriately managed. So the relevance of this discussion to the SRMR chapter is firstly to ensure that pORPS is horizontally integrated, i.e. that the effects management regime proposed in the lower order policies is reflected through issues, objectives and methods. And secondly, to recognise a genuine issue of regional significance. Electricity supply is often taken for granted, despite its fundamental importance to all people. It is logical that no one raised it as an issue during consultation, because a reasonable person expects electricity supply to be ubiquitous. Council notes that this issue statement includes electricity generation and transmission, and that joint evidence has not been led by those parties in support of this particular issue. It is necessary to refer to all three, given the roles they play in delivering electricity. And if it is necessary, then the EDBs would support a direction to confer with those submitters and submit an issue statement that is agreeable to the generators in Transpower. And I'll just note, because I expect to receive a question on it, the extent of involvement with folks like the telecommunication companies and other infrastructures providers, which the EDBs are used to conversing with and had engaged extensively before this process. Mr. Horn referred to a divergence in approach. We sort of split ways with the telecommunication companies. That was in recognition of an advancing evidence timetable and the need to either pick a lane which advanced a singular interest or attempt to achieve alignment with all infrastructure providers. And that is, as I'm sure you'll appreciate, a difficult proposition with an evidence timetable looming. Secondly, Ms. Dowd has been involved with working groups at the direction of MFE, which has supported an approach for alignment between the energy sector, so the generators, transmission provider, Transpower, and the EDBs. And so I suppose we see in future an approach in which those sectors are split out from all other infrastructure providers, which is a logical step given how connected they are, and given that folks like the EDBs and Transpower operate a linear network, which is quite different to a telecommunication network or other infrastructure such as mining, the Oceania Gold operation, or airports, which have a reasonably fixed location. Linear networks go all over the place, particularly an electricity distribution network, which has the longest span out of Transpower, and certainly the generators. So I'm happy to answer any further questions on that point as they arise. Otherwise, I'll head on to the next section, which is integrated management. And not far to the end, a regional policy statement must achieve integrated management of the natural and physical resources of the whole region. And in that regard, the High Court has recently said this includes achieving integration across policy so that, for example, policy or decisions on water issues should be made in conjunction with policy on land matters that affect water, or links that might need to be made the policy on natural hazards. That's simply just a relevant excerpt from the High Court proceeding, which split the freshwater and non-freshwater provisions. And the EDB support that general proposition. The relief sought in this section seeks integrated management by balancing the protection of the natural and physical resources of the region against the need to appropriately provide for a range of activities that enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic, and cultural well-being, and for their health and safety. That integration is sought to be achieved through a suite of policies as advanced by Ms. Justice that apply region-wide. And so the provisions IMP1 and IMP14 cut across the relief sought by the EDBs and introduce a standard which does not sit comfortably with the way that relief has been crafted. The issue with IMP1 is primarily with the words that follow expressed in that policy, and which address the way in which a conflict between provisions is to be resolved. The words which precede it, before the word expressed, espouse the ordinary method of statutory interpretation and is generally analogous with the approach to decision-making under pORPS 2019. Council submits that introducing a ranking to resolve conflict assumes a shortcoming in the crafting of lower order provisions. The more appropriate course of action is through the ordinary weighting of provisions in accordance with the directiveness of the language and the relevance of the provision to a particular issue. If there are particular issues of greater relevance or weight, then they ought to be given stronger or more directive language in accordance with that importance, rather than by introducing a fail-safe through this policy. So those are their submissions for the EDBs. I'm happy to answer any questions that the Commission may have. Otherwise, my friends here will have short statements and available questioning.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question for me, and I'm not sure if you're the best person to ask or not, but I was, and I suppose it's something I've never turned my mind to, but I was interested when you pointed out that electricity generation and transmission have national policy statements, but the distribution sort of left lounging a little bit more. What I mean is there a reason for that? Is that something that's been discussed at a national level? I'm just sort of curious as to why when it's all part of the, I suppose the same.
I think it was realistically it was too hard. There's 29 electricity distribution companies up and down the country. And there had been discussion at the time when Transpower national guidance was being developed that the distribution companies would link in. But again, I think just trying to get that agreement against 29 companies was too hard and not within the time frames that the government had set. What the distribution sector have been trying to do unsuccessfully for the last probably 5 or 6 years was to get an MPS specific for the electricity distribution sector. And unfortunately, with the change in government over the years, the priorities change, and it was something that kind of just dropped down the low order again. So we are going to have another go with the national planning template. So hopefully third time lucky. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pearce. Good morning. Again, my questions may, because you're present, they may be more relevant to your witnesses, but just in terms of 5.4, when you talk about that deliberately broad definition of the SEDI, are you saying in that paragraph there that any sort of specific line would be tested through the district planning process? So even though you have that definition, when you went to a district plan hearing, so well, these are the ones that we consider significant, so that's how it would be tested through. So it's not a thing that you automatically know what's going to be included in the district plan under that definition. It's something you pick out, you know.
Yeah, that's right, Commissioner. And in the context of Queenstown, as I've said, it's only those singular lines which are particularly vulnerable from outages and the significance of that. And there may well be some folks like Network Waitaki or PowerNet, the smaller networks, that choose to identify none of the network as SEDI. It all depends on what issues are being confronted with in that particular area. It's always difficult in Queenstown because of the extent of the outstanding natural landscape. And so there just needed to be provision for that 11 kV network to have some sort of elevated importance. And we certainly have found that there is a lot of opposition from folks in plan change and environment court appeals processes to identifying a larger scope of the network as being SEDI, and that's fair, particularly from farming sectors where it's perceived that those lines having a greater protection will restrict activities that operate in relation to them. And that's where that testing process really comes to the fore, and it's certainly not the intention for all of the network to be identified.
Yeah, I understand that problem. I do know someone up Central Otago who has, it's a partial release and has obviously dot issues, borders, Black Rock, say contact, has the transmission network going through it, has Aurora's lines going through it, and has State Highway 6 going through it. So I can understand where that tension may come. In those lines that I think you mentioned, Glenorchy, Makarora, Padrona, in terms of, I understand that issue because they are probably the areas where you're going to be affected by adverse weather conditions and natural hazards and the like.
Glenorchy is probably the best example of that in the last couple of years, but certainly there's a real need to respond quickly and as well as to plan for that network to be as resilient as it can be.
Yeah. So you spoke a bit about the last process. The logical question from that is why weren't you involved in this process, given that only happened a little while ago. But was there an attempt to get those lines into that definition of regionally significant need?
I might need to defer to you, Julian, on that one. I wasn't around then.
So it's interesting. So it was raised in Aurora's submissions, and it echoes a point that was raised by Mr. Horn from the telecommunications.
Sorry, can I just ask you to move that microphone closer to you?
Is that better?
Yes.
So in Aurora's original submission, we had highlighted that Aurora hadn't been involved or sent the initial consultation material. We were included in the appendix as an organisation that had been consulted, and we weren't, and we did question council. And we've yet to get a response as to who that consultation material was actually sent to. But we certainly would have put forward that proposition had we been given the opportunity.
So was that discussed in environment court mediations for the operative, currently operative one?
To change the definitions?
Yeah, bring in the SEDIs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Megan shaking her head. So,
I might have to bring it closer too. Yeah, I was just going to add that there was, I think, a broad understanding, and maybe naively, that some of those recently settled provisions for the RPS 19 would have just automatically carried through into the new RPS that we're talking about today.
yeah, and maybe that's why the consultation was like, even the people that did that probably assumed that that may happen, and it didn't transpire like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, so going back to you, Simon, in terms of, and it's you've probably heard a bit of discussion around IMP1 and Megan's suggesting you get rid of that completely. I guess from your perspective, in terms of the Section 5 sustainable management purpose of the Act, how do you see that sitting? You talked about what was the phrase you used, a ranking. Is that possible under an enabling section such as Section 5 of the Act, which doesn't really rank all those outcomes?
Yeah, and I've sort of gone back and forth on that, and it's not often I actually have to go back to Section 5, but I think when I read it, I don't necessarily see a ranking being put through in a policy like this. I think it's simply a requirement to craft the planning instrument itself, whereby all provisions are considered together, and if weighted appropriately and given the language deserving of particular environments and resources, then you don't need to have a fail-safe like this, which comes in and potentially disrupts the way you're supposed to interpret a regional policy statement. I don't know what exactly a genuine conflict would be that would interface with this policy, because the way in which the EDB's relief has been framed is that, well, you deal with it through an effects management hierarchy. All environments are considered, and so from the EDB's perspective, where does this ranking help us? Not to say that it's objected to, because we assume it's pulled through in the drafting of the document, but it's the words after expressed which are the real concern.
Yeah, no, well, why would you not just end it there and let how you manage decision making through case law take over the next bit?
And that appears to be where it's landed with 19 RPS. Sort of stops at expressed.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to follow on that line that on Cuba's been discussing with you, because that ranking has been criticised by a number of planners and by council as being derived from the NPS FWN, the freshwater management NPS. And it just strikes me, listening to the exchanges between yourself and Cuba, that if you are seeking to have a truly integrated regional policy statement, if one accepted your argument, one would have all the other provisions of the RPS other than the freshwater provisions dealt with on the Section 5 way, just normal weighting type approach. But for the freshwater chapter, you would have a priority that accords with the way in which IMP1 is now currently worded, or is notified, and then responded to in the section 42A report. So what I'm really putting to you is, do you see a problem in terms of having an integrated overall regional policy statement, where if your submissions were accepted, you'd have, if you like, every other aspect other than freshwater dealt with on the old section 5 type approach, but the freshwater one having a particular priority for the life supporting capacity and Maori, the natural environment.
It's tricky, isn't it?
That's why I put it to you.
Yes. There's no objection to the ranking under the NPS FM. It's certainly required to be given effect to, and the relief has been framed to perhaps narrow the ranking to apply only to freshwater. I would have assumed that a better outcome would have been to include this as an objective in the freshwater provisions, and I assume that that is the case, and that it's not necessarily a requirement to have it included here, but perhaps there is a way of crafting this provision such that the ranking only applies to freshwater. That's an outcome that's supported by the EDBs, but yeah, it is. There doesn't seem to be any requirement under higher order regulation to have such a ranking outside of freshwater. So I suppose, how do you achieve integrated management without considering both contexts? And in some circumstances, you'll need to consider both. And where that interacts with freshwater, then you'll need to consider that ranking for that aspect of the proposal.
Because the really big picture that is already starting to certainly form in my mind is that we've got to grapple with is what you described as being a challenging issue, because in essence, the picture that I'm starting to develop in my mind from the submissions that are being made by repetitive counsel and through planning witnesses, evidence is that there's an assertion really that ORC have been really seduced by the attractiveness of that new approach and protective approach in the NPS FWM, and have applied that more broadly than submitters, counsel and planning witnesses asserting is available under the RMA. So is that your position, that it seems to me from what you've just said to me that in reality we should only be applying that more protective type of approach to the environment and the natural environment that arises from the NPS FWM only in respect of the water resource, and that we should be otherwise adopting the standard, if you like, RMA approach? Is that your position?
Yes, Commissioner, that is my position, and it's certainly my observation, as you say, that the approach has been taken to apply it more broadly. But perhaps Mr. Christensen put it best for Oceana Gold when he made submissions to you as to the genesis of this RPS, which has come about principally to address freshwater management issues, and to my mind, and certainly other submitters' minds, it doesn't make a lot of sense to apply a broad protectionist approach, or it may be appropriate, but there also needs to be a consenting pathway for major facilities and infrastructure such as the EDBs.
Thank you for yes, thank you for drawing attention to that passage that you quoted from Justice Mason, because there was that paragraph 7.1 because the sad thing is that although he's identified that this includes achieving integration of crop policies, so that, for example, policy of decisions on water issues should be made in conjunction with policy on land matters that affect water or links that might need to be made with policy on natural hazards. The reality is that the irony really is that the statutory regime has compelled him to do exactly the opposite.
Yeah, and I have sympathy for your challenge, which is to make decisions on land that will somehow have to integrate with water later in this process.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pearce. The commission's been very helpful. Thank you. But there's one more question right off the hook here. Something's occurred to
Oh, sorry, one more from me, because this is something that I suppose, like you, I've been looking closely at section 5 as I've been going through some of this evidence in section 42A reports, particularly where there've been submissions in front of us that have been suggesting that some of the provisions are more, I suppose, more applying the freshwater MPS rather than section 5. Just a question on that. I mean, I would assume that an MPS has to be consistent with the RMA and particularly section 5. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yeah, and the general proposition, they're prepared to give effect to part 2, including section 5.
Yeah, and that was my assumption, and therefore I would be assuming that the approach, an approach that's taken that's consistent, say with freshwater, would be open to us to apply more broadly, because you would think that just by association it would also be consistent with part 2. Would that be correct too?
It's certainly open to the panel to make that assumption, but I think in the preparation of an MPS like freshwater management, it's only picking up on part of the natural resources. So it's a bit of a stretch to apply that, or to assume that the MPS FM is directing a more broad response. I think that's for other MPSs or certainly regional policy statements to pick up. So I think while it does give effect to part 2, it's not seeking to address all of part 2, and that it's specifically constrained to freshwater management.
Yeah, no, I accept that. I suppose it's more just there's some of what's before us is sort of suggesting that, well, it almost seems to be suggesting that the approach taken in the MPS-FM isn't consistent with section 5, that it has to be one or t'other. I would assume that the MPS has to sit within.
Yeah, I certainly don't make that argument that they're not consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that? Because that's actually a question I was going to see if I was allowed to ask as well around, because MPSs to me they identify a particular issue, so they've got a specific response to deal with that. We understand that with water. There's a reference in one of the significant resource management issue to tipping points. And I live in Otago and I'm trying to work out where they are. I understand there are some with certain water bodies, but it's quite a general reference. And to me, that's kind of setting up their approach that's coming through here. But I would have thought you'd have to be pretty specific, have pretty specific issues to actually take one part of section 5 and use that around protection, ignoring all the rest. What's your view on that? That could be actually a question for the planners as well.
Yeah, I agree that MPSs have the task, that's the correct word, of addressing particular issues, and the most recent example being for highly productive land, which is quite a narrow issue, but of broad application. But linking into the discussion on tipping points, which I was witnessing your exchange yesterday on the point as well. I forget, it might have been with Ms. Todd, as to the relevance or the use of that term. And I don't think it's a useful term without knowing exactly where those areas are. A quick search of the case law has revealed the term being used for particular environments. So the decision of Guthrie and Queenstown Lakes District Council is an example that comes to mind, in which you can readily assess the extent to which the capacity to absorb development has reached a threshold, or if a particular development was allowed, where it would be exceeded. And so that's the tipping point. And I think I align with Ms. Todd in that respect, in which it goes too far, in which you can't take it back. Having that tipping point term used in issues is sort of difficult to reconcile without having a detailed understanding of where exactly those environments are. And perhaps that's just something to be worked through in a regional plan.
Because you mentioned the HPL there as well, which has been developed, I think, to actually probably address issues in certain regions, but it applies not across the whole of the country. And as I'm sure you're aware, it creates huge difficulties, for example, Cleveland District here and various other rural authorities. But we're stuck with it. But again, it's another example of, well, here's an issue here, haven't quite thought out how your solution may affect other people or other districts.
Yes, yeah, and so it really just requires tailoring to a particular region. And I'm
Very
not
hard
sure.
to do with the language of that.
Yes, yeah, and it's also hard to conceive at this high level where we're dealing with a policy statement. I think it is an issue that is necessarily addressed down the track.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearce.
Thank you. Ms. Dowd, I think we'll have her next for Aurora Energy.
Thanks, Simon. I did include an executive summary in my brief of evidence. I don't intend to read that. I'll just pull out some key points for the commissions. So just again, I'm here representing Aurora Energy. So the points that I've put through just relate to issues that Aurora has on our network. As has been highlighted, Aurora Energy is the 7th largest of the 29 electricity distribution companies in New Zealand. And that's by customer numbers. And I note we're just currently in the process of updating our asset management plan, and our customer numbers have now increased to 93,600. And that's despite the COVID pandemic. So increase on the network is happening daily. In June 2020, Aurora applied to the Commerce Commission for a customised price path to set revenue and quality standards that would apply for a 5-year period. And the Commerce Commission approved that CPP in March, and that allows Aurora to recover 563.4 million over the 5-year period on investment in the network. Without the CPP, our network would have continued to deteriorate, but the additional investment allows for a comprehensive package of work across the network over the 5-year period. This means we've seen a significant increase in works to maintain, replace, upgrade and install new assets and to address safety concerns. Set against this, what we call business as usual environment, the government's electrification of the economy agenda to assist in meeting New Zealand's emission reduction goals has introduced further complexity as we strive to meet increased demand from consumers. This demand will only increase as new and innovative technologies are advanced. To undertake these works, Aurora requires appropriate planning provisions to ensure the level of development required to address the safety concerns is enabled and can occur in a sustainable, secure and reliable way. Recognition is also required of the critical role that electricity distribution plays in the Otago region.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question from me. And this all relates to the evidence that we've heard this morning. Do your electricity lines also have to have buffers like the higher voltage lines? Is that something that you'd normally have as well? So brings in those sort of reverse sensitivity type issues?
It does. So what we have an electricity safety guidance note, which is Patterson might be able to talk more on this, but it basically relates to safety clearances from high voltage electricity lines. It is mandatory, but again, because it's specific to electricity, a lot of people don't know about it. And it's only when somebody has built close to the network that it actually causes safety concerns that it needs to be addressed. So what has been happening for most EDBs is trying to get recognition of NZECP 34 in district plans. So again, that recognition of corridor protection.
Great, thanks.
No real questions from me, Joanne, just it may come up in later provisions in a space grievance. In paragraph 6.4, you talk about a need, and we're talking about the line up to Glenorchy, and that sometimes you need a permanent backup diesel generator up there. There are some provisions in the RPS, and I can't remember what they are, but they really only talk about renewable energy and encouraging that. Now, I'm not sure if you guys had a submission on it, but I think some people have on that very point. So have you guys submitted on that? Is that quite a critical issue for you in terms of how that is recognised?
I don't think we made a specific submission point on it. What we've had to do is do it at a district plan level. So we've just gone through the Queenstown Lakes District Plan review and made sure the provisions in that plan that enabled us to put the generator there in the first place. So we've kind of done it that way rather than through this process.
Yeah, just the frameworks now coming would make that quite hard in the plan from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just take you to paragraph 8.5 of your evidence, thanks, and just ask you for a few more details really about some of the phraseology there. You were talking about, despite the investments that have been made, there remain capacity constraints which have led Aurora to seek and implement non-network solutions. What do you mean by that?
Again, I'll give you my layman's terminology of that. So at the moment, the growth in Wanaka and the Upper Clutha is so great that it probably would necessitate Aurora building maybe another 1 or 2 new substations. And typically they would cost around $10 million each to actually get them up and running and built. It raises issues of affordability in the local area, again, because the cost of delivering those assets would be met by local customers. So what our asset management team have been looking at is other ways of meeting the capacity demands that are on the network. Aurora has done a partnership with Solar Zero. I think it's actually called Solar City, but it's Solar Zero. And it's a trial that we're doing up in that area where we are providing, or Solar Zero are providing batteries and PV and solar. So that actually meets that demand locally, and it offsets the need for us to do the large infrastructure developments maybe for a couple of years, or at least until we can come up with innovative ways of redesigning the network in that area to meet the demand.
So I made a note in my own paragraph in what form solar, wind, and solar would be particular. Yeah. And so when you're talking about third-party distributed energy resources, that's what you're trying.
It is, yes.
Thank you. Paragraph 9.3, and maybe again, if you've got the history, you probably I'm not sure, but you're talking about the older cable construction used high pressure gas insulation. What sort of insulation is used now?
Yeah,
I can take one.
Yeah, the older technologies of cables, originally they used to be solid insulated. Most of it was very high quality paper with oil or wax to help it out. In the 60s, they went to a gas insulated technology where they used nitrogen gas to enhance the insulating capability of the paper. In the 70s and 80s, they started using high quality oil pumped through the cables to increase that insulating capability. Now we've produced onto a cross-linked polyethylene plastic that they use to produce solid cables. Back to the original, as I say, originally we started with solid cables, we've gone back to using that, but as I say, with a plastic insulation. Unfortunately, that plastic insulation has definite lives, and unfortunately with a sub-transmission cable like that, the cost of putting it in the ground is a significant part of the cost of the project. So it just reducing the length of the life of the cables is a compromise that we've had to go to.
Okay, thank you. And then paragraph 10.4, you talked about last sentence, alongside increased renewal rates, Aurora also seeking to establish proactive and effective vegetation management. So is that relating to the issue of pine clearance or wildly pines? Or?
Oh, no. So again, it's trying to extend the life of the assets to make sure that vegetation that grows into the lines is actually cut back to the necessary clearance requirements of the tree regulations.
No, thank you. Very helpful brief. Thank you.
Mr. Pedersen has prepared a summary in his evidence, which is not necessary to speak to, but he's available for questions if there are any. Alice?
No, I found your evidence very interesting, but I don't have any questions. Thank you.
It's on the.
I think well, I'm just checking. If your paragraph 8.15 was the only question I had, very interesting. Madison, thank you. But at 8.15, closer the inspector will get to the line, the better, etc. Buildings restricted access. To what extent are you using UAVs now?
We are using them in remote areas. Generally, it's we tend to use hot stick cameras or on the end of insulated sticks to get closer in that situation. But it still doesn't get away from having a line mechanic visually inspect it. You can see a lot more with the eye than you can with a camera. But yeah, as I say, we use helicopters, we use unmanned vehicles, we use both visual, infrared and ultrasonic images of the lines to pick up various problems, all of which show up in varying different ways.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Ms. Justice, our planning expert.
Hi there. I have prepared some key points or themes from the evidence that's relevant for today's hearing. However, just judging by your questions and the fact that you've all really read the evidence, I'm wondering if there's any use in me going through those.
I think it would be helpful if you did.
Okay.
memories aren't that great. We've got so much to read. We don't come out next. What did they say? So summary is good.
Sure. It's fairly brief, and what I've done is, so as not to contribute to the paper weight that you have over there, I've just directly quoted from my evidence and reference sections.
That's helpful.
So there's nothing there. So the first key point I wanted to make was that the electricity supply network that is owned and operated by the EBDs is very important infrastructure for the region. And I also just wanted to apologise up front for the number of acronyms that appear around the evidence. So the EDBs have an extensive established network throughout Otago, which people and businesses rely on, and which has been described in considerable detail by Ms. Down, Mr. Patterson and Mr. Watson and Mr. Weiss from PowerNet, who you'll hear from later through these hearing proceedings. Due to the nature and scale of the EDB's critical assets, the continual expansion, upgrade and maintenance and renewal of the network is required. These works are essential in ensuring security of supply of electricity within Otago and to its growing communities by supplying electricity for new subdivisions and developments. Upgrading the existing networks to accommodate increasing demand within Dunedin City and towns throughout Otago is a constant part of the EDB's operations. At paragraph 1.5 of my evidence, I described how the demand for electricity is increasing with the diversification of the local economy in Otago, decarbonisation goals, and the growth that is occurring across the region. At paragraph 5.3, I note that the electricity distribution network also plays a key role in New Zealand's commitment to reducing carbon emissions and the transition to 100% renewable energy. And I note that some of the other witnesses for the EDB have also discussed that in detail in their evidence. These goals will rely heavily on the ability of EDBs to meet this demand and having the appropriate infrastructure in place to do so. The second key point I wanted to make was that the recognition of this infrastructure in the Otago RPS is required to ensure an appropriate approvals pathway, or at least an approvals pathway is in place for this infrastructure. At paragraph 5.10, I discussed how the EDBs are often constrained by the selection of sites on which they locate, particularly as they must connect to the national grid and then to the end user. The EDBs do not have the ability to influence the location of the national grid nor the end user. So occasionally they are constrained as to where they can install their infrastructure. It is therefore imperative that the locational constraints are recognised when considering the overall impact of environmental effects of EDBs linear networks. This is particularly relevant for locations such as significant natural areas and ONLs or landscape areas, where it is demonstrated that the infrastructure provided by the EDBs does have a functional or operational need to locate in these areas. At paragraph 5.11, we note that where electricity distribution infrastructure needs to be built in sensitive locations, and that needs to be demonstrated via a planning approval process, be that a designation process or a resource consent, that there is no practical alternative other than to locate there. In that case, the planning provisions need to be flexible enough to allow the EDBs to develop their networks in these locations while appropriately managing environmental effects. Paragraph 6.3 outlines the key elements of the relief sought by the EBDs to achieve the appropriate planning provisions, in which I have discussed later, probably more so in later hearing. The first objective of that is the recognition of the parts of the network that are classified as significant electricity distribution infrastructure as regionally significant infrastructure in the RPS, to acknowledge the importance of this infrastructure to Otago's communities, including activity-specific provisions to recognise and provide for electricity distribution network, which protect it from reverse sensitivity effects, including an effects management policy that is specific to electricity distribution activities, incorporating all of the electricity specific provisions within one section of the proposed RPS, and ensuring that the other provisions of the RPS align with the electricity specific provisions and do not conflict with these provisions. In my opinion, the distribution assets of the EPDs are critical to sustaining and growing the region. The electricity distribution network has positive effects in terms of enabling people and communities to provide for their social, economic, and cultural well-being, as well as their health and safety. It has a critical role in New Zealand achieving its decarbonisation goals. I consider the relief sought by the EPDs in submissions and as discussed in my evidence and refined through my evidence will assist the EPDs to continue to supply electricity to the community whilst managing the adverse effects of these activities via an appropriate effects management regime. And then just turning to the specific provisions that have been discussed in this tranche 1 hearings. Firstly, the definition of regionally significant infrastructure, which we've been hearing quite a lot about. A key issue for the EPDs is that parts of the network are classified as significant electricity distribution infrastructure, and that part of the infrastructure network is included in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure to acknowledge the importance of this infrastructure to Otago's communities. And I discussed this more in section 7 of my evidence. At paragraph 7.7, I note that several other regional policy statements, including those that name Otago, classify the entire electricity distribution network as RSI. In Otago, as you've heard from Joanne, the EPDs have not sought that the entire electricity distribution network be defined as RSI, but rather only those parts of the network that are captured by the proposed definition for SDI, which is significant electricity distribution infrastructure. The EPDs consider that this is satisfactory as it will recognise those particular parts of the network that provide particularly critical, important or vulnerable function. Having an enabling policy framework and associated effects management hierarchy for this SDEI infrastructure is appropriate, as it will enable the benefits of the infrastructure to be considered, including any locational and operational constraints, alongside any potential adverse effects via a resource consent process or maybe a notice of requirement process. It's paragraph 7.15. I state that in my view, the SDEI should be afforded the same policy recognition in the proposed RPS as national grid and electricity sub-transmission infrastructure, and that it's incorporated as a RSI. And I just note that this approach is more conservative than that taken by Canterbury and Southland, which does include the entire electricity distribution network in its definition of RSI. The resource management issue, and you've heard a lot about that in Simon's submissions this morning. But I consider it is important to have an issue statement for electricity infrastructure in order to provide greater acknowledgement of the growing pressures faced by the EPDs when maintaining and developing its network. And I also think it's hugely important and helpful when the lower order plans are being developed or promulgated, where an RPS sets out what those issues are clearly in an issue statement. And then just finally, integrated management. At paragraph 9.1 of my evidence, I discussed the integrated management policy IMP 14. And I just wish to clarify that in my original evidence, there were 2 points of that policy that I had concerns with and wanted to amend. I have since gone back and reread the section 42A reports that around clause A. I just want to amend my evidence on that. I was originally concerned with the use of the word limit in clause A of policy IMP 14. Having read the 42A report, I understand that the intention is for that the common meaning of the word limit to be used in that situation, and I consider that to be acceptable. In my view, that would be things such as, there would be a role in a lower order district plan which might set the limit around how high structure could be or where it can be located. So in that sense, I think that's fairly clear.
Can I just interrupt you there? So I'm looking at your evidence, what you just said, as I understood it, was that paragraph 9.3, you wanted to amend the wording that you used there. Yeah. Yep.
That concludes my key issue statement. I thought it might be just helpful to add to, I was listening to the conversation you were having with Chris Swan from the telecommunications industry, and he was discussing the differences or the similarities, I guess, between the telecommunications network and electricity networks. And, you know, he's correct, there's a lot of similarities, particularly with the linear network, where it comprises lines and poles throughout the landscape. With the electricity distribution network, there are a lot of other infrastructure components as well, such as Joanne's been discussing substations, which are a huge part of their network. They're reasonably large, 200 square metre compounds, if you like, which usually comprise a building and then a lot of transformer lines and other infrastructure all in a fenced environment. Telecommunications network would include something like that. There's also transformers which are dotted throughout the network as well, either on the ground or up on poles. And I'm just aware that with the transition to decarbonisation, there's a lot of new infrastructure that is in the pipeline or that hasn't been thought about yet, which will be part of the distribution network, such as electric car charging stations and some of these microgrid. I'm aware that PowerNet, for instance, is involved with developing microgrid generation sites to complement their infrastructure, which would involve, for instance, a small stand of solar panels or wind turbines, often in remote locations where it may be difficult to get a line to an area. That would introduce a microgrid generation facility. So
thank you.
That's concludes my brief issues summary.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and thank you for your evidence. Just a couple of questions from me. And if we just turn to your appendix B. And issue 1, the natural hazards issue, and you've suggested an amendment there. If we look at your proposed addition of infrastructure should be enabled and protected to ensure it's resilient. If we as a panel were of a mind to include the EDBs as regionally significant infrastructure, do you think that should be amended to regionally significant infrastructure rather than infrastructure? I was just sort of looking at the definitions in the around infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure. I suppose I just am interested in your comments as to whether you think enabled is reasonably generous for infrastructure as opposed to regionally significant infrastructure.
My preference would be to keep it broad and that it can get this all infrastructure rather than narrowing it down to regions significant infrastructure, particularly at the stage of the process when we're not, well, there's a lot of deliberation about what's going to be included in regionally significant infrastructure in that definition. And I think when it's an activity associated with natural hazards and protecting infrastructure from natural hazards, then it's important that it does encapsulate all infrastructure.
No, thank you for that. My other question, just around the two issue alternatives that you've proposed. One, you've talked about a specific issue for resilient electricity supply, or a alternative as a broader issue for regionally significant infrastructure. Given the evidence that you've heard this morning, where do you sit with that now? Are you still sort of bob each way, or are you thinking that you have a strict or a strong preference for a specific electricity supply issue.
Right. My preference is for a energy specific issue statement that would ideally incorporate generation, transmission and distribution. And that would lead on to the specific energy chapter, which, or not chapter, section, which I promulgated through my evidence as well, which I think is a logical and tidy package of activities that can be managed and essentially should be managed in one section. And I think that's particularly important at this point as we move to this decarbonisation goals, where there's going to be a lot of change and a lot of advancement in that industry, and having that idea that there's the end to end, the generation through to the end user is encapsulated in one section of the plan, which doesn't have huge efficiencies.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I guess we haven't got to that energy and infrastructure section yet, so some of us we're considering in isolation. Just around those comments you're talking about, how it might flow into that, because you probably have seen Chris's recommended wording, but yes, it just to me seems quite broad. All is located and managed infrastructure with inappropriate restraints on the ability to operate, maintain, etc. infrastructure. So it sort of covers everything. But yeah, take your point. There's things we'll have to think about later on if we go down that path. So I wasn't going to ask you about definitions because I think that's probably going to crop up in the energy infrastructure section. What, in terms of the integrated management issue that we've been discussing, what's your view? Do you have a comment around the purpose of a national policy statement as opposed to a broader planning document that applies at district or regional level? Because that seems to be the crux of the issue here. We're focusing on what an MPS says for one particular resource, which no one's saying is not significant, but then being applied out everywhere else.
Yeah, there's definitely some conflicts there, and it's a challenging environment we're in. Particularly all these new legislation and policy statements that are coming out, and they're all slightly different. I was looking at the different definitions for specified infrastructure or how infrastructure is managed in each of the MPSs, and in each case it's just slightly different, which makes life a bit challenging. Yeah, I mean, I am aware that an RPS is to be written in accordance with an MPS, and in terms of the hierarchy of documents, the MPS does sit above a regional policy statement. So in the strictest sense, it would be my view that that RPS needs to be in accordance with the national policy statement. In relation to that specific IMP1, however, and as I've said in my evidence, I suggest I delete it or refine it so it only applies to freshwater. And I still think that is an outcome that is appropriate in this case. As it's worded, I don't, and it applies to all natural and physical resources, and I don't think the ranking of water resources over everything else should be applied across the board to all natural and physical resources and considering those. So
yeah, I guess my question was around that it was a specific purpose that an EPS or specific issue it's addressing as opposed to a wider planning document. But when you go into IMP1, what's your understanding of the phrase the life supporting capacity of the natural environment? Is that the intrinsic life supporting capacity, or is it life supporting capacity? I'm not actually aware of the case law around this issue. Is it life supporting capacity to feed and water humans, or how do we interpret that?
yeah, well, that's the tricky thing.
None of those things are bad goals.
No. And even the term the lifespan capacity and Māori of the natural environment. Another term which is not defined and hasn't been used in the RMA. My understanding of life supporting capacity is that it's sustaining, and in this case, the natural environment sustaining, which is links back to the overall purpose of the Act. So it's not overused, it's not degraded, it is sustained for future generations.
Which is the purpose of the Act. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did have questions around your concern around use the word limits. But you've illustrated you're not concerned with that, because I was going to ask in your context where that would be a concern. And slightly different example, but you may have heard the issue for the Calicos with the intensification legislation that's coming, them not being qualifying participants in that process. And suddenly their infrastructure has been overshadowed by high rises or whatever it may be. Was that the sort of thing you had in mind when you read that?
The limit, yeah, originally I just thought it was a bit of an open book as to what limits could be, and if you had to justify whether you, or assess whether you, and a certain activity was going to be in accordance with that policy, and there was no idea what the limit was that they were referring to. There was originally environmental limits that are referring to. I just thought that would be very problematic to demonstrate either compliance or non-compliance against.
And until environmental was taken out and wherever practicable was being added in, that was one of my thought processes. How would you apply that in a landscape sense, outstanding landscape, cultural landscape? That would be where I'm thinking that. Now, how do you define that?
Yeah. I mean, it still could be tricky, but I think in this case I would because we're talking about infrastructure, and all infrastructure is currently addressed through the district plan, so they have quite a detailed set of provisions that relate to infrastructure. I'd be drawing the limits from those provisions.
Okay, thank you. There'll be more questions in a few weeks.
Cool.
A few minor points of clarification. Paragraph 7.3, the new definition sought for SEDI is, and there are 4 criteria. What's the third one add? The 700 or more consumers. And why is it there?
That was to pick up little communities, isolated communities.
Right. But would that not be addressed by number 2?
What paragraph number are you
in? Paragraph 7.3 of your evidence.
There are some communities which are more than 700 people as well, so that's what 4 was intended to pick up.
Yes, I can see 4 picking those up, but what does number 3 add to number 2? Does it add anything?
Well, there might be a community which is perhaps not isolated, but it has 700.
No, but number 2 isn't addressing isolated communities, is it?
Number 2 is a load constraint. If you have some old communities might have a lot less of an energy usage restriction, but still be reasonably large. And I think that's probably what it's trying to pick up.
Right.
And that could be a factory.
Generally, factories generally aren't considered population, but I would say that it's more likely to be a group of individuals for 3.
Well, I suppose what I'm getting at
Yeah,
is what's the magic in the number 700?
Other than the fact you've got to put a number down.
There's a lot of towns in Otago, a lot smaller than that.
Not small.
Yeah, there are, I think, and that's where 4 comes in, so you could pick those up if they were, you know, at the end of the line, up communities where there's no.
Necessarily isolated, though. A lot of those towns, they're on state highways.
The idea is that if they're at the end of the line and there's only one power line going to them, such as Glenorchy, if that line's affected by a landslide, etc. Goes out and there's no other options to get electricity to them. If you're looking at a town such as, I'm not sure occupation of Middlemarch, but let's use it as an example. There'll be a line coming in from the north, for instance, and a line coming in from the south. So if one is lost due to a quake, they still may have power coming to service the community. So in that case, that would not necessarily be considered SDDI.
If it just helps for clarification, the definition was used in the Whangarei district plan, and we had been doing some work way back as part of the partially operative regional policy statement with North Powell, and we got that definition from district plan process that they'd used up in that area.
Just paragraph 6.3, little b, you referred to including specific provisions to recognise and provide for the electricity distribution network, which protected from reverse sensitivity effects. Which particular effects were you having in mind?
For instance, if a substation is not generally considered to be visually pleasing, aesthetically, and it also generates noise. There may be situations where you do not, if you have an existing substation or proposing a new one, you may want to have a buffer or separation distance to houses.
You've certainly got that situation up in Wanaka at the moment with the extent of the urban sprawl past our substation in Valentine Road, which was built in the middle of a rural area, and certainly the equipment there wasn't designed to be to have residential properties beside it. Certainly, we've had issues going forward with the existing district plan to try and maintain the viability of the substation.
And really, the final question I just wanted to pose to you in relation to those additional comments you made addressing the potential differences between the electricity transmission network and the telecommunications network, and you identified substations, transformers, and possible other future developments. But I would have thought the main worries that really those networks have in terms of what's driving the request for a recognition of an issue of regionally significant infrastructure is the problem about the word avoid and effects, and particularly in relation to SNAs or significant landscape areas. And usually those are going to be pretty common problems, both for telecommunications and for electricity networks, aren't they? And that it's the poles, lines, etc., and structures having to go through flooded wetlands, whatever it might be, areas of significant biodiversity or landscapes. And to me, I'm just struggling to see where those real differences would be, because you wouldn't expect substations or transformers or the like to fall into those particular sensitive areas.
No, that's probably a fair observation. Sometimes, there's opportunities, and that's cost prohibitive in some cases, but to put lines underground as cables. So if you did have an avoid visual effects type policy, there may be an alternative to that in some situations. However, if you had to develop a substation or a transformer, currently, and it's my understanding that they can't be underground due to the heat they generate and accessibility. So there's sometimes just a little bit more constrained in terms of how effects could be mitigated or avoided.
Thank you very much. And I'd particularly like to thank you for the way that you did your summary, because by taking this paragraphs in the evidence that as that Hubert said, we need our memories refreshed because we've often read it weeks or days before. And it's, the way you dealt with that was very helpful. Thank you.
I know we look young, but
Right. Thank you very much. So look, I think we've reached the stage where well, that concludes your presentation, Mr. Pierce.
Yes, thank you.
And we've reached proposed lunch break, so we'll break now for lunch. For an hour. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
If you'd like to do that.
Yes. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. You guys will be deterred by the thickness of the document. It has section 30 appended to it.
Yeah.
Don't panic.
Price Logan claims credit for the cover page.
I know that's with me throwing him under the bus in his absence.
Right, he might be throwing himself under the bus if he's on the flight.
This is true.
Thank you, Ms. Littman.
We're now moving on to integrated management, which is chapter 6 of the pORPS. And our report writer is Ms. Boyd, who you've had the pleasure of meeting. And we've traversed the requirements of the national planning standards. I'd just like to comment here that curiously, integrated management is not a mandatory chapter required by the planning standards. It's only to be included if it's relevant to the regional policy statement. And the ORC's position is that integrated management is not only relevant but pivotal to this RPS. And as the foreword or MIHI states, it reflects that a healthy, flourishing environment is fundamental to our well-being. Integration is the central tenet, and seeing the environment as a single connected system, kia te kitai, and weaving this into the RPS fabric. You've had it parroted to you many times now that the statutory function of a regional council for the purpose of giving effect to the RMA includes establishment, implementation and review of objectives, policies and methods to achieve integrated management of both natural and physical resources, and also the preparation of objectives and policies in relation to any actual or potential effects of the use, development or protection of land. The function of an RPS is to achieve the purpose of the Act by achieving integrated management. And we've touched on the issue with the planning standards and that they tend to create silos, seemingly putting topics and issues and just treating them quite discreetly and separately. So including an IM integration management chapter assists in negating that silo effect. The chapter promotes integrated management by providing an overarching set of provisions that bring the discrete elements of the RPS together to make a coherent planning instrument. So the integrated management chapter expresses the underlying philosophy of the RPS. I've reproduced objective 1 there. And I just run through this one. I promise I won't run through all the provisions, but the management of natural and physical resources by and for the people of Otago in partnership with Kaitahu achieves a healthy and resilient natural environment, including the ecosystem services that provides and supports the well-being of future and present generations. And Objective 2 embraces kia te kitai, which I think we're all quite familiar with now. And Objective 3 seeks sustainable use of resources for future generations. The chapter includes 10 policies, but specifically P1, 4, 5, and 14 are the key provisions to achieve objectives 01 to 03. And methods M1 and M5 are the key methods to implement those policies. The chapter also deals with climate change and provides specific direction on that, including adaptation and mitigation. Objective 4 is the climate change objective, and of course it's a matter that ORC must have particular regard to. ORC must also have regard, of course, to any emission reduction plans made in accordance with Section 5ZI of the Climate Change Response Act, and also any national adaptation plan made in accordance with Section 5ZS of the Climate Change Response Act. And policies P8, 10, P5 and P12 are the key provisions for achieving Objective 4, and N1 and 3 are the key methods to implementing those policies. So together, the IM objectives set the outcomes sought by the RPS. This next section just addresses some of the matters raised by submitters, and it segues quite nicely into the discussion that you've just had with Aurora's Council. So some submitters have questioned the lawfulness of IM P1 and P2. So for Frontiera, their planning witness states the current wording of IM P1, specifically the incorporation of P2, is inappropriate and seeks to prioritise matters in decision-making that is inconsistent with the purpose of the Act and national direction. For Oceana Gold, Claire Hunter states that P1 and P2 reflect the prioritisation set out in the NPSFM to all resources rather than just freshwater, and that this is inappropriate. And for Aurora, Megan Justice states that P1 and P2 imposes a decision-making priority method that relates to freshwater management and applies this management to all natural and physical resources. So just beginning the discussion, setting limits on effects of activities is crucial to achieving the first 3 objectives of this chapter. Likewise, directions on the policies between use and development of natural... I apologize. Sorry.
You said policies, but your text is priorities.
Apologies. I wasn't reading us. Sorry, setting priorities, not policies, between use and development of natural and physical resources on the one hand, and protection of the natural environment on the other, is integral to achieving sustainable management. And I'd just like to observe that there is nothing revolutionary or unlawful in that, and limits are part of sustainable management. Section 5(2)A, B, and C, and Section 6 all contain limits. In King's Salmon, at paragraph 24, the court made a number of observations about sustainable management, including at C, so about the controversy of the use of the word wild. And it said, I'm just quoting here down paragraph 31, the definition is sometimes viewed as having 2 distinct parts linked by the word while. That may offer some analytical assistance, but it carries the risk that the first part of the definition will be seen as addressing one set of interests, essentially development interests, and the second part another set, and that's intergenerational or environmental interests. We do not consider that the definition should be read in that way. Rather, it should be read as an integrated whole. This reflects the fact that the elements of the intergenerational and environmental interests referred to in subparas A, B, and C appear in the opening part of the definition as well. That is the part preceding while. That part talks about managing the use, development, and protection of natural and physical resources so as to meet the stated interests, social, economic, and cultural well-being, as well as health and safety. The use of the word protection links particularly to subpara C. In addition, the opening part uses the words in a way or at a rate. So the court concludes that those paragraphs must be observed in the course of the management referred to in the opening part of the definition, that while means at the same time as. So the injunction at section 5.2a is to sustain all natural resources other than minerals to meet the reasonable foreseeable needs of future generations. And likewise, the obligation in 5.2b is to safeguard the life-supporting capacity of air, soil, and ecosystems as well as water. And in all cases, there is an obligation under 5.2c to avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse effects on the environment. The prescription of specific limits on the effects of activities allows or enables activities to take place, but at the same time achieves the outcomes required by in section 5.2a, b, and c. Protection of the environment is a core element of sustainable management. Section 5.2 contemplates environmental preservation and protection and defines sustainable management in a way that makes it clear that protecting the environment from adverse effects of use or development is an aspect of it. And as correctly observed by the panel yesterday, and that carried through to today, there is no hierarchy in section 5 between use and development on the one hand and protection on the other. However, the Supreme Court has said that the use of the word protection in the phrase use, development, and protection of natural and physical resources, and the use of the word avoid or avoiding in subparagraph C indicate that section 5.2 contemplates that particular environments may need to be protected from the adverse effects of activities in order to implement the policy of sustainable management. That is, sustainable management of natural and physical resources involves the protection of the environment as well as its use and development. The definition indicates that environmental protection is a core element of sustainable management, so that the policy of preventing the adverse effects of development on particular areas is consistent with sustainable management. And it's my submission that this is entirely consistent with the planning approach taken by ORC in the development of this RPS. And while a great deal of submitters have expressed concern with the focus of this RPS on the environment, really that's an acknowledgement that a healthy environment is fundamental to provide for the social, economic, and cultural well-beings of communities. So really this pORPS is set out to get the environment right, and the rest will naturally follow. Activities can occur, but within the constraints of those limits set, or the parameters, the envelope of that envelope. So without repeating Mr. Logan's opening, people are free to do activities which create social, cultural, and economic yield, but not at any cost. We've also traversed a lot the use of the word and appropriateness of avoid. In the last RPS, this went on appeal, the use of the word by OGL to the Environment Court. They didn't like the word of void, it was inappropriate, and they thought it was also inappropriate to use limits. The Environment Court held it was entirely appropriate with respect to biodiversity in that case, noting that I believe the quote was that New Zealand is in a biodiversity crisis. OGL appealed that to the High Court, and the High Court dismissed the appeal, agreeing with the Environment Court as to the appropriateness of those limits.
When was it? Yes.
So the Environment Court was in 2018. I think the High Court was about 2019. And then of course, this was running parallel to an appeal by EDS on the port topic. And as you know, that's been through all the courts, and we just had the Supreme Court hearing in May 2021, and we're awaiting that decision. So that was on a different issue.
May 2021.
Yes, the Supreme Court. So
I
that
thought it was May 20.
2022. Sorry, I'm a
22,
year
yeah.
behind.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, we're in 2023 now. So yes, just last May. But there was a different issue about resolving if there were potential conflicts within the coastal policy statement. The avoid and limits only went as far as the High Court.
Can you let us have a copy of that?
Yes, with the Environment Court. And
No, the High Court.
yes, absolutely. It should be able to find that.
So, but that didn't get taken on appeal.
No.
Was it referred to in an argument with the Supreme Court on the court case?
No, because that was quite a discrete issue. That was the port company contended that there was an internal conflict in the national policy statement for the coastal environment between the avoid policies, which is biodiversity and alike, and surf breaks and landscapes on the one hand, and then policy 9, I believe, on the other hand, which was to provide for the safe and efficient carriageway. That's the wrong word, but of course, yes. So it was how they come together and whether there was indeed a conflict or not. The whole way through to the Court of Appeal, they said King Salmon apply the words in their ordinary term. Curiously, in the Supreme Court, they linked us up with the East-West Link case, which sought to create a road, Wakakotahi, through, from what I understand, quite a big area, a significant ecological area. So those conflicts in the higher order plan or not are at the front of that decision, the minds of the decision makers there. So yeah, it's been nearly a year.
If you could let us have that High Court.
Absolutely, yeah. So just at 36, referring back to King Salmon, in the coastal policy statement, they found that the policies created something in the nature of the bottom line, and that was entirely consistent with the definition of sustainable management, which contemplates protection as well as development. And it also made clear that planning instruments may well provide for protection of natural and physical resources in particular circumstances in preference to development. Just skipping on to Te Mana Otiwai, you've heard a lot of criticism about this document inappropriately co-opting the term or applying that in this regional policy statement, but we say that there is not in this proposed RPS an inappropriate co-option of the concept of Te Mana Otiwai to the management of natural and physical resources. Te Mana Otiwai is, what has been used there, the priorities, is simply that the elaboration of sustainable management and a subordinate planning instrument such as an RPS is likely to find parallels in other similar documents such as the NPSFM, which are designed to give effect to and elaborate on Part 2. So in other words, it's no coincidence that the NPSFM and RPS take similar but legitimate approaches to sustainable management. They're derived from the same statutory mandate, and as Mr. Cubitt said yesterday, the definition of environment includes, amongst other things, all natural and physical resources. There's nothing there that distinguishes water from other natural resources. And indeed, the NPSFM has a whole integrated management section and really hammers home the idea of the integrated whole and the interconnectedness. So things can't be separated out or compartmentalized to be managed properly. And you heard Wai's response. It was about the only thing they said they didn't appeal or have a problem with was kia tu ki tai, and it's because in their experience, European ways or verses or statements of things don't accurately capture what is being sought to be achieved, but the likes of kia tu ki tai and Te Mana o Te Wai more accurately capture the integrated whole.
But, I mean, we acknowledge that it's a novel way of looking at it at the moment, isn't it? I mean, would we expect challenges on this? I mean, given that this would be one of the first instances where Te Mana o Te Wai would be used as broadly as we're kind of talking about it at the moment.
Yes, obviously, and it has received challenge. And I wouldn't say that it's like I said, I don't think it's an inappropriate co-opt from the NPSFM into this document. I'm just trying to refresh my mind on what it was that Aurora had said.
I was actually meaning more challenges. I'm aware of the ones that was already sort of alerted to. But, I mean, I can just imagine that, you know, other RPSs, when they are being re-looked at, there might be the temptation for them to say, well, you know, let's say it, all things be equal, it became part of, you know, so that they could legitimately, I guess, look at the ORC one and say, well, look, it's happened here. For example, I'm simplifying it, but any way I can think it through. Is that something you'd consider or you need to consider?
I don't believe so. Stepping through, you know, what King Salmon had to say and go on in a minute about resolving conflicts in relation to Mr. Farrell's submissions, and also just without overstating it, it is a expression of sustainable management, and it's quite legitimate. We talked about NPSs have to give effect to Part 2 in the coastal environment. You know, King Salmon said we don't have to look back up to Part 2, and it's the same as plans. They have to give effect to the higher order document. I would submit that there's nothing inappropriate about that.
I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's just that I suppose, I mean, I'm looking at 2 other hearings that I'm involved with at the moment. The same issue is coming up because one of them's already popped up, and I can see it coming up in the next one as well. It's an intensification one, but the same sort of thing. I mean, local iwi, for example, are arguing, so why can't that kind of philosophy? I mean, you could look at it as a philosophical approach to sustainable management in that sense as well.
Yes. Yes, and it's probably just worth touching on briefly there. Megan criticised the words, the use of Māori, and it not being defined in natural environment. Our submission really is that they have their plain, they're well understood, have their plain ordinary meaning, the national policy statement for freshwater didn't see. Sorry, didn't see the need to define them, so we haven't here. I think they're quite well understood. And for Te o Marama, it was said that it's a very well understood concept and can be applied also much wider than the freshwater environment.
Thank you.
So sorry, I'm now at 1 o'clock, so I'll just skim through a response to Mr. Farrell's submission. So Mr. Farrell made the criticisms that the RPS did not reconcile conflicts, and I'm just at 39 there, between higher order documents, and accordingly ORC is unlikely to have met its required functions under section 30. And I've attached section 30 to the submissions. It does not support Mr. Farrell's claim. There's no obligation in an RPS to reconcile national planning instruments. It's not required by the Act. In some circumstances, obviously the RPS will need to include text, which does attempt to give effect to national planning instruments, which on their face may pull in different directions. Mr. Farrell also says that P1 does not give any direction on how to reconcile or assert priority where there are conflicts. But the Supreme Court in King Salmon explained how the NZCPS is to be interpreted, and that sets out the approach to making provisions work together. Close attention must be paid to the words used. The language in the relevant policies is significant. Apparent conflicts between policies may dissolve if close attention is paid to the way in which they are expressed. A thoroughgoing attempt to find a way to reconcile apparent conflicts must be made. So in summary, policies are governed by an interpretation by the language used. They're to be read and applied in their terms, and more directive provisions prevail over less provisions. And there's just some examples there: recognise, avoid, provide for. So the approach to interpretation can and should be used to make national instruments work together as far as possible, and if not, the language is determinative of which prevail if they can't be reconciled. The interpretation and interaction between national direction is a question of law, and the interpretation and effect have national significance and are not matters to be dealt with in a subordinate planning instrument. Mr. Farrell offers some amendments to accord priority to sustainability, equity and efficiency and treaty principles, but with respect, principles of Te Tiriti provided for in NW Mana Whenua and also in the integrated management chapter. And I've just footnoted there the most relevant policies and methods and objectives. Further, it's submitted that sustainability is an unhelpful word. Equity is not an RMA concept. And while efficiency is relevant to a section 32 determining what the RPS contains, it's not relevant to how it's applied. Efficiency is a term with several meanings, even in economics. I'm not sure if that one's a bit out of place, but anyway, the phrase principles of sustainability, equity and efficiency are vague, uncertain, elastic and ambiguous language and should be avoided in the planning context. And then, so that concludes the submissions, and I would like to introduce Felicity Boyd after lunch, but if you have any questions in the interim.
Thank you. Maybe some discussion. We'll break for now. certain, there may be some questions from listeners.
Oh, yeah, now my question was just in relation to paragraph 42. Where you talk about national planning instruments potentially clashing, and I was pleased to see that you say there's no obligation for an RPS to reconcile those. Are there any in particular that you'd like to draw our attention to?
Well, no, not really. It was a point raised by Mr. Farrell, and no examples were given. So I'm just making the point that even if there were examples, it's not the job for the inferior planning document to sort that. That's a matter of law. There will be tensions, different tensions between them. So I'm going to say the MPSIB draft, when that comes in, let's say significant natural areas, and I do say that caution, and then obviously the national grid one, the national grid electricity transmission. So there are going to be tensions between different documents, but that's inherent in section 5, use and development and protection on the other hand. So that's where King Salmon's important. We pay close attention to the language or the directiveness of the language used, and hopefully those tensions will fall away in an ideal world.
Yeah, and I thank you for that. I was assuming it was tension between the the more protective regime within the MPSFM and then the infrastructure MPSs that are more enabling. Yeah, but no, thanks. That's helpful. That's all from me.
Thank you. I had lots and lots of really intelligent questions to ask you, but then we had lunch.
Oh, perfect.
So really, my just carrying on the discussion we've had all day, really around trying to get around where everyone's coming from on this. And you talk in 35 about it's not 31 King Salmon about section 5 and it being read as an integrated whole, which is kind of how I'm feeling the argument is coming from the parties, that it's not being read as an integrated whole. Yes. And we go over to you talk in 35 that contemplating particular environments, and we look back to the freshwater MPS because it's dealing with a particular environment, particular issue. Which I kind of think that's the point there. I'm not sure people are arguing that it's not an approach. It's just, is it necessary or appropriate or across the board? In one of the, because I've been trying to work this through my mind as well, and one of the conflicts I've kind of have seen, and I've mentioned it a few times here in terms of the HPL, particularly in a district like Clutha, which is all highly productive land under that. And when you're going to come into conflict with documents and that HPL, that priority then says, well, really you have to sustain the characteristics of those stores, and they may have no option but to have to use that land for other things. That's one sort of issue of sort of
just to clarify, the passage cited there from King Salmon was just that it wasn't supporting necessarily the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai being applied across the RPS. That was just in support of that environmental bottom lines are an appropriate tool for achieving sustainable management as set out in King Salmon.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
It's one tool.
Yes, it's a tool.
Yeah,
yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And I very much hear the submitters' concerns about well, the opposite side of the coin as you've just articulated in that with respect to the environmental focus, but they're overlooking that the healthy and flourishing environment is fundamental for people and communities, and that to then provide for their social, I think in the first week you picked up, it's actually quite self-serving. We protect these things so that we can use them, and we just.
But I guess it's that coupling, that sort of approach, and then you're adding in quite a few avoid policies, and that's where I see the concern coming from. So I think if it wasn't that directive or prescriptive, people may not be overly concerned with the priority approach in that policy one. But
potentially too. I think the word avoid, when it actually, the use or the sprinkle of it through and expressed in different ways, it's interesting because it doesn't necessarily bite, as we say. It'll bite in areas like SNA where there's the bottom lines, but things like avoid as a first priority, all those different expressions, they're nuanced. And then avoid, remedy, mitigate, that's the hierarchy, obviously.
So you referred to the SNA, so we have Oceania saying, well, actually, the only thing that's not an SNA on our farm, apart from the already mined area, is the production forestry. So that's where the concern lies, I think.
Yes, they've quite well articulated, and I think Calvin Lloyd has even said that it's a wee hot spot around there of pockets of SNAs. So it could create an issue, and that's obviously why the panel is alive to that as well, and directed that ORC 42 or A authors have another look and see, does this problem that's been raised have legs? How do we do it?
Understand what Calvin said, he's probably looked in that environment, but I'm pretty sure when you go back, as they indicated, well, we haven't studied that area, but we have now, and there's another 4, and that will apply everywhere. I'm pretty sure in the pastoral context of the undeveloped pasture and attainment.
Likely pop up.
Anyway, sorry, I tend to be the more waffly one, so I'll stop now. Thank you.
No, I had my conversation with him before.
I just really would like to thank you for the prescience of thought to come up with these submissions at this time. You obviously foresaw what we were going to be raising through the course of the morning.
Not at all, but when you had the discussion, I thought, oh, perfect. This obviously I'm sort of on point about what we need to be discussing.
Right. Just looking at the quote from the Supreme Court that you set out, paragraph 35. It identifies, you say, that the protective concept in section 5 is involves both the first part and the second part of section 5, and adds, and the use of the word avoiding in paragraph C, and coupled with that protection purpose, indicate that section 5.2 contemplates that, and where I would tend to put a particular emphasis is on the next phrase, that particular environments may need to be protected from the adverse effects of activities. And if one looks at that issue of the NPS FM, is the situation not that in reality, when you look at that NPS, it's identifying that there's a bit of a crisis in fresh water in New Zealand at the present time. This is a particular environment that needs protection. And so therefore you have Te Mana o Te Wai as a concept being introduced, and protection of value of the fresh water as being a highlight as the first priority, and then uses following on that. So all of that, as you tended to outline to us this morning, is fitting within the Supreme Court's analysis. But I suspect, I think the challenge that I'm likely to be making in my mind, and certainly the challenge that I've put out there at the moment, whether it goes out to the section 42A report writers and to you as counsel for the ORC, will be that wherever we see the word avoid in this RPS, are we going to be able to couple it with a particular environment that is so needing of protection that it has a priority? And I'm not asking you to answer anything at the moment. I'm just really wanting to outline to you where my thought process is going on the basis of what I think are very helpful submissions that you've put to us through the course of the day. And I think that probably I can indicate to you that it's quite a challenge, because I think what am struggling with it is that what a lot of the submitters are coming along and saying to us is, what are we protecting? What are we avoiding? What is at risk? And do you really need in this RPS to have that level of protection that avoidance of all effects is required? And they're saying to us, in our situation, whatever it might be, whether it's particular location or whatever, we think our effects there should be a consent pathway. We should be able to manage those effects. So it's not a question. I'm really just outlining to you a thought process that I would certainly benefit from ORC and report writers as and when you come to reply.
Yes, hopefully we can provide some helpful submissions on that in closing.
Could I
No,
add to that?
that's jogged a bit the thoughts.
Well, it's along the same lines, and I keep coming back to the tipping point issue, and what that is. Where are those tipping points? Because it's just a broad statement. Most of us, well, a lot of us here do live in Otago. I'm not sure where they are. So I know a lot of report writers probably aren't from Otago, even though the issue was formulated here. So that adds in, I think, to what we're grappling with.
And that was my non-question to you. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Felicity.
Tēnā koutou. I have an opening statement. Similarly to my previous statement, I've tried to just highlight for you what I consider to be the key issues to address across the integrated management chapter. This statement provides an update on my understanding of the key issues in contention since I prepared my section 42A report and supplementary evidence on this topic. In my view, the outstanding issues can be grouped into three main themes: decision-making priorities, the concept of limits, and climate change, including the role of renewable electricity generation in climate change mitigation. There are also some disagreements remaining in relation to IMP6 and P13, which I consider are less significant than the matters above. Turning to the decision-making priorities, IMP1 and P2 are closely linked to the more general submissions on the purpose and philosophy of the RPS, which I addressed in my opening statement for the introduction and general themes topic. As notified, P1 set out how provisions in the RPS were to be considered by readers, and P2 set out priorities to guide decision-making should there be irreconcilable differences between provisions in the RPS. In sections 6.12 and 6.13 of my section 42A report, I recommended a range of amendments to these provisions, including combining them into one policy and altering the hierarchy of decision-making priorities originally contained in P2. The issues originally raised in submissions on P1 and P2 largely still stand. Some submitters remain concerned about the appropriateness of including a hierarchy, with some seeking that it only be applied to freshwater matters. Some prefer outright deletion, while others seek specific amendments to the priorities. Some submitters seek a different type of consideration to be given by decision makers and or different matters for that consideration. And I just note there that I sent Kate a version of my statement that had two incomplete footnotes. So just for your reference, footnote 6, which is incomplete, should have referred to Keith Frentz for DCC, Sandra McIntyre for Kaitahu, and Mary O'Callaghan for Port Otago.
Sorry, could you slow down?
Sorry.
Do that again.
Is that number 6?
Footnote 6.
For example, blank.
Keith
Yeah.
Frentz for DCC.
Yeah.
Sandra McIntyre for Kaitahu.
Yeah.
And Mary O'Callaghan for Port Otago.
Thank you.
Clause 1 of P1 refers to the natural environment, and fishing game, wayfare and Trojan seek to include a definition of this term. The same request was made in submissions and addressed in section 6.4.1 of my section 42A report. Clause 1 also refers to Māori, which is opposed by ORUG, Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ. Their witness, Dr. Michael Freeman, seeks its deletion. This is opposed in the rebuttal evidence of Sandra McIntyre for Kaitahu Ki Otago. The concept of limits. Policy 414 and the new definition of natural environment sought by Fish and Game, NZ Ski and Real NZ are closely linked to the more general submissions on the use of the concept of and term environmental limits in the RPS, which I addressed previously in my opening statement. As notified, P4 outlines general principles to underpin Otago's planning framework. Section 6.15 of my section 42A report addresses the submissions on this provision and sets out my recommended amendments. Some submitters accept those amendments, while others seek further changes. In particular, Fish and Game, Wayfare and Trojan seek amendments requiring the planning framework to identify and implement limits for at least air, coastal waters, estuaries, freshwater, wetlands and soil. This mirrors parts of the Natural and Built Environment Bill introduced in late 2022 and intended to replace the Resource Management Act. Conversely, ORUG, Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ seek to either delete the policy or replace it with a policy that provides more meaningful direction, but no wording is proposed. As notified, P14 sets out a more specific direction on the management of human impacts on the environment in order to preserve opportunities for future generations, including by identifying and providing for activities within limits. In section 6.24 of my section 42A report, I recommended a range of amendments that are in part informed by the discussion on environmental limits in my section 42A report on introduction and general themes. Some submitters still seek that the policy is deleted. Others, including Transpower, seek amendments to remove the concept of limits and the terminology related to it, and relying instead on more general descriptions. Some highlight concerns that the policy encourages a race to the bottom, i.e. resources are used right up until the point that they become degraded. Some seek relatively minor amendments, mostly for clarification. In my view, the relief sought on this provision needs to be considered as a part of the wider issue of whether the RPS can or should seek to explicitly embed the philosophy of operating within limits. A decision on that wider issue will then inform the types of amendments that are appropriate for this provision. Climate change. In section 6.3.1 of my section 42A report, I discussed the many submissions received on provisions in this chapter addressing climate change. My recommendations appear to have addressed many of the concerns raised by submitters in these submissions, but there remains disagreement in particular about the content of P10, P12, and the proposal by Meridian Energy to include a new objective and policy, recognising the role of renewable electricity generation in climate change mitigation. As notified, P10 requires identifying and implementing methods for climate change adaptation and mitigation that achieve specific outcomes listed in the clauses. I addressed the submissions on this provision and made a number of recommended amendments in section 6.3.1 and 6.21 of my section 42A report. Those recommendations appear to be largely accepted by submitters, but some seek additional clauses in the policy to protect existing renewable electricity facilities and enable the development of new facilities, include more specific direction on reducing emissions, clarify how the effects of climate change related natural hazard risks on existing activities should be managed, and provide more direction on facilitating climate change adaptation. As notified, P12 provides a pathway for breaching environmental limits in limited circumstances if the activity will provide enduring nationally or regionally significant mitigation of climate change impacts. There were many submissions on this provision, which I addressed at section 6.23.1 of my section 42A report. I recommended a range of changes to clarify the application of the policy and its requirements, as well as its connection to other parts of the RPS. As notified and as per my recommendations, the policy allows decision makers discretion to determine whether to allow non-compliance with a limit if they are satisfied that the list of matters in clauses 1 to 5 are met. Some submitters consider that the discretion is unwarranted and that if the matters in the clauses are met, then decision makers should be required to allow the breach and seek amendments accordingly. That proposal is opposed by other submitters. Some of those submitters also seek amendments to the matters in clauses 1 to 5, generally to reduce the stringency of those clauses and allow for a wider scope to manage adverse effects. ORAG, Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ seek that the policy is deleted on the basis that it's not clear what objectives or outcomes the policy is endeavouring to achieve. It's internally inconsistent and potentially inconsistent with the RMA. In contrast, Fish and Game, Wayfair and Trojan seek the inclusion of a new 5, requiring that there are no other reasonable alternatives, increasing the stringency of the policy. Renewable electricity generation. In addition to the amendments sought throughout the provisions of the IM chapter, including those discussed above, to better recognise the role of renewable electricity generation in climate change mitigation, Meridian continues to seek the inclusion of an objective and policy focused on renewable electricity generation. The wording sought in Meridian's submission is discussed in my section 42A report in section 6.5, where I concluded at paragraph 75 that I considered the EIT chapter was the more appropriate location for policy direction on renewable electricity generation. Ms. Susan Ruston for Meridian has now proposed revised wording, which responds to some of the concerns I raised in my section 42A report. In addition to these new provisions, Ms. Ruston for Meridian, alongside Ms. Stephanie Stiles for Manawa Energy and Ms. Claire Hunter for Contact, propose in their evidence in chief a new energy subchapter within the EIT chapter focused on renewable electricity generation. There appears to be duplication between the provisions sought by Ms. Ruston in the IM chapter and the provisions sought by Ms. Ruston, Ms. Stiles and Ms. Hunter in the EIT chapter. In Appendix 1 to my statement, I have compared the new IM provisions sought against what I consider are the new EIT provisions sought that address the same matters, but generally in a more comprehensive way. It is not clear to me whether Ms. Ruston seeks the IM provisions in addition to or as an alternative to the EIT provisions, and if the former, how the two sets of provisions are intended to work together. Other amendments. There are more minor disagreements relating to P5, best available information, and P13, managing cumulative effects. In relation to P6, Ms. McIntyre for Kaitahu Kia Otago seeks to restructure the various parts of the policy to ensure that adopting a precautionary approach is expressed as the approach to managing uncertainty, not only avoiding delays in decision making. Dr. Freeman for ORAG, Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ seeks to replace clause 2 with the comparable wording from clause 1.6 of the NPSFM. Mr. Frentz for Dunedin City Council seeks amendments requiring balancing more rapid decision making against the benefits of having more complete information. In relation to P13, some submitters support its deletion as proposed in my section 42A report, while others seek to replace it with alternative wording. That's all I have in my statement. I was listening to the hearing online on Monday and I've been present today, and the content or the process of the public consultation on the issues has come up a few times. I've been involved in this RPS process since the beginning of 2020, which was around the time the consultation started, and I'm quite familiar with the process that was undertaken and I guess the the audience for that consultation. And I'm happy to clarify the scope of that consultation and how it happened, if that would be helpful for the panel.
It would indeed, and I'm not sure whether you were travelling or whether you heard the responses that we had this morning from the telecommunications and the distribution, electricity distribution sectors, both of whom asserted that they weren't invited. So I'd ask you to respond to that.
Sure. So there were 3 phases of consultation. Phases 1 and 2 ended up being run together, given COVID interruptions. That was community consultation, so it wasn't, people weren't selectively invited to participate. It was a fully public process that was advertised through ORC's website, its social media channels, and advertisements in local newspapers. It was primarily the first phase was an online survey, so anybody could participate in that, and there were some responses received from outside Otago, but 97% of the responses were from people living in Otago. There were about 300 responses to that online survey, and the overwhelming majority of them were lay people. They were Otago residents who engaged in the survey. There were some organisations that participated in that, some of the renewable electricity generation companies and farming organisations, Fish and Game, I think, as well. So it is probably correct to say that the distributors weren't invited, insofar as no one was specifically invited. It was a public survey that anybody could partake in. There were then some facilitated workshops, which were basically focus groups to test some of the feedback that had been received through the online survey. 4 of those were public consultation with the community, and 1 was with stakeholders. The second phase of the consultation was the reference group process. ORC decided to appoint a group of experts essentially on each of the topic areas of the addressed in the RPS. It put out an expressions of interest notice seeking nominations from people interested in sitting on those topic-based groups, and it went through a process then to narrow down, in some cases, those lists and to appoint people to the groups. In the case of the energy, infrastructure and transport reference group, there were only 14 nominations made and none from the distributors. And that was around the size of, most of the reference groups were between 10 and 20 participants. And so all 14 people nominated were appointed to the reference group, just it fitted within the general size. So again, that expression of interest process was publicly notified. It was through the council's website and public notices, social media channels, and generally publicised, so that people who were interested in being involved could put their names forward. And I guess the reason that I hark back to the public consultation in particular is because what is often missing in my experience from planning processes is your everyday person. In my experience, planning processes are pretty off-putting for your average person. You know, having to read all of the material and make a submission and potentially have to come to a hearing is quite a big commitment for anybody. And I think people having to do it in their spare time is, you don't tend to see a lot of engagement from your average Dunedin city resident or the but that contrasts with the results of the public survey on the issues, which really did generate responses from those types of people that we don't see represented in the submission and hearing process. And I'm cognizant all the time of the requirement in section 5 to be thinking about future generations, and those future generations are not represented here either in submissions or evidence. But that's not to say we shouldn't be thinking of them. And I guess when it comes to considering the evidence, yeah, I feel like it's important that the council did consult with communities, and those people had their say, but aren't now involved in this process.
Can you step me through the process for Ngāi Tahu? Or tangata whenua, if I can use that phrase?
Yes, Sandra might step in. Yeah, it was primarily, from my recollection, arranged through the Manata Mana Forum, which is a sort of a governance legal arrangement between.
So there was kind of outside the public process
Yes.
that you're referring to.
Yes,
Alongside.
Alongside, yes. So Kai Tahu were because of the memorandum of understanding and so on. There was this commitment to working much more closely with Kai Tahu, and so we did have a closer relationship with Kai Tahu than others, but that wasn't that they were not prevented from participating in the public consultation. Yeah. And my recollection, I think, is that they attended all or almost all of the reference group meetings. Or the invitation was extended certainly for them to attend all of them as Kai Tahu representatives.
Respond to that later if you
like. You commenced by this summary by saying there are 3 phases.
Yes.
So where are we up to?
So the first phase was the online survey. The second phase was the focus groups to test the outcomes of the online survey. And the third phase was the reference group process. And that all happened in 2020.
I'm sorry, just. So those 3 phases, the online survey, facilitated workshops.
Yes.
And then the reference groups.
Yes.
Would you almost say that the mana to mana thing was a 4th phase, or?
I wouldn't have called it a phase. I hope that our relationship is not a phase. I think that was more of a Kai Tahu representatives were mostly in a large way part of the project team internally at ORC. We had meetings with them and we shared early drafting, and they were involved in workshops that we held internally with staff and that kind of thing. So their involvement really began at the very start and carried on until notification.
Yeah, because it harks back to the age-old question of who's a stakeholder and who's, that argument. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So some of the groups that we've heard from here said they weren't involved in or weren't aware. Is that likely because they weren't looking at the web, they weren't looking at social media and the papers and that sort of stuff? There wasn't specific emails sent to a select group of key stakeholders to say, hey, this is going on, you might want to get involved. Would that be?
That's correct. I wasn't involved in the administration of those consultation processes. That was done internally at ORC, but my understanding is that it was intended to be fully public, and so it was run through those types of channels rather than targeting specific stakeholder communication lists.
I noted when you talked about the facilitated workshops that you well, my notes were that you said there were 4 of those held, they involved the public, and you used the phrase stakeholders. I think a question like there. So when you say stakeholders, who are you talking about?
Yes, that's a good question. I'm just looking through the consultation summary report, which doesn't specify the stakeholders who were invited to that particular workshop. I would have to,
Can I trouble you to look up that?
Sure.
And let us have a memorandum or something else.
yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, we have some questions. Yeah, here we're on starting at. Might just start at policy 1. And this is referring, well, my notes say it's referring to paragraph 203 of your Section 42A report. Yeah, and this was just, and I think this was, and I'm just trying to remember whose evidence it was that I was reading at the time, but it was just a question around the health needs of people being in 1 rather than 2, and how that sat with Section 5. And I know there's been some discussion and we've had some advice just before too around this. I mean, was that something that you gave consideration from, where the health needs of people should be? I think it was actually Sandra's, one of Sandra's points as well. So you're saying you were trying to align the language more closely with Section 5. But I suppose I was sort of the way that Section 5 is sort of worded, that people's health and safety sits with the social, economic and cultural well-being, although we've heard legal submissions this morning that doesn't mean that one's over or on top of the other. I was just wondering, in terms of your paragraph 203, where you're talking about alignment with Section 5, how do you sort of get your head around the distinction between the priorities in 1 and 3?
Yeah, certainly this was a matter that I spent a lot of time considering when I was writing this Section 42A report.
Yeah, we're playing catch up.
The Section 32 report is quite clear that the notified version of the provision was intended to apply the concept of te mana o te wai more broadly. I am not convinced that that is the most appropriate approach to managing these types of issues. And I say that because there are some activities that are really important for people's health and safety needs that would never be met if you were only prioritising the natural environment in every circumstance. And I think about, the infrastructure provision type activities where clearly in the case of fresh water, it's appropriate to prioritise the health of the water. But I think there are situations where people's needs are as important as the needs of the natural environment. And that was really the reason behind combining the originally notified clauses 1 and 2 together. In saying that, I do note that I've used health needs and Section 5 talks about health and safety. That's not a deliberate choice on my part to leave out safety. I guess it was, yeah, I wouldn't have any problem with referring to health and safety.
See, why I understand what you're saying, but may not this be another of those opportunities to look at it in terms of there being more than one way to skin a cat? I'm not quite sure what I'm saying, but it just seems to me that there might be a different way of using the same philosophy, but getting a sort of a working thing going that takes into account the purity of water as the top layer in the hierarchy, whatever, that still remains there. But then you can, as I take your point about human needs and all that sort of stuff being, I'm not sure. I'm just a little uneasy, I suppose, in that sense.
Yes, I can understand that. I'm finding some of the concepts in this process to be some of the most challenging I've grappled with in a planning sense, because a lot of it is very new and it's quite different. And yeah, I would say that I think there is some important context to this provision, which is that I wouldn't expect that this provision would be relied on particularly often. It is really meant for, what I intended by my proposed amendments was to clarify that you read the RPS as a whole, and you have to, in each instance, you have to read the relevant provisions and read the nature of the language and the direction that they contain, and understand from that how an activity is managed, or the different parts of an activity and its effects are managed. And it's only, and obviously when you do that as a planner, if there seems to be conflicting direction, and usually it's protection of something versus enabling something else, you refer to the higher order documents, your NPSs and NESs, and then from there on to the RMA itself. And the intention of my amendments is that you go right through that whole process, and only at the very end do you, if you are still left with some kind of difference that you can't resolve, then you would apply this type of decision-making priority, and it's to err on the side of environmental caution rather than development. I suppose you could summarize it as. But I don't think that there would be that many instances. There is a lot of direction in this RPS on managing all sorts of effects and areas and values and activities. And we now have quite a comprehensive suite of national direction instruments that provide additional clarity, and often in quite directive terms. So I do think it would be unlikely that this would really affect too much decision making. I think in most cases you would consider the provisions, and they wouldn't be written so similarly that you're left with no idea about which direction you should be following. But I take the point that Commissioner Cubitt made, that that may be the case, but the stringency of some of the provisions elsewhere in the RPS are the issue that some submitters are raising.
And it combines with that policy and causes, because I don't want to single you out here, but in this context of this discussion at your paragraph 15 on your supplementary evidence, and this is where people get nervous, I think. You made a comment there, and it's in relation to objective 3, support and restore versus preserve, that you recognise that some modification of the environment may still be appropriate. So when I saw that, if I can see why people may be quite nervous about that, because that's almost suggesting originally you didn't think, we thought the communities could survive without any further modification of the environment. Do you want to sort of put that in context for me?
Yes, so I can see how you would read it that way. It wasn't mine. I hadn't read the RPS prior to this statement as requiring no modification of the environment, certainly not.
Yeah, but when we get the avoid policies, that's where that concern comes.
Yes, but the avoid policies are really about avoiding particular types of adverse effects on particular areas of significance or values of significance. They are generally not an outright prohibition on an activity. And so the RPS, in my view, has tried to be quite careful about being directive about managing particular adverse effects on particular things rather than trying to manage the activity, because that creates a pathway for people to make changes to their activity or to adopt, to look at alternative options where those are available, without foreclosing the opportunity for use and development altogether.
I think I raised earlier the HPL in the context of include the district, which may cause a problem. So it's those sorts of things that I foresee could be a problem. Have you thought about that? How a district plan may deal with that?
I think the NPS for highly productive land is quite unusual in that it almost just prescribes what a district plan has to do. There's not much wiggle room for the RPS really in terms of the direction it can contain. I think, yeah, I wonder whether we might end up in a situation with some of these newer documents where they follow a similar process to the NPS-FM, where there's implementation issues that arise relatively quickly, and then you have to go back and...
Yeah, the regulations have probably been the most amended piece of regulation in history.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a similar issue arises in relation to highly productive land, but I guess it's too early to tell at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it is really quite difficult. I have found it quite difficult in this process, grappling with more and more national direction that doesn't seem to be particularly well integrated amongst the layer of NPSs. I'm finding it quite difficult to understand how to integrate the outcomes being sought by all of these NPSs in a way that makes sense.
I guess that variety, like I think in an ideal world, perfect.
Yeah.
But when you come to think, as individual organisations have told us, when they come to do what they need to do, they go, oh, hang on, it ain't going to work anymore. That's the concern, that it seems to be grandfathering what's happened. That's it, can't go any further. Well, is that a fear? That's probably, it's kind of the feeling I'm getting, but is that a fair sort of comment?
But yes, I agree that's definitely a theme in the submissions. I wouldn't classify it so much as drawing a line in the sand and saying you can't develop anything beyond this point. I think we're getting to a point with the state of the environment, and Commissioner Crosby referred to the freshwater crisis, and similarly there's a biodiversity crisis. I think we're getting to the point where we need to be more stringent about how we manage the effects of our activities on the natural environment. And that's probably the shift, rather than saying, no, you can't do things in the future. It's saying, the acceptable options are probably narrower than they were in the past.
Yes. We're going to hear from Dr. Somerville in terms of beef and lamb. I read their evidence, and that was quite encouraging around, particularly sheep and beef, I think it was, how the areas utilised by that industry has shrunk, and stock numbers have shrunk, the use of inputs have shrunk, but outputs, this is what I took from that evidence, have grown. So that's like an example of what could possibly happen through that sort of approach.
That's correct, and I was, I think there was a similar discussion with the Horticulture New Zealand witnesses about the fact that, about efficiency. And not just looking at
Efficiency.
efficiency.
Growing cherries and I wouldn't get to eat protein either. So it would be eating fruit.
Well, I did think they made a good point about, you know, efficiency is not just about application efficiency of water, it's about economic efficiency. And if there are industries that make more productive use of scarce resources, then that's sort of the future we need to be looking at.
Yeah, but yeah, understood what I said there. That was focused on, that's fine in that context, saying well, you follow their argument, well, we'll just grow fruit and sexual target and not protein. My view, it doesn't work like that because different products need a different I don't know, way of doing things. It doesn't necessarily align with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I got another couple of, whoops, I do have another couple of questions here. If we just move on to paragraph policy 5. And I think this was referring to paragraph 39 in your supplementary issues. It's in my notes anyway. And the discussion around that. I was just trying to, I was thinking as I was reading this, do we need in resource management decision making at the start of that policy? And I was trying to think if there's going to be situations other than say plan consents where this policy could actually be applied and could be quite useful. I mean, I'm wondering if you've thought of that and if you can think of any situations. And I suppose I'm sort of thinking of sort of, you know, non-regulatory documents or other types of situations where the council, where this might give useful, be useful guidance.
Yes, I mean, I think it can provide helpful guidance to all manner of policy developed, particularly by councils, but not just limited to councils. I guess my thinking behind including that was that the only legal role that RPS provisions play are in resource management decision-making processes. Outside the frame of the RMA, it doesn't have a statutory role in decision-making other than, I guess, as a discretionary matter for councils to consider. So I guess that was my thinking behind those introductory words.
Yeah, okay. So whether those words were there or not, it wouldn't really matter. Would it?
No, you're right. You could, yeah. You would still be constrained by the RMA's direction on how to use an RPS.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's good. I suppose I was just trying to initially think, but I mean, you know, as you say, it's what the RPS is for, but I think to some extent it, whether intended or not, it does provide a sort of higher level guidance document for other things as well, not just regional and district plans and consenting. Policy 12. This is one where I'd be just interested in your thoughts on whether subsection 4, which is the activity will not impede the achievement of the objectives of this RPS, whether that could potentially be in conflict with the other subsections. And I suppose this policy appears to allow non-compliance with limits in certain circumstances, but subsection 4 says that it can't impede achievement of an objective in the RPS. And I can see a situation where where there could be conflict there, and that could be an issue.
Yes, I think you're right. I hadn't considered that when I was writing the section 42A report. But looking at it now, yes, you're right. Some of the objectives in the RPS are quite clear and demanding, I guess, in terms of what they are seeking to achieve. And yes, you could end up being hamstrung that way.
Yeah, they did, yeah. You know, I was struggling to get my head around how they could all sit tidily together.
This is a very difficult policy because in some respects I can see what it's trying to do. You know, I guess it's testing a relatively novel approach to trying to deal with climate change. But it has proved to be thorny. I guess the thinking I would guess is that you wouldn't want this policy to allow other objectives in the RPS to be set aside regularly. But then I think looking at the other provisions, 1, 2, 3, the scope, I mean, the opportunity for this policy to be used is pretty narrow anyway. So you've probably mitigated that risk through the other clauses.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's probably not going to be used very often, but where it is used, it's going to be pretty important, I would think.
Yeah, I take your point.
Yeah, I kind of thought that provision defeated the purpose of the policy in a way.
Which policy? Oh, that
The actual policy. Like, it's actually allowing you to reach limits to do this. I mean, but if you're caught up by another objective somewhere, you can't do it. So.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, get gazumped.
You get an absolute conflict really with the opening words that are being suggested despite other provisions in the RPS.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's difficult to see how you can reconcile those opening words with subclause 4.
Yes, it is. I agree.
Okay, thanks, that's all. That's all from me.
Thank you.
I didn't have any.
In some of the answers that you've given to other commissioners, you've put an emphasis really on the relatively, if I heard you correctly, on the relatively narrow situations where the protection and avoid approach will bite. And as I was listening to you and listening to those exchanges, I was wondering how much of a physical exercise with these wonderful fine tools and computers it might be to actually draw out a schedule of where the word avoid appears. Has anybody done that? Got any feel for that?
In the RPS?
Yes.
I think I did off the back of the first week of hearings. Mr. Logan and I were discussing the use of avoid and the use of effects management hierarchy. So yes, I do think I did a scan through the RPS and pulled out and collated all of the instances where avoid is used as a direction.
I think that would be very helpful to us. Such a long document, and for us to start that exercise if it's already been done would be reinventing the wheel.
Sure.
And it would just enable us to make that greater focus on the very point that I was discussing earlier with Ms. Sefton about that identification of by the Supreme Court of protection and avoid being appropriate where you have a particular environment that you're seeking to protect. And it would make that challenge that I put out there much easier to respond to. But if we could get that reasonably early, that would be very helpful. So I wouldn't want to see us have to wait till the council response for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Can you just through Ms. Sefton, can you just let us know over the next day or so how workable that's going to be and what sort of time frame we might be looking at for that?
Yeah, sure. I don't think that would be a significant exercise, and like I said, I think I've done most of it already. I would say that I'm currently writing the supplementary evidence directed from week 1 on the mineral extraction issue. And I'm doing a similar type of exercise, comparing with what Oceana Gold is seeking compared to the direction in the other parts of the RPS, which may also assist from that avoidance, because it captures most of the avoidance direction. So you might also be assisted by that statement when I finished it.
Or even if you coincided the two, would be good.
Sure.
Rather than breaking them up. So if that's helpful to you.
Yes.
We're not getting any sleep now, so more information to get.
Nor am I.
Thank you, Mr. Now, in timetable terms. Mr.
Cameron is appearing remotely with a few legal submissions to start with.
Well, the start just while we wait for that. Quite obviously, I wouldn't want the freshwater. Sorry, just while we're waiting for that, I wouldn't want the freshwater part to be part of that relation.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Cameron, Mr. Cameron, you hearing us?
I can, Mr. Chair, thank you.
We've got your submissions in front of us, so you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Inga mana, inga iwi, inga raranga tira tēnā koutou. My name is Aidan Cameron, and for those who have not yet met me, I'm counsel for Kaitahu in this process. These are submissions provided on behalf of Kaitahu in relation to the integrated management chapter. They are hopefully relatively brief, and I will pause on points that I want to emphasise in particular, but won't labour all of the points therein. At paragraph 1, I note that integrated management really sits at the heart of what a regional policy statement is and does. And so these provisions are of some importance, even if in the grand scheme of things, on an application by application basis, they may not be front and centre. But from a Kaitahu perspective, integrated management is central to the concept of Kiotsuki Tai and to the interconnected nature of whenua, wai and moana. At paragraph 2, I note these submissions support the relief sought in the evidence of Ms McIntyre and Ms Bartlett, and Ms McIntyre will shortly address you on some of those provisions. But again, and pleasingly, there is a high degree of agreement between Kaitahu and the Otago Regional Council, which means that these submissions can get right down very quickly to the nitty-gritty. The issues I identify at paragraph 3, and the first is really probably 3 sub-issues packed into one. The appropriateness of a prioritisation approach, which I understand from listening in earlier this afternoon was the subject of discussion between Ms Sefton and more recently Ms Boyd and the panel. The place of Māori within that hierarchy, and the proposed amendment to include the health needs of people, and I was able to follow that discussion along that's just occurred, and I'll come to that in due course. At paragraph 4, I really just do my best to summarise the contents of Ms Boyd's 42A report as it relates to IMP1, and so I don't propose to repeat that there. At paragraph 5, I note that a number of parties have filed evidence in opposition to the proposed hierarchy, and in addition, Dr Freeman for ORA has sought the removal of Modi from IMP1 on the basis that, in his view, there's no rationale to include it at the same level as the life supporting capacity of the natural environment. At paragraph 6, I note that the drafting of IMP1 reflects the return to an environmental bottom lines approach and the reference that Ms Sefton took you to into the King Salmon case, and I'm pleased to note that there's broad agreement between us as to the effect of that decision and the key parts, but we both rely in particular on paragraph 24D and that aspect of environmental protection being a core element of sustainable management. And you'll see there that I also place some emphasis on the Supreme Court's framing of the term while in section 5, while meaning at the same time as, so not at the expense of one another, not necessarily subordinate, but if you are to be enabled to use land or water in a certain way, it's paramount, and I think it's important that you are safeguarding the life supporting capacity of the environment at the same time. That can't be escaped. At paragraph 7, I say it's also appropriate within that hierarchy to give priority to MODI and the MODI of the natural environment. There are strong links between what I describe as the Eurocentric concept of life supporting capacity. That might be being a bit harsh on the drafters of the Act back in the day, but it is, in my view, life supporting capacity is one of those concepts that has a deep ecological connotation, but actually when you come down to brass tacks and you ask, what is it talking about? It's talking about many of the similar things that the cultural witnesses explained when they were talking about MODI. And so that's why I say, and in particular in relation to the tikanga that surround MODI, that they might be considered to be two concepts that are the two sides of the same coin. And just to note, as I do in the footnote there, that I rely in particular on, and it's a very brief mention, but in the recent decision of the King and Alice and the King in relation to Peter Ellis, Justice Glazebrook refers to the Hauraki Gulf Marine Park Act, which up here in Tāmaki has status as a regional policy statement. And she refers to the term life supporting capacity as being synonymous with MODI, and so provides authority for that point. I've also included a couple of other decisions where the link is made in Wakatu and in Gok. Those links, I say, between MODI and life supporting capacity provide the clear rationale that Dr. Freeman says is missing for its inclusion. In a paragraph 8, I also note that inclusion of MODI within that first step of the priority is consistent with the Regional Council's obligations under Section 6E, 7A and 8, as well as the iwi management plans prepared by Kaitahu, which must be taken into account in reaching decisions on the regional policy statement. In my submission, it's important that the provisions of the regional policy statement reflect the mātauraka that has in turn informed those iwi management plans in order to comply with the strong directions in those sections. And finally, at paragraph 9, it may be a trite point, but it's one that I think is worth making, that if a request puts at risk the life supporting capacity of the natural environment, it's unlikely, whether it be a plan change, a resource consent, or a designation, would be forthcoming, regardless of how that is ultimately brought down into the underlying documents that sit beneath Section 5. We could spend a lot of time framing that in various different ways, but I think fundamentally the way that the priority captures it at the moment is sufficient for that purpose. At paragraph 10, and this was something that I know was discussed just earlier in the day, the one area in which Ms McIntyre differs from Ms Boyd in relation to IMP1 is the inclusion of the health needs of people within the first step of that priority, alongside the life supporting capacity and MODI of the natural environment. And at paragraph 11, I note Ms McIntyre's view that doing so, whilst I think that the aim was laudable, has, in a sense, at least on one interpretation, potentially conflated the what are generally called environmental safeguards in sections 5A, B and C with the more enabling aspects in the bulk of Section 5, and in particular, enabling people to provide for their own health and safety. So in her Appendix 1, Ms McIntyre proposes to relocate health and safety to the second step in that priority. And in my submission, that's an appropriate amendment. It better reflects the architecture of Section 5 itself. And one of the potential consequences of bringing health needs up into that first step of the priority alongside life supporting capacity and MODI is that it may be construed as creating or providing the opportunity for an environmental bottom line, when the way in which Section 5, and this is the point that Commissioner Sullivan was addressing earlier, doesn't quite have that emphasis. The last point on that, and if we're only talking about the health needs of people, I was reminded during that discussion of the whakatauki that Ms Cock referred to in her evidence. And briefly, if I could be indulged, toitu te marae o tāne, toitu te marae o Tangaroa, toitu te iwi, at which she says expresses the importance of looking after te tai ao, which we must do to be healthy ourselves. And that's why I say potentially there is scope for some duplication in having health needs of people sit alongside of the life supporting capacity of the environment and MODI. If you are looking after the life supporting capacity of the environment, and if you are looking after the MODI of the natural environment, then by dint, you ought to be also providing for the health needs of people. And has got, for particular emphasis, provided the other half of that, or the companion whakatauki, ka patua te marae o tāne, ka patua te marae o Tangaroa, ka mate te tangata, to really reflect, if we don't look after the natural environment, that is when the health needs of people do suffer. And so the two are, in my submission, closely intertwined, and that's why, in my submission, the framing that Ms McIntyre's proposed is adequate for the purpose that was being discussed. Returning to the submissions, and this is really the second issue in terms of the relationship between IMP 6 and IMP 15, and I understood from Ms Boyd that this was one of the issues where she thought potentially there was less concern from what Ms McIntyre's proposing. I must admit I didn't quite catch the discussion on it for various reasons. At paragraph 14, I note that Ms Boyd recommends the deletion of IMP 15, and its incorporation within IMP 6 to require, among other things, a precautionary approach in decision making. At 15, IMP 6, as notified, referred to the need to avoid unreasonable delays in decision making processes by using the best information available at the time. And the concern from Ms McIntyre and from a kaitahu perspective is that if you remove IMP 15 in its entirety and subsume it into IMP 6, it substantially alters its effect, especially given the requirement to adopt a precautionary approach might be considered to be subsidiary to the direction to avoid unreasonable delays. And Ms McIntyre has, in my submission, quite helpfully proposed some amendments which don't take us back to the status quo, but try and rejig the policy so that it keeps that very clear focus on making sure that where there is uncertainty or there is insufficient information, a precautionary approach is applied. And I say that's appropriate because when I was reflecting on where those two policies were ultimately driving, it seemed to me that they were aimed at different directives. There's the directive in Section 21 of the Act to avoid unreasonable delays by taking what steps are reasonable in the circumstances and by acting on the best information available. Whereas really IMP 15 was aimed at the addressing the risk of acting or not acting in Section 32 2C, which the courts have previously held, is a recognition of the precautionary approach, as that term's more commonly known in international environmental law, and that it also finds itself embedded into policy 3 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and for that matter, policy 3 of the draft National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity. At 19, I say the precautionary approach is not aimed at the need to avoid unreasonable delay, but to address the existence of scientific uncertainty or insufficient information about the potential effects of an activity or a rule that intends to regulate it. And my concern is that in encouraging a decision maker to act on the best information available, someone could interpret that policy and say, well, look, this is the best I've got, so we'll go with what we have, which is sort of the antithesis of a precautionary approach in its true sense. And I note there, jumping back into paragraph 19 for a moment, that a precautionary approach might, for example, include prohibiting an activity where there is too much uncertainty. And that's drawn through from the Court of Appeal and Coromandel Watchdog, which is probably the leading authority on when prohibited activity status is appropriate, particularly in circumstances where there's an absence of knowledge. So at paragraph 21, while I say that the desire for brevity is to be encouraged and to be lauded, the proposed drafting doesn't quite get there in terms of addressing the risk of acting or not acting against the background of the higher order documents that reference the precautionary approach and those broader principles in international law. And I submit that the drafting provided by Ms. McIntyre, which puts the precautionary approach at the forefront in these circumstances, better gives effect to those requirements. And so for those reasons, in relation to these chapters, this chapter, we seek the amendments sought in Ms. McIntyre's Appendix 1. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
Oh, no, nothing from you, thank you.
Yeah. Kia ora, Mr. Cameron. I want to just go back to the earlier topic you were talking about, and that is around your paragraph 11. And the health needs of people. And you quoted Toitu Te Whenua, Toitu Te Ea. And there's another way of expressing that as well that something we use, which is Manaki Whenua, Manaki Tangata.
Right.
If you look after the land, you look after the people. They all sort of are aligned at the same outcome, I suppose, which is the health of the people, really. Your point is that if you don't look after the land and water first, how can you look after the people? How do you? Have I got that right?
In a nutshell, yes.
Yeah. Just want Ms. McIntyre, whether you want to add anything else to that, just that bit around the sort of Toitu Te Whenua part of it.
I mean, I think the way that you've put it is essentially the way that you've put it. If you look after the land and the water, then you'll look after the people, is essentially the way that I would put it as well. That if we can't look after the health of the people if we are not safeguarding the life supporting of the environment that people depend on. So I guess, so in my view, it always comes back to that you must safeguard the life supporting capacity of the environment first if you are going to look after the people.
And so your argument is that there needs to be a quite specific reference in somewhere in in the plan that covers that doesn't take away some of its mana or tihi?
No, I wasn't advocating for a specific reference to the whakatauki because I'm conscious of the potential side effects of that, and the fear of drifting into other areas. It's a topic that His Honour Justice Joe Williams is often talking about, the potential misuse of whakatauki when they're brought into documents. What I was saying was that really the way in which the notified version of IMP1, which had prioritised effectively first the life supporting capacity and MODI of the natural environment, that's good, that does the job. And it does the job for the reasons that Ms. Cook expressed and Ms. McIntyre has just developed.
And then if we come to the not a dilemma, but the two issues of avoiding unreasonable delay and the risk of not acting at all. Can you just take me through that a bit more from the way what you're trying to describe it or characterize it?
Yeah, and apologies that perhaps I wasn't as clear as I ought to have been. There are two sometimes potentially competing policy directives. The Act requires decision makers to avoid unreasonable delay by doing what it can as promptly as it can in the circumstances. But it's also, in my view, one inherent in the concept of sustainable management, and then also brought through in specifically in relation to the assessment of plan provisions and how appropriate they might be. You're required to assess the sufficiency of information. So where you have insufficient information, what's the risk? What's the risk if you act on that information and you turn out to be wrong? And you have to weigh that against what's the risk if we don't do anything? And is there an economic loss? Is there a social and cultural loss? By effectively taking a precautionary approach, do we have enough information to know that there's not going to be potentially significant, catastrophic effects on the environment that we can work our way through and step through? And so my concern with the way in which that those two policies have been brought together, and I think this is expressed by Ms. McIntyre as well, is that if you say avoid unreasonable delays in decision making by, amongst other things, where there is insufficient, by acting on the best information available, and in certain circumstances where there is uncertainty or there is insufficient information, applying a precautionary approach, the risk is that precaution ultimately ends up taking a back seat, and someone who's left to interpret that policy might ultimately not take the caution that they need to and say, well, I've got what I need. I'm not going to get anything more. I don't know what the effects are, but the Act and the RPS is telling me to get on with it. So let's just run with what we've got. One possible solution to that problem is adaptive management, whereby, particularly where there's potentially significant, well, where the effects of an activity are unknown, you do things in little bites to work out, and you research and you gather in the science as you go. But at the other end of the spectrum, there is the use of prohibited activity status. And I wouldn't want the plan to lose sight of the full range of tools, or a plan promulgated underneath this RPS to lose the full sight of the full range of tools, because the policy hasn't quite weighed those two things or brought them together in the right way.
Yeah, someone like myself could be forgiven for equating integrated management with Kyoto Kitai.
Right.
The same one as the translation of the other. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Yeah. So in that sense, the amendment you're looking to make, and I just want to make sure I get this correctly, for P1. Maybe Ms. McIntyre, you could elaborate on that. What is the amendment you're actually looking for?
In which case, sorry?
And on the IM chapter, on the IM chapter?
Which particular, if it's the policy which is probably most most related to Kyoto Kitai would be IMP5, is that the one you're looking at? Which is entitled Managing Environmental Connections, is that the one?
Yes.
The amendment that I have recommended there is one, well, there are two. In part, the reference to cumulative effects, which has been put into that policy, I have recommended be taken back out into its own separate policy to start with, because the consideration of cumulative effects, I don't consider is just related to managing the interconnections. It is also, cumulative effects also need to be considered in respect to, the cumulative effects in terms of a single resource as well. So I don't think it sits in that policy. So that's part of what I've recommended on that policy. The other part is that there was one of the submission points of Kaitahu Ki Otago asked for reference to be included in that policy to the effects, to recognising the effects of land use activities on freshwater and coastal waters downstream, because that seemed to be a gap in there. Ms. Boyd rejected that because she said it was too specific for this policy in the regional policy statement, that it was the detail in that amendment that was requested was something that would be more looked at, would more fit in terms of a regional plan type level. So what I have proposed now is to include an amendment that recognises that the effects of an activity in one part of the environment, such as the land, on another part of the environment, such as the water. So I've tried to come up with some wording that will put that point, but in a more general, in a broader sense than the initial submission point that suggested.
The one other point I would make, and I think this is where there is broad agreement with the regional council. Of course, Kyoto Kitai has expressed recognition in IMO2, where it says natural and physical resource management and decision making in Otago embraces Kyoto Kitai, recognising the environment's an interconnected system. So that recognition is there, and we're happy that it's there. And in terms of the amendments that we've sought, they are more at the minor or technical end to perhaps align more closely with how Kaitahu see Kyoto Kitai and integrated management playing out in practice.
Thanks very much.
Sorry, Mr. Cameron, I was trying to look through your submission to the point I wanted to discuss, which was your discussion of paragraphs 7 and 8. You've concentrated on persuading us that the manner in which IMP 1 has been prioritised accords with the whole concept, well, the concepts you describe and statutory provisions you describe in those paragraphs. But what still worries me is that the outcome, if you try and compare it with what the Supreme Court was describing and the Marlborough case and the EDS case, is that there was an emphasis there that the definition indicates that environmental protection is a core element of sustainable management, so that a policy of preventing the adverse effect of development on particular areas is consistent with sustainable management. And what I'm really wondering is, when you look at the wording that you're supporting now of that priority in IMP 1, where is the particular aspect of the environment or the natural environment that's identified as being necessary to be protected to end up with that priority? I'm struggling to see it.
It's at a higher level of abstraction, isn't it?
I'm looking to you to explain it.
Yes, I was thinking of this as you were discussing it with Marlene Freeman-Sefton earlier, and where I see the Supreme Court, how I interpret the Supreme Court's decision in that particular subparagraph, is lending weight to the notion that there could be a policy that's devolved down through into a regional coastal plan, which requires avoidance of adverse effects in the, for example, near an area of significant outstanding natural landscapes. The prioritisation in IMP 1 doesn't have at its core that same degree of both particularity, so it's not driving you to a solution, but it is, and it was a point I made, I think, a couple of weeks ago. In my view, there are many ways one might safeguard safeguard as well as quite a high threshold, but safeguard the life supporting capacity of the natural environment and the modi of the natural environment. So I could see and Ms. McIntyre may or may not agree with me, but I could see a policy that requires effects to be avoided, remedied, or mitigated as still being consistent with a priority given to that life supporting capacity. Particularly, I think, where the level of effects aren't such as to get you into an area where you might be starting to talk about, we're going to affect the life supporting capacity of this particular environment. We're going to drain its ability to provide for ecosystems. Draining a wetland could be a good example, and the effects that has, and you can see how that's subsequently flowed through in the recent National Environmental Standards for Fresh Water and the NPSFM. But there are any number of effects on land that may not nearly be as significant. And so I see the Supreme Court as dealing with a potentially different situation, which is, can you have avoidance, i.e. do not allow in certain areas? Yes. Here, where we're talking about prioritisation of the life supporting capacity, that's just making sure that when we come to making decisions on subsequent provisions and on provisions in district and regional plans, the environment comes first still. That's not to say that IMP 1 is going to require avoidance ad infinitum. Does that assist?
Yeah, I think it possibly does, because it is what you're saying, that in subsequent provisions, and leave aside a moment the other provisions of the RPS, put them to one side for a moment. Are you suggesting that the Supreme Court's approach can be met by adhering to the IMP1 prioritisation with the particularisation of the threatened environment that's to be protected being left for the regional plan provisions or the district plan provisions which flow from the regional policy statement?
Yes, that's one solution. It may well be of benefit, particularly to, given we're talking at a scale of issues of regional significance and regional importance, for an RPS to provide some direction in relation to what matters it considers fall within that framework. And if there are issues, and also, of course, a regional policy state needs to implement national direction. So some of that will come down into it. But outside of those areas, my submission is that considerable flexibility and scope for choice in terms of how objectives and policies are ultimately framed at the district and regional level is retained, regardless of IMP1.
So that might be an approach that has some attraction in respect of particularisation occurring through those plan provisions later. But I commenced by saying, let's put aside the other provisions, the RPS, and let's now turn the focus back to those other provisions, the RPS. Do you accept, in terms of the Supreme Court's approach, that the use of the term avoid, if it's just avoid, must be able to be coupled with an identifiable protective aspect that is warranted or necessary in terms of parts of the environment?
Yes, and the use of that term, of course, would have to be the most appropriate response to the issue, a la Section 32. So I agree.
With that, and the only other issue that I just wanted to touch on was to thank you for orally mentioning, because I'm maybe being unfair on you, but I didn't see reference to adaptive management in your written submission, and I may have overlooked that, but you definitely raised it in relation to IMP6 and orally, and it's become a fairly major tool, hasn't it, in terms of this next issue of whether you've got enough information to be able to make decisions.
It has, and the Supreme Court in Sustain Our Sounds has respectfully set out quite a helpful framework for when it can be useful and sometimes when it cannot. And I'm minded as well that, although it's in a different context, the Taranaki Whanganui Conservation Board, which is the iron sand mining off the coast of South Taranaki, it provides another good example of where adaptive management can't necessarily work to patch up the holes in an application, and it's increasingly being used as a tool to make sure that decisions are made on the best available information.
Sorry, your voice got blurred when you gave us the Supreme Court. Well, I think you were giving us reference to it when you just spoke before.
Two decisions, Sustain Our Sounds being the first, which was the companion decision of King Salmon.
Yes.
And that's referenced in the submissions. The other one, which isn't, and partly because it's under a different act, is the Taranaki Whanganui, or I think it's more appropriately called Trans-Tasman Resources Limited versus Taranaki Whanganui Conservation Board. And that's the iron sand mining case.
No, look, thank you for that. And I don't think I've got any other questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner President. All right. Always a little bit awkward doing this electronically, but if there are no further questions, I'll hand over to Ms. McIntyre, or I'm conscious of time and whether you wanted to break now or break later.
I think we'll try and, we've had some changes with Ms. McIntyre, and hopefully we can ensure that we conclude by morning, by Wednesday.
Ms. McIntyre.
Thank you. I'll start saying I've tried to put together a little bit of a summary today. I'm not sure how successful I have been in making it coherent, because as I think it's become pretty apparent today, a number of the types of concepts and principles that we're talking about in this chapter do get a little bit to the technical plenary end of things. So yeah, apologies in advance if I've become a little bit obtuse. At paragraphs 41 to 48 of my evidence, I've discussed the role of the RPS in providing clear direction for the lower order plans about matters that need to be considered and addressed to achieve integrated management. And then further on at paragraph 78 to 85, I discussed specifically the concerns relating to the integrated management chapter. And I think the integrated management chapter generally provides appropriate direction in terms of the key matters that I have referred to in the earlier part of my evidence. And Kaitahu did support by and large the direction of that chapter. However, some of the restructuring and amendment of the policies that has arisen through Ms. Boyd's response to different parties has, I think, weakened some of that original clear policy direction that there was. And I think there were too many words in the chapter to start with, and I think that some of the restructuring has been helpful in tightening up parts of the chapter, but there has also been a little bit of the direction that has been lost in that restructuring, I think. So my evidence on the integrated management chapter primarily focuses on those key concepts, which I think have lost a little bit in the translation. So the first one, which we've been talking about, is that prioritising the health needs of people together with life supporting capacity and Māori, I don't consider aligns that well with section 5 of the RMA. And I have proposed on page 15 of appendix 1, I've proposed an amendment to shift that back down. Secondly, collapsing the direction on cumulative effects, which was previously policy 13, into policy 5, which is focused on managing interconnections, as I've already mentioned, doesn't recognise that cumulative effects may arise in respect to a single resource rather than necessarily the interconnections which are being recognised through P5. And an obvious example of that would be, although obvious but not in this hearing process, is the use of water resource. You can have cumulative uses of a water resource. It is one resource, so it doesn't sort of get into necessarily the issues that are in that managing interconnections policy, but they are really important cumulative effects. Similarly, it could, if you look at biodiversity, if it's cumulative effects in terms of cumulative clearances of Indigenous vegetation, may have a cumulative effect, but that is not something that policy 5 is concerned with, because that is looking at interconnections between resources. So, as I've already mentioned, I have proposed that the cumulative effects part gets put back into a separate policy. Thirdly, collapsing the requirement for a precautionary approach into a policy concerned with avoiding unreasonable delay by using best available information underemphasises that both of these approaches are intended as means of managing uncertainty. And Mr. Cameron has talked about the tensions there are between those two different measures and the concerns that arise if the precautionary principle is underemphasised to the benefit of avoiding unreasonable delay by just using the information you've got. So restructure that policy so that it clearly puts the intent of the policy on managing uncertainty, that those two mechanisms are both directed at managing uncertainty, but the precautionary principle is the one that should come first. The last of the restructuring issues that I've identified is that in TM14, which is the one that relates to use of environmental limits, the words wherever practicable have been inserted into that policy and also into the associated method one in reference to identifying environmental limits. In my view, test wherever practicable is not the appropriate test when you're looking at identifying environmental limits. Environmental limits are identified in order to achieve environmental outcomes that are set in objectives of the plan, and therefore the test in terms of whether or not you need to identify a limit should be whether it is needed to achieve those objectives, not whether it is practicable to identify a limit. I'm not entirely sure what is meant by practicability in terms of identifying a limit. So I've recommended that where practicable be removed from that policy. Those are the restructuring type problems that I've identified. We've also already touched on a submission point on IMP5, which was rejected in relation to that question of recognition of the effects of activities that occur in one part of the environment, such as on the land, on other parts of the environment, such as on the freshwater coast. And I've recommended a clause to address that. This chapter also deals with the overall framework for consideration of climate change. At paragraphs 49 to 52 of my evidence, I've discussed the climate change considerations that should be addressed in the RPS, and I've referred there to cultural evidence on those concerns. They include natural hazard implications, impacts on natural processes and systems, adaptation and use of resources, and also provision for activities that reduce emissions. Most of those are referred to in this chapter. However, at paragraph 80A and 84 of my evidence, I've discussed concerns about the clarity of direction in respect to a couple of those aspects. One is that in removing duplication between IMO3 and IMO4 and IMP9, reference that was in IMP9 to consideration of the lifestyle changes that need to be made to adapt to climate change has been deleted. And I consider that it leaves a gap in terms of the climate change considerations. That is a consideration that is important in terms of looking at how we use resources in future And I have recommended that it be inserted into objective 4 to close that gap. The other matter I think that is missing, well, it's not actually missing. I think there's a little bit of a mistranslation in IMP 10 in relation to climate change. An amendment has, amendment has been made there that is intended to link across to the reference in the natural hazards chapter to the effects of on existing activities of climate change hazards, which I think is appropriate. But I think the wording that has been included in the policy inadvertently spreads the net a little bit wider and incorporates a broader consideration of existing activities, which could lead you into places that it wasn't intended to go to. And just lastly, I'll just mention that in my rebuttal evidence, I have proposed Ms. Ruston's proposal for Meridian that IMP 12 should be amended to remove any discretion for decision makers to impose environmental limits on activities that provide nationally or regionally significant climate mitigation. I think that would be an inappropriate fettering of the ability of the decision makers to carry out their role.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've just got one question. I think everything's laid out pretty clearly in your evidence, but referring, if we just go maybe to pages 14, 15 of your appendix B. Yeah, you've just requested for IMO 3 that water be replaced with freshwater and coastal waters. And I understand your reasoning is that, I mean, as I've done a lot of coastal planning in the past, and coastal often gets overlooked when people talk about water, and I totally get that. But when I look at the definition of freshwater and coastal water, the thing that falls out is geothermal water. Is there any geothermal water in Otago?
I don't believe so. There is certainly no geothermal water that is in any significant quantity to be used for anything, is my understanding. But Ms. Boyd might.
I'm not aware of any.
No, I mean, I sort of can't think of any hot springs that I've soaked in while I've been tramping in Otago or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, that was the only thing that I thought drops out from the change that you're suggesting there is geothermal, whether there's a risk associated with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there is, and I think that's why it hasn't been mentioned in any of these. But that is something that presumably could be checked with the regional council.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. I don't have too much either, Sandra, but just in relation to that last point you're talking about, not the definition thing, the paragraph 80A around the lifestyle adjustment concern, querying whether that's necessary, because isn't that an outcome of what the policy will require people to do? Because can an RMA actually direct how we live our lives in that sense?
It can be an outcome, but it can also be a matter that needs to be looked at in terms of the way we do things in the future. So, for example, And it is something that may need to be built into planning. So for example, if you look at coastal hazards, if you look at the increase in the risk associated with coastal hazards, then that is going to have implications for the way in which we live around the coast. That is a matter that will need to be considered as part of any planning for climate change. Similarly, the way in which we use water may need to be looked at in terms of changes in the climate that may mean that we are going to get some drier catchments or some wetter catchments. You know, those have implications in terms of lifestyle, which aren't just an outcome, but are also matters that need to be built into the planning.
Yeah, I understand. I was probably applying that a little narrowly, thinking that, you know, people trying to stop me smoking and drinking and stuff like that. Not that I smoke and drink. But, then the next one down, you talk about cumulative effects, and there has been submissions of, well, why do we need to single that one out? Because it's just one of many effects in the definition of effects. I thought I take the critical bit as that connection. The related, the connection that you're promoting. I understand what you've separated those two out, but.
And I think the reason why I consider that there should be a separate policy on cumulative effects, even though it is something that is clearly part of the definition of effects in the Act, is because my experience is that cumulative effects often gets overlooked if it is not specifically mentioned, and that is certainly been the case in terms of regional planning in Otago in the past. So I think to ensure that it is properly considered, I think it is important that there be a policy there.
And then quickly, the last one is around the wherever practicable in the limits. And I guess when I looked at that, I guess it was because, well, it's been quite difficult to quantify a limit, maybe in those more subjective values that we ascribe to things like landscapes and amenity. When you're promoting, well, it's got to be determined whether a limit is necessary. And I'm not sure how we do that either. Did you have any comment around that?
Well, my understanding of the reason for limits is, I mean, limits, the application of environmental limits is a tool to achieve an outcome. So the circumstances in which it is appropriate to identify those limits and the type of limits that you will identify will depend on what the outcomes are that are sought. So I guess my point is that the policy direction in relation to setting those limits has to be the starting point for that is what is the outcome we're trying to achieve? Do we need an outcome? Do we need to set a limit to achieve that outcome? If so, what is that limit? That seems to me to be the line of questioning that you have to go through to determine whether it is appropriate to set a limit. It's not, is it practical to set a limit? Because practicability relates, I think, not to whether you can identify a limit, but it seems to me that that is much more a case of, as a practicality or practicability is a question of what are the implications of application of that limit for a particular activity. That, I think, is a different consideration. It's not a consideration for setting the limit. It's a consideration about the circumstances in which you might apply the limit and what qualifiers or what considerations there might be around that. It comes in somewhere else, I think.
yeah, I guess all those things you raised are all the things submitters have been raising, really certainty in how that will apply. But I guess if you don't have this policy, then it may not be addressed at the lower order plans.
Yeah, it seems to me that there have been a number of submitters who, I guess they are wanting everything to be laid out in this regional policy statement. When in fact a lot of the things that they are wanting to be laid out can only be laid out in the lower order plans. You know, I think some submitters are putting a very heavy burden on this regional policy statement that it can't possibly bear.
And are you addressing air here or are you back on Friday?
Oh, I haven't said that I needed to come and appear in terms of the air because we've only got a couple of points on that. But if you want to ask me questions about that, you can ask me questions about that.
Well, actually, your supplementary raised the issue that I had a bit of concern around with Mr. Tuck and Mr. Wolf's policy. I can't remember what policy was, but it was about avoiding existing permitted consented discharges. Can't remember what policy.
There were two things, I think. I just look at that.
Yeah, well, I guess the point
Yes,
was that
they wanted a reverse sensitivity policy.
I was struggling around that concept of permitted activities because there's a lot of them in urban environments.
Yes.
Tend to border rural environments and use phrase and all sorts of things. So we could have it work in reality. That's what you've all raised in probably the context of the world.
Yes, that's what I've. Yeah, and that's really what I've raised in, I think, paragraph 16 of my rebuttal evidence is that I know what it is that they're wanting to do, but they've used a bit of a sledgehammer to crack a nut.
I was wondering if you had an alternative for it, but
I don't think it's necessary. I think it's a matter that is probably much better addressed at the level of a regional plan or a district plan when you are looking at the way in which particular activities relate to each other in particular locations. I think that's where you can more effectively deal with that particular concern.
Okay, thank you.
I want to take you back to an issue I raised 2 weeks ago. Well, raised in front of everybody. And it's to do with, I guess, the integrated management chapter being an opportunity for Kaitahu to really get in there. I mean, if you look at the first two objectives, 1 and 2, the long version is about ki uta ki tai. 2 is ki uta ki tai quite specifically. And a lot of the other stuff we've been talking about today I've raised is around that philosophical approach to life. Which is what led me to make that comment 2 weeks ago about boldness. Because I think if there's anywhere for Kaitahu to be bold, but it's here, integrated management chapter. You can say things about all the other chapters, but if it isn't, that integrated management chapter in a sense, you might argue is kind of where you bring it all together, because that's what ki uta ki tai is all about. How you bring all the bits together as a holistic whole and take it forward. Have you had any more thoughts about that since I raised it a couple of weeks ago?
I haven't changed my mind. I think the conversation that has been had today about IMP1 about the priority to be given to life supporting capacity in Māori, I think is central in terms of that particular approach. I think that I guess this is where it gets down to it, is in terms of that bold approach. I think there has been a lot of discussion about what the CFN does with Te Mana o Te Wai and what Section 5 does, and what are the things that are priorities and how things might conflict or fit together with each other. It seems to me that that central point about doing what we're going to do, whether we are providing for our economic, social, cultural well-being, whether we are protecting bits of the particular aspects of the environment, whether we are developing land, all of those things, that what we do need to be bold about is, I think, is actually really acknowledging that we need to prioritise life supporting capacity. We need to safeguard the life supporting capacity. We need to do what Section 5 says we need to do. We need to safeguard the life supporting capacity, and we need to sustain the environment for the future. And that should be the heart of what this chapter does. And I think that's why I guess why I have sort of made the point about, that health needs doesn't quite sit up with there, that it is those underlying life supporting capacity, Māori, sustaining for the future, that are the fundamental thing that we need to be considering in the way we do whatever we're doing. And I think, as Mr. Cameron said, the point of while in Section 5 is important. And I think it's a similar point that Judge Borthwick made in the Aratiatia case down in Southland in terms of Te Mana o Te Wai, is what Section 5 says, as I see it, is that the way in which we enable our well-being needs to be in a way that will safeguard the life supporting capacity and sustain the environment for the future. It's not we do this or we do that. We have to do this in a way that will achieve that. And what Judge Borthwick said in the Southland case was, in terms of Te Mana o Te Wai, is we have to turn our thinking around from what are the adverse effects of our activities to how are activities supporting Te Mana o Te Wai. And I think that question that she asked is essentially the question which Section 5 puts to us, is how are we enabling ourselves to get on with life, essentially, in a way which will safeguard life supporting it.
I mean, I look at Ngāi Tahu development, right, in recent years. And dare I say it, far from me to be the expert on this by any means, but you could argue that Ngāi Tahu, at least politically and philosophically, have got to a point where people will say, what have you done? Right? And people like Tipene can stand up with their hand on their heart and say, we've done this, we've got a claim. So we've set that. What would be interesting would be in another 10, 15, 20 years, for someone to ask the same question in this particular field, what have you done? Because arguably, you might have a regional policy statement or those sorts of things in place, but they'll still come to you. They'll come to Ngāi Tahu. To a large extent, that's just what we are. You know, we feel safer questioning our own first, because we can have a easier conversation, and we do. We have a Ngaitahu conversation. I would have a whānau conversation, but then ultimately it still comes back to, okay, the decisions that were made that you had a part in deciding, yeah. And that's part of the kind of boldness, in quotes, question I was throwing out.
I mean, I can't speak for Mana Whenua, but I do know that this regional policy statement is being viewed as a step forward to help shift the way things are happening, because the way things have been going over the last 20, 30 years has been in the wrong direction in terms of the Māori, the life supporting capacity, the ability to sustain the environment for the future. So this is seen as an opportunity for change. That is certainly how it's being approached.
Thank you very much, Lee.
I've only got one issue that I want to address with you, and that is the emphasis on, or your concern that you expressed in terms of the taking of IMP 15 and amalgamating it with 6, and you've been concerned about the emphasis being wrong, and it being an emphasis on avoiding unreasonable delays and information rather than precautionary approach. But isn't that able to be dealt with pretty readily by just simply inverting the two headings as one, so that it would read precautionary approach and acting on best available information, then putting clause 2, subclause 2 as clause 1, and in clause 2, the other suggestion that I would put that might be an improvement would be having 2B, take all practical steps, including use of adaptive management conditions to reduce uncertainty. And if you did all those, is there really a problem?
I'm just trying to work out whether what you're suggesting is what I've done. If you have a look at page 17 to 18 of my appendix 1, that's what I've proposed to do to restructure that policy. I don't think it's quite what you suggested there. And I guess my first point was that my starting point was, what is this policy about? It's about managing uncertainty. So what I've done is I started by titling the policy Managing Uncertainty, and then looking at how both those two approaches, they are actually how those two approaches fit together within that. And so I have, to an extent, just done what you've suggested, which is reversing the two. But I've also changed a little bit the levels of some of the clauses, so that it is very clearly focused on managing what we're doing here is we're wanting to manage uncertainty. There are a number of ways in which you can do that. The first thing we do is that we take a precautionary approach if we are dealing with uncertain effects. That's the starting point. Then we take all practical steps to reduce the uncertainty, and in terms of just as a general thing, we use the best available information and don't delay things just because we don't have the information. So that seemed to me to be the logical.
Yeah, I see. Yep, I see it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom. I'm sorry, Dr. Somerville, we will have a quick break for a cup of tea. Right, what are we? We've got to make sure you've got enough time. How long are your submissions, do you think?
I'm really grateful, sir. I'm in your hands. I'm happy to run over to the morning anyway, which probably need to, I think, just listening to the exchange. You're adjourning at 4:30, is that?
No, well.
Oh, that's fine. If you're carrying on.
We're carrying on at 5.
Oh, look, we should be able to get well through.
Okay, well, we're taking a 10-minute break, all right? Thank you. You give context, like in the rooms or they. Thank you. And can I just indicate that you don't feel under any pressure to rush? We've had a quick discussion. We're going to carry on for as long as it is needed. Right.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry to tell you that.
Yes, yes. I'd be grateful. May I be seated to?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, thank you. I've also, in our submissions, you'll see that I have a counsel assisting me, Miss Luisetti. Unfortunately, she's not here today, but she will be with me for subsequent chapters.
Well, just while this is being circulated, Ms. Hunter's just come back, and can I indicate to you that we've had a quick discussion and we are going to be carrying on. You will be there today. All right, thank you. Thank you. So,
and my associate, just the brief exposure I've had to the discussions you've had with council on this chapter, really at the level that we are dealing with in terms of beef and lamb and the dairy industry. So if but you'll see why that is my position. The IM integrated management chapter of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement is central to meeting the statutory instrument's purpose, and we have underlined the relevant words in the section there. So just picking up on something you asked earlier, I've actually included any suggestions or anything in these submissions, so you don't have to go back to documents and cross-reference them. This hearing is one of the first to address the provisions of a proposed regional policy statement and the legal implications of the provisions of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020 as amended in December 2022, and the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land 2022. The outcome of this hearing could have an important influence on the development of regional policy statements, regional plans and district plans beyond the Otago region. We submit as follows: that the current policies in the integrated management chapter do not give effect to many of the very prescriptive implementation provisions contained in the MPSFM addressing integrated management processes. That the changes to the RPS sought by beef and lamb and the dairy industry New Zealand would provide for more effective and directive integrated management process policies. They would implement the imperatives of the National Policy Statement by A, requiring the Otago Regional Council to engage actively with local farming communities in the development of land and freshwater plans and in decision-making processes, and B, provide for more effective adaptive management processes at catchment and sub-catchment levels. Several methods included in the chapter need to be reframed as directive process policies. That because the National Policy Statement, highly productive land, has recently become operative, there need to be some changes to the LFLS land and soil chapter of the proposed statement. We will address these at the April meeting. That's quite complex and really interesting, but it would take a lot of time to deal with it now. The changes to the policy statement sought by our clients comply with sections 59, 61 and 62 of the RMA. That to facilitate uniformity in the region's integrated resource management regulatory framework, the panel should adjourn its final hearings to ensure there's a contextual and practicable convergence and alignment of the freshwater planning instrument provisions of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. And sir, we would seek leave to be able to perhaps return at that stage, particularly in terms of this chapter, in case, if you wish to hear further submissions. Introduction. Beef and Lamb New Zealand is an industry good body funded under the Commodity Levies Act 1990, and Dairy Industry New Zealand is a levy-funded industry body established by the Dairy Industry New Zealand Regulations 2004 under the Primary Products Marketing Act 1953. Beef and Lamb New Zealand and Dairy Industry New Zealand are working closely with farmers and engaging with central and local government on resource management issues. They are also heavily involved in land and freshwater plan hearings throughout the country. The use of land and fresh water to produce food and fibre from farming is a significant resource management issue for the Otago region. Beef, lamb and deer farming occurs over a large land area in Otago. Rural farming communities identify with land and freshwater resources at a local level involving catchment or subcatchment of a lake, river or wetland. The farming community is an important steward of the natural resources that sustain the production of food and fibre. As an independent steward, should be actively engaged in developing a long-term vision over at least a 30-year planning period for its local catchment or subcatchments, land and freshwater resources. The policies and methods in the proposed policy statement need to enable sustainable integrated farming practices and innovation in food and fibre production systems for the farming sector to continue to make a crucial contribution to the health and the economic, social and cultural well-being of people and communities in the region. Turning to the statutory obligation to answer the question, do the policies and methods in the proposed statement addressing integrated management give effect to the National Policy Statement Freshwater Management? The NPS is a high-order resource management instrument that focuses on restoring and preserving the balance between freshwater and the wider environment and community. It contains very directive language and the frequent use of the imperative must. We submit that the strong directions to regional councils contained in the implementation provisions of the National Policy Statement should be given effect to in the proposed regional policy statement in explicit and directive process policies. We will particularly address the National Policy Statement provisions that refer to community engagement processes and integrated management of land and freshwater, and adaptive integrated management in land and freshwater in catchments and subcatchments. The Supreme Court held in Environmental Defence Society, incorporated in the New Zealand King Salmon Company Limited, that a requirement to give effect to a policy which is framed in a specific and unqualified way may, in a practical sense, be more prescriptive than a requirement to give effect to a policy which is a high level of abstraction. It also held that a policy cannot be a rule as defined in the RMA, but it may nevertheless have the effect of what in ordinary speech would be a rule. In this respect, the court referred to and applied a regional policy statement case, the Auckland Regional Council and North Shore City Council case. It considered that a policy may be expressed in such directive terms that a decision maker has no option but to implement it. When interpreting the provisions in the National Policy Statement, the relevant statutory interpretation principles are set out in sections 10 and 11 of the Legislation Act. Section 10 states the meaning of legislation must be ascertained from its text and in light of its purpose and its context. Subsection 1 applies whether or not the legislation's purpose is stated in the legislation. Section 11 of the Act applies to circumstances as they arise, so that's the ambulatory approach. The High Court has applied Section 10, subsection 1, when considering definitions in the RMA and statutory freshwater instruments. And we footnoted a very interesting High Court case concerning the wetlands. The relevant provisions of the National Policy Statement are found in the objective 2.1, and we've highlighted those, but they're well known to the panel, I'm sure. But I've highlighted such as drinking water and under the second priority, which I want to come to in a moment in terms of interpretation. Policy 1, with freshwater is managed in a way that gives effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. And I'm just referring to policies that undergird our argument. Policy 3, freshwater is managed in an integrated way that considers the effects of the use and development of land on a whole of catchment basis, including the effects on receiving environments. Policy 15, communities are enabled to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being in a way that is consistent with this national policy statement. Turning to Te Mana o Te Wai, the interpretation is set out in clause 1.3. And 1.4 states terms defined in the Act and used in the national policy statement have the meanings in the Act except as otherwise specified. In the Otago Regional Council case, the Environment Court considered the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, and I've quoted that extract there for the benefit of the panel. That was the Southland case that is dealing with a plan, and it's dealing, and the environment judge is Judge Borthwick. And you'll see there that she is referring back to her comment about Te Mana o Te Wai in an earlier iteration of the national policy statement, but she believes it's still relevant, and she repeats them. Te Mana o Te Wai is not a Māori-centric, but a water-centric approach. While expressed in Te Reo Māori, Te Mana o Te Wai benefits all New Zealanders. Te Mana o Te Wai is a concept that requires natural and physical resources to be managed in a way that recognises that by protecting the health of freshwater, the health and well-being of the wider environment is also protected. The concept entails a fundamental shift in societal perspectives on sustainable management. Now, I wish to turn to the fundamental concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, and our submissions here will be aligned very much with what we will be submitting to the freshwater panel, so that there's not, because we see the ultimate alignment of this integrated management chapter as being extremely important, as Commissioner Kirikiri mentioned earlier. We've underlined perhaps the management issue, management words that occur in the concept to try and assist. Under 1, Te Mana o Te Wai is about restoring and preserving the balance between the water, the wider environment, and the community. And Te Mana o Te Wai is relevant to all freshwater management and not just to the specific aspects of freshwater management referred to in this national policy statement. I'll come to shortly how you should perhaps interpret and apply those words in our submission in that concept. And in the framework, there are a number of policies, relevant policies, and I wish to refer to, in paragraph 4E, the stewardship policy. That is the obligation of all New Zealanders to manage freshwater in a way that ensures it sustains present and future generations. Then there's the hierarchy of obligations, which we've set out there and will be known to the panel. Come to those in detail. Now, turning to paragraph 18 of our submissions, where we look at the interpretation and the application of clauses 1 and 5 of the concept. The concept of Te Mana o Te Wai in clause 1 is about restoring and preserving the balance between the water, the wider environment, and the community. The balancing process should be informed by policies and methods contained in the policy statement that address the integration of all these constituent parts of the wider environment. There are several relevant definitions in the RMA when considering the matters in clause 1. The wider environment is not defined specifically in the MPS. The scope of the wider environment is informed by the definition of environment in section 2 of the RMA. And that includes ecosystems and their constituent parts, including people and communities. And B, all natural and physical resources. And C, amenity values. And D, the social, economic, aesthetic, and cultural conditions which affect the matters stated in paragraphs A to C, or which are affected by those matters. Water body means fresh water or geothermal water in a river, lake, stream, pond, wetland, or aquifer, or any part thereof that's not located within the coastal marine area. And ecosystem health is a compulsory value set out in Appendix 1A of the National Policy Statement. Now, the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai applies the priorities in Clause 5 when planning for making decisions about the use and protection of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems of the region. In Clause 5A, the thrust of the first priority is to protect and maintain the ecological integrity and capacity of a freshwater body. Biodiversity is intrinsic to the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. And the RMA defines intrinsic values specifically and says in relation to ecosystems means those aspects of ecosystems and the constituent parts which have value in their own right, including their biological and genetic diversity, and B, the essential characteristics that determine an ecosystem's integrity, form, function, and resilience. And biological diversity means the variability among living organisms and the ecological complexes of which they are a part, including diversity within species, between species, and on ecosystems. We submit freshwater ecosystems are inextricably connected with land and soil ecosystems. In Clause 5B, the second priority is the health needs of people, such as drinking water. The words such as should be given a contextual and not a literal interpretation. The example of drinking water should not be interpreted as the only example of people's health needs. Food production and food security are crucial for human health in the context of interconnected land and freshwater ecosystems. In Clause 5C, the third priority focuses on how the freshwater ecosystem enables people and communities to provide for their and future generations' social, economic, and cultural well-being. We submit that the proposed policy statement does not provide sufficient policy direction to give effect to the NPS-FM in the context of the integrated management of land and freshwater planning and decision-making that focuses on priorities 5A, B, and C at a catchment and sub-catchment level. This requires the inclusion of more directive and clearer resource management process policies for addressing the integrated management of land and freshwater and the environment, wider environment at that level. That would better implement the following national policy statement provisions that specifically require that. These provisions should also be given an ambulatory interpretation consistent with Section 11 of the Legislation Act. And we've highlighted the provisions, and you'll see why we've highlighted them. Under Te Mana o Te Wai, every regional council must, and there's that imperative again, must engage with communities and tangata whenua to determine how Te Mana o Te Wai applies to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the region. It's not just freshwater bodies, it's freshwater ecosystems. 2, every regional council must give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, and in doing so must engage with communities and tangata whenua to identify long-term visions, environmental outcomes, and other elements of the North. And E, adapt an integrated approach, ki uta ki tai, to the management of fresh water. Now, that's not discretionary, that's mandatory. Then turning to the long-term visions for freshwater, every regional council must develop long-term visions for freshwater in its region, include those long-term visions as objectives in its regional policy statement. Then when you turn to long-term provisions, we've got the words for catchment level. Now, may I please the panel, in terms of the FMUs or parts of the FMUs, they're very much within the purview of the freshwater panel's inquiries. So and when you look at them, they cover massive areas. There's not many of them, 5 I think, but they're huge areas. So there are multiple catchments, sub-catchments, local communities, and so forth within them. However, these are relevant. Turning to 3, subclause 3, the vision must be developed through engagement with communities and tangata whenua about their long-term wishes for the water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the region. And again, the catchments mentioned in B, but C, express what communities in tangata whenua want the FMU or part of the FMU or catchment to be like in the future. We see land and freshwater ecosystems being managed at a catchment level if it's going to be successful. Then 4, again, that refers to the improvement to the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems is required to achieve the vision. Now, 3.5 deals with integrated management, and it requires that local authorities must, and we've mentioned C, or highlighted C, manage freshwater and land use and development in catchments in an integrated and sustainable way to avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects, including cumulative effects on the health and well-being of water bodies, freshwater ecosystems and receiving environments. And over paragraph 2A, the use and development of land on freshwater and the use and development of land and freshwater on receiving environments. Turning to the transparent decision-making provisions, this clause applies to all decisions made by regional councils giving effect to this national policy statement, including but not limited to decisions relating to clauses 3.4 and 3.15. Again, the word must is used there, and there is a reference in subclause 3 to decision. The subclause 4, sir, has actually been included in the 2022 amendment to the NPS. Now, turning to the National Objectives Framework work, and I'm only referring to these because we're dealing with catchments, which involve the ecosystems of the interconnection of land and water, but they do deal with catchments. Each step of the NOF process, every regional council must engage with communities in tangata whenua and apply the hierarchy of obligations set out in clauses 1.35 as required by clause 3.2, subclause 2, paragraph C. Then we get to action plans, and in our submission, when it comes to planning and the planning provisions and directions in the policy statement, action plans are critical for dealing with both regulatory, co-regulatory and self-regulatory approaches. And we've highlighted there, an action plan may describe both regulatory measures, such as proposals to amend regional policy statements and plans and actions taken under the Biodiversity Act, and non-regulatory measures such as work plans and partnership arrangements with tangata whenua and community groups. Those partnership arrangements in our submission are critical if you're going to address integrated management. Action plans must be published as soon as practicable and may be published either by appending them to a regional plan or by publishing them separately. And that might be something that the panel wishes to think about, whether there should be a directory in the NPS about those action plans being very visible, particularly if they're developed in partnership with mana whenua and the community. Now, turning 5 we've emphasised as well. Turning to community engagement and planning and decision-making decisions. And this is, I have great trouble in determining why we use this term planning and decision-making and then have separate policies dealing with decision-making, separate policies dealing with planning. There's no definition of decision-making as far as I can see anywhere. So I'll try and capture that, but I think it can be addressed when looking at the objectives in this chapter. We submit that pursuant to the above provisions of the National Policy Statement, very directive process policies addressing community engagement in the development of land and freshwater planning instruments and decision-making need to be included in the proposed policy statement. It is clear from the Environment Court's decision in Otago Regional Council and the evidence proffered to this panel by Beef and Lamb New Zealand and Deer Industry New Zealand and other submitters that local farmers and farming communities are very involved in the development of land and freshwater plans and decision-making processes addressing the integrated management of land and freshwater resources in the catchments and sub-catchments where their farms are located. In the context of the NPS, the term community engagement is not restricted to mere consultation or facilitation in our submission. It should involve a more collaborative and partnership-based approach by the Regional Council with community groups of mana whenua in the development of land and freshwater planning instruments. It should involve developing co-regulatory and self-regulatory process provisions, promoting positive environmental outcomes, goals, limits, targets, long-term visions, action plans, monitoring programs, review provisions, and integrated adaptive risk management approaches at catchment and sub-catchment levels. Effective community engagement also involves participating in working groups and mediated decision-making processes where there are conflicts over environmental values and environmental outcomes sought. Adaptive management processes for addressing, I'll move on now to adaptive management processes addressing biodiversity and climate change risks. Significant resource management issues for the region include the loss of biodiversity and climate change impact. In the notified policy statement, I've referred to a number of objectives. I haven't referred to, I've referred to the objectives and I've referred to the policies that I see are addressing the issues, which raise complex risk management issues that are characterized by uncertainty, complexity, and constant change. So this is the language of risk, basically. Turning to the objectives. The current objectives, and we've set out objective 01 and 03, and I'll come back and look at 02 because that was raised by an earlier. I'll do that as I go because that was raised by the last witness. When one looks at 01, there is some really key words there. The first one is we're beginning with the first line. I've set it out here for you, sir. The first line is the management of natural and physical resources. So this isn't just the management of natural resources. By and for the people of Otago, including Kaitahu, and are expressed in all resource management plans and decision-making achieves healthy, resilient and safeguarded natural systems and the ecosystem services they offer and supports the well-being of present and future generations. That to me is a very difficult objective to translate into policies, and we'll come to that. I found that I would submit that IMO food, which was referred to earlier witness, is not difficult to apply when dealing with risk. It states a very important objective. It shouldn't cause any difficulties in the sense that when we're dealing with ongoing processes and policies, that's clearly front and centre of integrated management. So I don't see that there's an issue with the adaptive management in the sense of risk there. Turning to 03 though, and we've set that out, that raises issues of uncertainty, complexity and climate change. And turning to 04, where we're dealing with climate change. Climate change is an issue involving risk, just as the loss of biodiversity is. So now turning to the policies, and I'm looking at the policies as they are notified at the moment. The policy P1, I would submit as an extremely important policy because of of clause 4. When I looked at trying to apply the policies to objective 1, I couldn't do it because there weren't enough policies. The policies were conflicting. They weren't well expressed in my respectful submission. So one is going to have to clearly rely on that clause 4 to go back to the objectives and to be able to approach planning and decision making by always ensuring that those objectives are implemented. And then we've got the P4 and P11. These are in the notified version. Now, there are significant challenges when judging what is an acceptable level of risk from the impacts of existing and future land and freshwater uses on the health of ecosystems and their resilience to climate change impacts at a catchment and sub-catchment scale. The words resilient or resilience are defined in the RPS as the capacity and ability to withstand or recover quickly from adverse conditions. In addition to the above policies, there needs to be included in the RPS a specific process policy for implementing adaptive management approaches for managing risks to the health of land and freshwater ecosystems and to people and communities from biodiversity loss and climate change impacts at a catchment and sub-catchment level. In the case of maintaining ecosystem resilience, adaptive management is a well-known precautionary risk management approach that should include the participation of the rural community. I'm focusing on the rural community because that's for whom I'm acting as an umbrella group. There are other community interests as well, of course. And it is comprehensively addressed in resource management case law. Adaptive management is also the dominant resource management strategy for addressing risks from climate change impacts, and that can be seen in the law reform project where we have adaptive climate change legislation. Still to see what it looks like, but that's not it. 37. It's a process and policy response that addresses a lack of information and uncertainty about safeguarding intrinsic environmental values that are unable to be measured and weighed in the same way as instrumental environmental values. You can't do a cost-benefit analysis on an intrinsic value, an ecological integrity value. You can look at the value of the resource and various other things, but you're dealing with intrinsic values, and when it is an approach that factors in an ethical obligation to use natural and physical resources sustainably by the well-being of existing and future generations. When ethical considerations, adaptive management planning and decision-making processes involve local authorities making value judgments, they should also consider local community values. Now, these are suggested changes to the policies and methods in the post-policy statement. These changes try and work in as much as possible with the recommendations of Ms. Boyd and the various 42A reports, because there's been a huge amount of discussion around these policies before a mediator, and this is an ongoing process. The following changes, the IM Integrated Management Chapter's policy, should help to give effect to, by that law means implement, the mandatory process provisions in the NPS, and would strengthen land and freshwater planning and decision-making at a catchment and sub-catchment level throughout the whole region. The policies sought by beef and lamb and dairy industry are expressed in a way that clearly means the ORC has no option but to implement them. These will need to be examined together with suggested changes at the discussed April hearing of the Land and Freshwater Chapter's provisions. And sure, it may well be that there are a number of policies in that chapter that touch on the approach we're taking here. Turning to the objectives, which is a matter of law, must be implemented. We support the following recommendation contained in the brief of supplementary evidence of Ms. Boyd on integrated management. Now that's 03. I'm not sure whether that still stands. I assume it does. We submit it actually as a very good statement of an objective, although we're not sure what sustainable impact the nomenclature actually refers to. We'll get maybe something with respect tidied up. Policies, section 61(2)(d) of the RMA, we support the retention of IMP1 integrated approach. Below, this overarching policy is important to ensure that the imperatives contained in the objectives stated in the IM chapter addressing the integrated management of the region's natural and physical resources are implemented. And that's the reasons I mentioned earlier. We also support the wording of what will now be renumbered in our view as IMP2. Just as a footnote or an aside, in the Natural and Built Environments Bill, there's a very good, clause 6, is a very good example of decision-making principles. Now, it could well be that that bill, if the select committee gets its work done, so forth, could actually be coming into effect in whatever form during the time that you're finally deliberating on this instrument. But we have tried in our submissions to assure that the language in these policies could be utilised in the natural and built environment plans in the way they're constructed under the new bill, if they go ahead as notified. 43, we support the following recommendation contained in the brief of supplementary evidence of Ms. Boyd on integrated management, and I'm relying on the 11th of October. I haven't had today's evidence, so I'm not sure whether there's much there. 44, we support the following recommendation contained in Boyd's evidence. Subject to the amendment shown in blue to the first line below, This amendment will remove any ambiguity about what the words decision-making cover. This should be in the context of management natural and physical resources.
Dr. Somerville, we don't have any blue, right? We don't have any blue, I'm afraid.
Oh, I apologise. I'm sorry. I'll organise for a blue.
Well, if you just read out what the words are.
Yes, certainly. In the first line that's struck out between the brackets, that's the change. Sir.
Right. Thank you.
But the rest you'll see why we support it. And then 45, we have actually we propose a further policy addressing adaptive management as required. Now, to some extent, a lot of this will be discussed before the freshwater panel. But this policy we submit would be useful because of the references to resilience and climate change and biodiversity throughout the chapter. And then turning to the methods, we submit that the following methods need to be amended and reframed as directive process policies to implement their policy statement, national policy statement provisions, addressing community engagement and adaptive management at a catchment and sub-catchment level. We do not think it should be left to methods because that can become optional. These need to be strong directions in our submission. And the methods that we suggest should become policies. The reframed as policies we've set out there, and because of the colouring, I'm sorry, you'll see that we have changed. If you look at IM M2 relationships, sub clause 3, we've changed consult to actively engage because that's what the policy statement says. And climate change, again, we've changed in consultation to actively engage. And other methods, again, in subclause 2, we've deleted facilitate community involvement and put actively engage the community in. And in community involvement, we've added in, we've added in, I think we've added in catchments and subcatchments. I need to check that. I think we have. I'll check that. Now, our witness, sir, who will be tomorrow now and is available, Mr. Andrew Burt, the economist employed by Beacon Land Museum. He'll address the social and economic importance of land in Otago being utilised to produce food and fibre using integrated farming systems. He can also update you on a very short statement, which there's a copy there for you, about the current work that he's engaged in with the Otago Regional Council on behalf of Beef and Lamb. And there are a number of national organisations that are heavily involved with the Regional Council in terms of the land and water management planning side and looking at these applied economic issues for the region. And he'll be, that little statement, if you want to look at it overnight, is available and it sets out it just brings you up to date with what's happening right now. Apart from that, there are no changes to his evidence and he'll be available.
And there may be some questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those issues, and it's been, I think, quite useful pointing to the prescriptive engagement requirements in the NPS and FEN, and then it appears that you've looked quite closely at all what in the RPS in this chapter is actually getting towards that. Do you think that the changes that you're suggesting here, you know, and around focusing on engagement rather than consultation and the like, do you think that that's enough? Recognising, of course, that the MPS is above this anyway.
Yes, thank you. When it comes to our submissions on the land and freshwater chapter, which deals with in more detail with integrated management, we will have more prescribed suggestions. But Commissioner, we do think that probably methods need to be, if these become directive policies, there need to be some methods developed to implement those policies. Because we've tried to craft a document in a way where it's a process direction, very much a mandatory process direction. Because in terms of the Otago region, we need some robust processes for dealing with engagement. And consultation is just too touchy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've seen some pretty poor engagement done under the banner of consultation. So yes, yeah, no, thank you very much.
Thank you. Interesting, you focus on the catchment board approach, and it comes very strongly in your evidence. And because Rob and I have had that conversation as well around back in the good old days, how effective that probably was. We have had Kaitahu witnesses bemoan the fact that, and it's probably happened in the local government restructure in 1991 happened in the break, district and regional councils and the sort of almost put in place a bar to integrated management in a way, and that comes strongly through your evidence as well that will be presented later, I guess. I was interested in your paragraph 13 around the King Salmon case and what they said around directive terms and policies, and it's always interesting to me how this has come about, because in section 104, when that decision-making provision in the RMA, all it says is you have to have regard to policy provisions. It doesn't say you have to give effect. And I guess is that case actually overriding that? Because the legislation still hasn't changed.
No, absolutely. But the policy statement is the higher order instrument. And as a matter of law, you do have to give effect to that. Under section 62.
Only in plans. It doesn't say you have to do that in the decision-making section.
Well, if you look at the MPS, the word decision-making applies too to planning.
On the MPS,
yeah, the MPS. Yeah. This is quite a paradigm shift in the sense of water and land management. The MPS. So, but to put, I highly see where you're coming from, Commissioner. But we're in a situation now where we can structure our integrated management provisions and policy statements in a way where they actually direct a process that does achieve what you mentioned. You don't get that bifurcation or that.
Yeah.
It should be a holistic management.
Yeah. Mainly.
I might say I was very interested in your question earlier on about the other MPs.
Highly productive soils.
Absolutely, because these two MPs have to be aligned when you're dealing with integrated management of land and fresh water, and the district plan implications. But I'm saying that's for another day, April sometime.
Yeah, it is a challenge, I think, for district councils. I guess, and you talk about intrinsic values. safeguarding those. I guess you talk about that you can't do a cost benefit analysis on those. But those values are still human prescribed though, aren't they? I mean, we're actually still giving values there. It's still a judgment that we've made, that humans have made, because the environment just is. It's just there. And we've given that intrinsic value. So surely we should be able to somehow do a cost benefit analysis on that.
Well, there's a lot of scholarship on ecosystem valuations, intrinsic values.
Yeah.
But when you look at an intrinsic value, and we're dealing with values here, we're not dealing with rights or anything, we're dealing with values. Intrinsic values relate to processes, the integrity of the ecology. It is not, and we'll be dealing with this before the freshwater panel in detail with the witness and the ecological environment. But the reality is you can't actually use a measure such as $1 or whatever in terms of saying what value the integrity of the ecological system in that water body has. What you can do is a cost benefit analysis of the value of the resource in terms of human value, benefits, so forth. You can do that. In fact, you can do a lot of ecosystem valuation, but the ecological integrity process, you can't put a value on it in terms of it. You can't use a dollar measure. The problem with it is when you're dealing with values, is that you're dealing with conflicting values, incommensurate values, and so forth. And there's nothing to weigh them with. You have to make a values choice sometimes because one's in conflict. And again, you can't use a common measure to do the weighing. So it's I know it's philosophical, but it's intrinsic means just that. It's inherent in the ecological processes, and you can't say, well, that's worth $6.
Yeah, well, I guess my question was a philosophical one, because we are still saying we're the ones identifying the intrinsic values. So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Sorry, you're quite right in the sense that we're saying, well, we'll use MCIs or something to measure the ecological values, and so we that's right. That's our management tool. Yeah. But in terms of putting a value, dollar value on it,
there's been a few economists here that would probably try if we paid them enough.
I've got an economist who's sitting up there, will be available tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
and the only other question is, you've been sitting here probably listening to the debate around IMP2.
Yes.
We've had two sort of sides of that argument. I know you're extremely experienced in RMA law. You obviously have no concerns that aligns with Section 5 of the purpose of the Act, having an approach like that.
Sorry, no, I can't go that far. I think that provision is a way of dealing when you've got nothing left, and you need to come to an ultimate judgment. But I don't see it as trying to align Section 5. I see it as a management decision tool, in the sense that. I mean, whether it aligns, I haven't turned my mind to it because I don't see it. I see decision making in a quite different way to what this document does.
Yeah. This
document just prioritizing things as a decision maker. Where on resource consents, this or that, what does decision making mean? Is it in the planning or where is it? It's not helpful, but that seems to where everybody's got to in the negotiation.
Yeah, I probably used the wrong word. I think the concerns being that Section 5 does these things, and this is sort of stepping outside of that. But what you're saying, This is actually a tool you can use to manage those, almost the last resort.
Last resort, I really have difficulty in having a prescribed policy that you must do that when you're making a decision. But however, I prefer a principled decision approach where you look at integrated management, you look at this, you look at that, and also this is my own view. I prefer the approach in clause 6 of the MBA to be quite good.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Whatever. I just want to make an observation, which I would ask you to either confirm or deny, I guess. And really, it's about the thrust of your submission as I see it. Am I right in this, in understanding that the beef and lamb and the beer industry position is around being more directive in the way in which the RPS is going to be structured?
The actual decision of beef and lamb is that participation in planning and decision making is critical when dealing with catchments and areas that farmers operate. And the prescription is on the regional council to engage actively with beef and lamb, but with these communities, the communities, because beef and lambs are national, but the communities, and in terms of developing processes for dealing with integrated management. And there's no choice there. It's not, we'll have a meeting. There needs to be ongoing engagement, action plans, and so forth. Beef and lamb is not asking for very prescriptive policies or methods that try and establish bottom lines or anything like that. It's or outcomes. This is purely process to be engaged.
So by more actively engaging, you mean in a different way or a new way to which they've been traditionally engaging?
Well, this would apply throughout the country in the sense that local, regional councils and local authorities, or regional councils we're talking about here, of course, as they're developing these instruments, statutory instruments, that will give effect to the various MPS, and we heard about the renewable electricity generation MPS today, that they will be, that those processes will be meaningful. Same with Manawhina. I mean, they need to, and in fact, they're a partnership approach. But one section of the community that's heavily engaged in resource use and social and economic well-being, so forth, is not kept out of it and just paid lip service to that.
The partnership is quite challenging to the system, isn't it?
Yes, well, I know it's a loose, it's a term, but in Otago it means something in terms of treaty everything. Partnership is a partnership with the community and developing a vision for the catchment or catchment is in our submission critical. And you'll hear evidence in the land and water chapter where the work that's going on to help farmers with that engagement is occurring.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It's getting late in the day, Dr. Sutherland, and we'll obviously be hearing from you again. But there is one issue that I want to address with you, and it's at paragraph 4E in submission, if you would. And as with usual, you've used delightful language, and you've said that the panel should adjourn at final hearings to ensure there is, and you use a phrase, contextual and practical convergence and alignment. And as you said it, I wrote down how. How do we do that? Practical and legal sense.
Yes.
Because as you know, we've now faced with the difficulty of having submitters, and we've already had at least one council say to us, you've got to be very careful that you don't step outside what you hear in this process
Yes.
and engage with the freshwater panel, whoever they may be. And, you know, how on earth do we try and achieve this convergence alone?
Yes, sir. I'm really referring to the integrated management chapter here, which is a linchpin chapter and for the purpose of essential for the purpose of a policy statement. And in my submission, you really need to know what the freshwater panel is saying, because it will have submissions on FMUs and those visions and all the rest of it in the shaded chapter, that's shaded provisions. You need to know what that panel's come up with before you reach any decision on this chapter, on the final wording in my submission. And so that it will work. And I'm sure that's possible. That's our submissions are very much aligned, as it were, with the MPs. They wouldn't be in contradiction to the MPs in terms of the processes, only processes.
I can well imagine other council saying to the freshwater panel, you need to know what the RPS panel thought on the integrated management chapter.
Well, the High Court judge didn't seem to think that was a problem. I understand where you're coming from, but yours is the panel that's putting the document together at the end of the day, and is giving it legal effect. The freshwater panel is.
Sorry, can you just turn on the microphone?
I beg your pardon. It is your panel in my submission that has the role of bringing the document together as a lawful instrument. At the end, that's the whole document. And that would follow the ruling of the High Court. It would align with the ruling of the High Court. And the High Court said that didn't need to be any re-notification or anything of the other provisions apart from the shaded, the freshwater provisions, which now the regional council has got shaded. I just can't give you any assistance yet until you appear before the freshwater panel to see what it's going to look at, whether it's just restricted to the blue shaded provisions or whether it starts moving into land and soil, all the other issues which are in the land and freshwater instrument. So the practicable and the convergence and so forth, with great respect, I believe that's on your shoulders at the end of the day.
Not asking you to do it today, but when you get another opportunity, can I ask you to address us in terms of the specific parts of the High Court decision we would be according with in adopting the approach that you're advancing to us?
Certainly, sir, that decision, yes. So,
thank you.
Thank you. And can I pull my wits tomorrow morning?
Yes, that would be very helpful, certainly for Ms. Hunter and her.
Is that 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we finally come to contact energy.
So you don't want the submissions tomorrow on justice needs?
No,
it's later.
I mean, I would imagine it's probably best as the land and water section when we come to that.
Certain.
Not land. Sorry.
Yes, that check. Thank you.
I'm sorry for the lateness of the day. Welcome. Speak.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you for sitting late so that we can continue to present today. Before I continue, is it coming through okay in terms of the AV arrangements?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Frances Weddy, and I'm here as Counsel for Contact Energy Limited. I'm here with my colleague, Mr. Allen, also Counsel for Contact Energy. And in the room, as you know, you also have Ms. Hunter, who is the expert planning witness for Contact Energy. Many thanks for allowing us to present by Zoom today, and also for sitting late so that we can continue to present. In terms of the legal submissions, we filed those late last week, so hopefully you have a set of those. And if not, Ms. Hunter has some spare hard copies, I believe.
We've got a set before us, quite obviously, just looking at the link and the time of day, anything you can read about those in the presentation and not reading visions that we will have seen.
Yes. I'm sorry, sir, that the sound is actually not coming through very well at my end. I'll just turn up the volume, but I think I heard you say that given the time and given you have had those submissions for a few days, you're happy for me to move through those relatively quickly, and that was the approach I was hoping to take as well. So hopefully I've understood that correctly.
Thank you.
Just briefly before getting into the legal submissions, in terms of how Contact was intending to present its case in these hearings, Contact does have a number of submissions on a number of the chapters in the RPS, and what it has requested to do is to present the bulk of its case in the hearings on the EIT chapter, but also to present separately in relation to the significant resource management issues and integrated management chapters, which is why we're here today, but also the eco chapter, which is later on. So the approach taken in the submissions is to briefly outline at a high level the key points in Contact's case, but that's really intended as a taster, and that's to be expanded on further in the EIT chapter, and then to move to the specific points in relation to the chapters that you're considering right now. So I hope that assists the panel, and open to any feedback that the panel might have on that approach.
Aligns with our approach and the reading that we're doing. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Just one other preliminary issue before getting into the submissions is the issue that was just being discussed with Dr. Somerville in terms of the integration of the two processes, and I did follow the exchange on that with other counsel over the last couple of days, and we have been reflecting on that ourselves and thinking what suggestions we could make to the panel in this unique circumstance that you find yourself in. And just to say that we consider that this panel can only make a decision on what is officially before it, which is all of the provisions not in blue, the ones that have been left as non-freshwater provisions. And the freshwater panel will be charged with considering all the provisions which are identified as freshwater provisions. So technically speaking, we consider that each panel can only decide on the provisions that have been referred to each panel. However, we completely agree that to achieve an effective and workable RPS that doesn't have unintended consequences, the panels need to somehow integrate their decision making. And we agree with the general concept of decisions being adjourned so that there is an ability to integrate. we think that it is quite complicated, and it's a matter that affects all submitters and all parties. So our suggestion is more of a procedural rather than a substantive one, which is that perhaps it would assist all parties if the panel perhaps got advice from the council lawyers on some procedural options to address the situation, and that all parties then have the opportunity to comment on that. Because what's really important is just that it's open, clear and transparent for all parties, and yeah, that all parties know what's happening and have a chance to express any concerns they might have about the process. So that was just one comment we wanted to make, and I hope that's of some assistance.
Thank you. You preempted a question that you would have been asked at the end by doing that. I'm not sure that you've necessarily answered the question. I don't know if anybody can, but you certainly made a giving a hospital pass to the council.
Well, in terms of that, one option we did think about as well is if the council lawyers would like to consult with the other lawyers. I'm not sure if they would find that helpful or not, but we're very happy to be involved in those discussions and to bat ideas around behind the scenes. It is a unique situation we find ourselves in. So,
situation that the suggestion was represent a whole range of clients could reach an agreement is like suggesting a bunch of cats be herded. I'm not going to go down that path. But thank you for your practical question that you made, and I've certainly made a note of that. So if you could turn to your submissions, that's great. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So these opening submissions are filed on behalf of Contact Energy, and as I say, I'll move through them relatively quickly. The first section is on the statutory framework, and paragraph 4, I've just noted that we broadly agree with and adopt the framework presented by the council. And in particular, the following points are agreed: that the regional policy statement must give effect to national policy statements and the national planning standards. And of particular relevance to Contact's case is the national policy statement for renewable electricity generation, which I'll come to in a bit more detail later on. Just one point to interpolate there. There was some discussion earlier on today in regards to direction from the King Salmon decision, I believe, and whether this panel should try to resolve tensions between the higher order documents. And in my submission, that is an appropriate task for the panel to take on. It is the job of the regional policy statement to try and interpret the higher order documents and to resolve conflicts as far as possible in relation to this specific region. That is the way in which the regional policy statement can assist decision makers in this region moving forward. So I think that is an appropriate task for the panel to take on. And that's consistent with my reading of the King Salmon decision. And moving to subpara B there, we agree with submissions for the council that the emissions reduction plan and national adaptation plan are relevant considerations, and we consider that the emissions reduction plan in particular is very important. In terms of the national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity, we agree with the council that that has no legal standing. However, practically speaking, we do consider that the panel can have regard to that NPS to the extent that relevant experts consider it encapsulates best practice. So to summarise, the NPS-IB has no legal weight. It's not a document that the panel has to give effect to, but we do consider it would be relevant for you to refer to it to the extent that experts agree that it represents best practice. And that's a matter that Dr. Keesing in particular will elaborate on for Contact in the Eco chapter hearing. Similarly to with the NPSIB exposure draft, we also consider that the legislative reform moving through the House at the moment is a matter that the panel can have regard to, but it would be inappropriate to try and preempt that legislation and craft provisions for that purpose in our submission. Just for the obvious point that those pieces of legislation are not yet finalised, so the provisions could land incorrectly if we attempt that exercise now. So moving to an overview of Contact's position on the proposed regional policy statement, and as I said, this is intended just as a taster because the intention is to present the case more fully in the hearings on the EIT chapter. But some of the key points are summarised here. So Ms. Nelson is the witness who's provided corporate evidence on behalf of Contact, and she will be attending the EIT hearing. So she has explained in her evidence some background to Contact's operations, and in particular the Clutha Hydro scheme which Contact operates in this region. So I'm at paragraphs 9 and 10 here, and just to interpolate that, in terms of the Clutha Hydro scheme, that is a scheme that is given particular recognition under the NPS FM, and that's in clause 3.31. It's a scheme which is given particular recognition under the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. So that's something that is worth noting at this stage. At paragraph 11, I've noted that Contact is committed to contributing the achievement of the country's climate change goals, and in particular is currently investigating new opportunities in the region and more broadly. And this is a key aspect to Contact's submission. Mr. Hunt is the witness who's provided evidence relating to this, and he has quantified the extent of new development that is required to meet the emissions reduction targets in the emissions reduction plan. And his evidence is that this is going to require an unprecedented scale of new development of REG. So a key theme in Contact's submission is that we consider that the RPS needs to recognise that and provide a viable and workable pathway for the development of new REG. And that's in order to meet those climate change goals. So to summarise, consistent with the above, Contact's interest in the RPS is twofold. First, to appropriately recognise, provide for and protect its current scheme, being the Clutha Hydro scheme, and then secondly, to have provisions that appropriately recognise the significant role that new development has to play in achieving New Zealand's decarbonisation goals. So to that end, Ms. Hunter and the expert planners for the other generators have proposed a standalone energy subchapter to sit within the EIT chapter, and the rationale for that will be explained in more detail in the EIT chapter. But at a high level, the intention is that it ensures that national direction as set out in the NPS REG is appropriately implemented, and that due regard is had to the ambitious goals, but important goals that are set out in the emissions reduction plan. It's not intended to seek a carve out or, if I could be more informal, a free pass for REG. Contact totally accepts and respects the importance of managing adverse effects appropriately, but what is sought is a workable consenting path so that those projects can be properly considered. From paragraph 15, I've set out briefly the relevance of the National Policy Statement for renewable electricity generation. So I don't propose to go through that in too much detail, but just to draw your attention to some of the key provisions, in particular at paragraph 17. The overarching objective of that National Policy Statement is to recognise the national significance of REG, by providing for the development, operation, maintenance and upgrade of that. And the intention is that the proportion of New Zealand's electricity generated from renewables increases to a level that meets or exceeds the New Zealand government's target for REG. And that target has now been set out in detail in the ERP. And this is the key point. The scale of development is really enormous. So to implement this objective, there are a number of policies sitting under that, which are also relevant to the panel. So just briefly to highlight the key policies there, I'm not going to go through all of these, but policy A is to recognise the benefits of REG activities and directs decision makers to recognise and provide for that. Policy B is to acknowledge the practical implications of achieving New Zealand's target for electricity generation, and it directs decision makers to have particular regard to a number of factors, but importantly, again at 3, meeting or exceeding the national target for REG will require significant development of REG, and the scale of that development has been quantified by Mr. Hunt in his evidence. Policy C is also very important. It's acknowledging the practical constraints associated with the development, operation, maintenance and upgrading of REG activities. And sitting within that are policy C1, which directs decision makers to have particular regard to a number of matters, but particularly the locational requirements of REG. So this is effectively the point that REG needs to be located where the renewable energy is. There are only some sites that offer potential for wind farms, for example, and so REG needs to be located in those such locations. And then policy C2 sets out a specific approach for managing the effects of REG, and the key point here is that it specifically directs decision makers to have regard to offsetting and compensation where there are more than minor residual adverse effects of REG that cannot be avoided. So that's a key tenet in Contact's submission, is that Contact seeks access to offsetting and compensation for its projects where appropriate. Briefly, policy D is about managing reverse sensitivity effects on new and existing REG activities, and that's also an important policy. From paragraph 21, I've set out briefly relevant matters under the emissions reduction plan. And at paragraph 21, I've just recorded there that technically speaking, those provisions that recently came into effect under the RMA, directing decision makers to have regard to emissions reduction plans and national adaptation plans, don't apply to this RPS because of the timing of notification. But we submit that the panel can and should have regard to those documents because they are a management plan and strategy prepared under other legislation, and so they're relevant under section 62 to A1. And practically speaking, we submit that these documents are very important and give shape to the scale of the task that is now required to meet those targets to reduce emissions, and so therefore those documents are matters that the panel should have regard to. So at paragraph 24, just to highlight there, the scale of the task which I've referred to is quantified by Mr. Hunt, and to put it into perspective, he has provided evidence that the scale of development required to meet the targets in the emissions reduction plan is roughly the equivalent of adding a new set of Clyde and Roxburgh hydro stations to the system every 3.5 years until 2050. So it is really an enormous task, and hence why Contact is here today seeking provisions that will enable the development of new REG. Paragraphs 25 to 29 are just explaining how Contact intends to present its case, and I've already been through that. So turning to the SRMR chapter, there are two provisions that Contact has sought amendments to here. Now, one of those provisions is SRMR issue 9, and Contact's provided evidence on that to be safe, really. It's been re-notified as a freshwater provision, but it wasn't shaded blue in the 42A report. So in case there was any uncertainty, Contact's provided evidence on that issue, but I believe it was confirmed yesterday that that issue is in fact part of the freshwater panel's consideration rather than this panel. So for that reason, I don't propose to address that in detail, but I will focus on issue 2 instead. Before getting into issue 2, though, just note briefly the proposal for a new issue statement for infrastructure, which has been discussed today with council for the telecommunication companies and the electricity distributors. So just to confirm Contact's position on that, Contact hasn't actively sought a specific issue statement for infrastructure. Instead, it's focused on seeking amendments to the existing proposed issue statements to ensure that they appropriately recognise the role that infrastructure plays in relation to those issue statements. However, in saying that, Contact is not opposed to a specific issue statement for infrastructure, and simply request that if that is something the panel would like to contemplate, that Contact has the opportunity to contribute to the drafting of that issue statement to ensure that it does appropriately provide for REG as nationally significant infrastructure within that issue statement. So issue 2 is the issue entitled Climate Change Will Impact Our Economy and Environment. And to summarise, the amendment that Contact is seeking here is to recognise within this issue statement that climate change mitigation, and in particular providing for new REG as part of climate change mitigation, is a critical part of the picture. And Ms Hunter will can expand on the reasons for this further when she gives her evidence. So for timing reasons, that's all I was going to say on the SRMR chapter, and I'll move to the IM chapter. So at paragraph 46, Contact has sought amendments to a number of provisions in this chapter, and rather than going through those amendments in detail now, I might just touch on a few key points that have come up through the day and then hand over to Ms Hunter, who can explain the planning rationale for the changes that have been proposed. So the key policy that's been discussed at length today is, I would say, policy 1, the integrated approach to decision making. And I've dealt with that from paragraph 56 of these submissions. But just stepping back from the submissions at this point, acknowledging the discussion that's happened today, there's been discussion around whether policy 1 is an appropriate reflection of the sustainable management purpose under section 5, consistent with direction in King Salmon. And our view on that is absolutely King Salmon recognises that environmental limits are a legitimate tool for sustainable management. However, the problem with this policy is that it's applying it to all resources effectively, and we consider that as inappropriate. And Mr Chair, you've referred to paragraph 24 of the King Salmon decision, which I think is particularly relevant, and just to briefly bring that up, what the Supreme Court said is that Section 5.2 contemplates that particular environments may need to be protected from the adverse effects of activities. And so it is particular environments. It's not all resources, full stop, in our submission. So we accept that where a national policy statement, for example, directs that particular resources or particular environments have to be protected or prioritised, that may be where you end up, but we consider it's inappropriate to apply that that prioritisation more broadly to decision making for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that in terms of Section 32, the costs and benefit of that approach are quite unlikely to have been properly considered. The implications of such a wide-ranging prioritisation for all resources are quite wide-ranging. So that's one of the reasons we don't support that policy. Just for timing reasons, I don't propose to go through the rest of the submissions where we've set out the specific relief that Contact is seeking on those provisions. If that suits the panel, if you would prefer, I'm happy to go through that, but I'm conscious of time and it might be more efficient to ask if there are any questions from the panel and then to hand over to Ms. Hunter.
That's very appropriate, and I can assure you we will get the missions that it's appropriate that we now turn to any questions that the committee might have. Can I just raise one initial point though? I'm just trying to find a note of it in terms of the possible drafting of a coordinated approach to a new issue. I've noted your position. It is Contact prefer and have advanced subchapter approach, but are willing to engage in a recasting coordinated issue statement if that was to be considered. My recording.
Did
you hear that?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that last part, sorry.
I just want to be absolutely clear in the minds of the panel that the approach of Contact has been put to us in submissions is that it prefers the subchapter approach, but is prepared to engage in and be part of a consideration of a new issue statement. We can decide one way or the other.
That's correct, sir. So the approach of Contact has been to focus on the existing issue statements to ensure that infrastructure is appropriately reflected within those, but it's not opposed to a new issue statement for infrastructure and would like to be part of the discussions on that if that is a proposal that the panel wishes to pursue.
Thank you. And I'll just now ask any of the commissioners if there are any questions.
You just paragraph 22. I was just trying to section to a I was just wondering.
Can I cut across? I noted that as well. It's just typo. It should be section 61.
Perfect. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Probably a left field question, really.
61, yes.
Talking about the NPS renewable energy generation. How does that interplay with water conservation orders and the like? Because I'm aware there is, I'm not sure what sort of document in relation to the late one. And I'm aware there are options within the Clutha system that you could enhance generation may impact on some of those other documents. So how do they work together? What overrides what?
Yes, please.
In terms of the answer to that, typically, for example, the Nevis has a water conservation order, and they are specific to those areas. There was, I think, in the past, Pioneer Energy looked at a scheme in the Nevis. So there are different systems with the water conservation order obviously elevating the importance of that area, such that if you were to do any consenting, the NPSREG in that case on current drafting and approach would sit under the water conservation order. There are also within the catchment, as the panel will be aware, other legislation that comes over the top too. So it's not just the Resource Management Act within the catchment, and it's not just water conservation orders. There's, for example, Lake Wanaka Preservation Act, etc.
Yes, that was actually the document I was thinking of. I couldn't recall exactly what it was. So to go down that path, you'd actually have to read the legislation as well.
You've always got to tick the boxes of all the relevant legislation. So anything that kicks a water conservation order or other legislation, you need to work through that framework too.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I've only got, I think, one more query, might be two. Big one that I was wanting to ask you was, in terms of regeneration cost policies, do I take it that any of that as a potential development proposal would be something that you would be addressing the water panel rather than this panel?
No, sorry, we didn't hear that question from the microphone. It's very sensitive, I think, to direction of voice. And we are on the screen, unfortunately, to your right.
I've moved it towards it, so hopefully it works better.
Yes.
That is better, yeah.
So the question was, in terms of any freshwater generation, new proposal using hydro, do I take it that emissions or any development might be addressing would be addressed rather than this matter?
No.
Was the question whether, I'm sorry, I might have got this totally wrong. I thought I think I heard you ask, Sir, whether a new hydro proposal is the provisions relevant to that would be more relevant for the freshwater hearing panel. Was that the question?
Yes.
Yes. And to be clear, what Contact is more interested in terms of new REG proposals in this region is other forms of renewables, so wind and solar primarily, not new hydro. But of course, protecting and ensuring that the existing Clutha hydro scheme can be operated, maintained, and potentially upgraded to optimise that scheme is also an important objective.
And the final question that I just wanted to ask you was, in terms of the IMP1 and linkage with pink salmon and your submissions in that regard, do I take it that you're asserting that one of the reasons why the prioritisation can't be done as a matter of law is because in terms of it's just not possible. The costs and benefits, cost-benefit approach analysis to the whole of the environment.
Yes, that's correct, sir. But before adopting a policy like that, which could have such wide-ranging consequences, it would be very important to ensure that the costs and benefits had been appropriately considered in terms of Section 32.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. If that concludes the questions, Ms. Hunter is here and ready to present her evidence on the SRMR and IM chapters. So she's prepared a short summary statement, which is being handed up now, I can see, and I'll hand over to her.
Thank you. As the main constraints, I'm going to read this and then go on. Or I want to do appear again tomorrow morning. So rather than
Thank you, very practical.
yeah, for all of us, perhaps. So I'll read this as quickly and as cautiously as I can. So starting at 1.2, as outlined in my evidence and legal submissions, Contact submission supported the recognition of climate change as a significant resource management issue, but saw an opportunity to take this further by acknowledging the critical part that renewable electricity generation has to play in New Zealand's decarbonisation requirements. The issues that emphasize these are my evidence and again the legal submissions. The amendments seek to recognise that Otago could play its part in being home to new REG facilities and also recognise that several significant REG assets already exist in the region and should be protected for this purpose, including the Clipper Hydro Scheme. Skip over 1.3 and turning now to 1.4, the provisions which are key to Contact Energy are IM4, P1, P2, P9, that should be P12 and P14. And I address these in my evidence commencing at paragraph 8.1 in my proper evidence and discuss each of these briefly now. Contact Energy supports the objective 04. However, Contact expressed concern that there was insufficient recognition here and within the RPS as a whole of the role ongoing and future REG facilities will play in achieving New Zealand's decarbonisation goals. The Section 42A report writer has recommended some amendments to this objective, which I broadly support. However, given the evidence of Mr. Hunt for Contact, which is clear that the ongoing use and development of REG facilities is a critical and significant component of New Zealand's change mitigation, I consider that more directive wording is necessary for clause 2, and that's outlined again in my evidence and also in the submissions you've just received. 1.7, Contact submitted on both IM P1 and P2, expressing concern that such provisions reflect the prioritisation to all resources and just freshwater, and that in some circumstances a more nuanced approach to resource management would need to be undertaken. I also wish to clarify there that Contact sought to delete IMP2 and partly oppose the drafting of the original IMP1. So that's correction to my. The Section 42A report writer has recommended amalgamating the notified IMP1 and P2. In my view, the policy and the subsequent amendment is unnecessary and should be either deleted in whole or further amended to make it clear that this relates only to freshwater, given that it reflects the prioritisation of consideration stated within the NPS of freshwater. Broad application of the NPS prioritisation to all resources as set out in IMP2, now P1. My opinion is appropriate, and if it is to occur, It must also give effect to other national policies, including the NPS for electricity generation. I think the key issue, just going off the script, I think the key issue with this policy is that there would be conflicts arising as a result of the particularly protectionist type provisions that are currently embedded in the RPS, and the issues with this, in my mind, become less heightened if there are suitable pathways also enable the body of the RPS. I support the recommendations of the Section 42A report writer to delete IMP 9, 10, seeks to identify and implement climate change adaptation and mitigation methods for Otago. As explained in the evidence of Mr. Hunt, New Zealand's response to climate change must be comprehensive. Protecting and optimising existing ROG assets and developing new ROG will be necessary. In my opinion, Policy 10 should be more directive in this regard, and I propose amendments to paragraph 8.5 of my amendment. Also identified that Policy 12 is critical in determining whether the proposed RPS will properly enable or constrain the electrification of the economy, which is necessary to meet climate change targets. In its submission, Contact noted that the policy recognises the natural resource requirements of REG operation and development activities, but then couples these activities with restrictive qualifiers, constraints, and limits, which have the effect of neutering. I agree with the result. The Section 2A report off states that P12 is intended to provide an alternative pathway for activities that will provide enduring, regional, or nationally significant climate change mitigation. The report viewed this pathway as a high threshold that is only likely to be reached by large projects with various adverse effects. The report writer accepted, however, that various sub-clauses were unclear and recommended various policy amendments. I support a number of these, however, I consider its effectiveness as a key policy in achieving New Zealand decarbonisation goals could be further improved with further amendment, which again I've set out in paragraph 8.20 of my evidence. My proposed amendments seek to remove ambiguity from the drafting and improve its certainty in application, and I think I have sought to delete that clause 4, which we were talking about. Turning now to policy 14, context and thought the deletion of this policy due to the inherently uncertain nature of the drafting, with a lack of clarity behind references to various limits and states of degradation. Section 42A author has recommended amendments to this policy. The policy still gives no clear direction about what these matters relate to and how these limits will be set and how they will be applied in lower order planning. I also make the observation in my evidence that part of the issue with this policy may be that it appears to preempt the new legislative regime to be enacted through the National and Built Environment Act. While I acknowledge that we now know a little more about what this might look like, and limits are a feature of that, there are inherent difficulties in trying to into the RPS at this time. The new legislation is still within the consultative phase, and it is therefore very uncertain what the final provision will be. Moreover, this RPS document is being prepared under the current provisions of the RMA rather than the future framework. Policy 14 clause 3 also adds more ambiguity by requiring limits to be regularly assessed and adjusted over time. It is unclear how this is intended to be given effect to in the preparation of plans, which will be set for a period of time. It is also unclear what this will mean for existing consent holders. Is that this may be encapsulating parts of the new bill, as I understand that this legislation would give regional consent authorities in particular significantly expanded powers to review existing conditions and cancel consents if these are not consistent with future limits set under that legislative regime. While I also accept that limits are an embedded concept in parts of New Zealand's current resource management framework, such as for the management of fresh water, this policy appears to extend this concept to all facets of regional and district plan making obligations. I note that in the method M16, clause 6, it provides further direction by requiring regional and district plans to establish limits wherever practicable to support healthy ecosystems and intrinsic values. However, that method is not currently explicitly drafted or reflected in the drafting of the policy. While my preference remains to delete this provision, my concerns around this policy would be reduced if the policy was clear that the limit setting related to ecosystem health and intrinsic values. It may also be appropriate for this policy to acknowledge that limits are likely to derive from existing and further national direction developed under the RMA, i.e. the NPS of freshwater and the pending NPS for Indigenous biodiversity. The policy could also set out that if there are locally derived limits, these should be based on a high level of understanding of the state and the environment and a clear need to set specific limits in a given circumstance due to the values affected. Moreover, the process of setting limits should account for the full suite of costs and benefits of doing so, including the actual and potential costs on economic development and opportunities. If this policy remains, it should also be coupled with an acknowledgement that in some cases there will be benefits associated with exceeding limits and or providing appropriate pathways for certain activities where such breaches are almost certain to arise, similar to the approach taken within the NPS of freshwater and NES regarding wetlands, for example. This would also be similar to the approach that is taken in Policy 12 for climate change adaptation and mitigation. That's the end of my summary statement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hunter. And just looking at the timetable for tomorrow, we don't have a record. It's just you.
Yeah, and my issues that I cover for Ocean are very similar in terms of P2 and P14.
In the process sense, I just say to you that we'll deal with the questions arising out of this evidence first, all right, and then move on to Oceanic.
Yeah, and I say they're very similar sort of briefs. So.
Okay. Well, you may get no
But may cover everything. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, and we'll conclude for the day. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Fee.
Thank you, Sir.
Let's check this. And to our administrator, thank you very much for putting up with us.